alive. You could have had me, boy, but you let me go. And now our story's over. Ain't it funny how I really don't mind? Don't wanna be with you, believe me, it's true. I've never been better since I left you. I don't wanna see you, you know that it's true. This time I mean it, I'm done and we're through. Don't waste my time, you'll never be mine. I'm moving on, I gotta be strong. I don't want you back, I'm better than that. I'm moving on, so goodbye, so long. I gotta keep moving. I don't want you back, I'm better than that. I'm moving on, so goodbye, so long.
I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding no game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the just love the comfort of bed. Maybe I didn't really hear what you said. I couldn't tell you what the time is, no way. I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know I know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me or getting in my way. I just say I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Maybe I'm difficult at staying away. Maybe I'm too lucky and need more at stake. I wouldn't put it past me showing up late. Yeah, I wonder if I'll get away with it today. Nobody's gonna get it from me, so I gotta get it myself. You know I know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me or getting in my way. I just say I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. I've always been the type to think the best, even if I'm late and everything's a mess. Once I get to it, you could say that I don't play. You know I know about that. I've gotta go, can't be late. Name on the schedule, I'm on the way. Clocking in for the day. There's nothing stopping me or getting in my way. I just say
Raise your head up to the sky and breathe in and out. Lose yourself right in the moment and let go of your doubts. You never wonder what the world is all about. Drop your weapons, strip your armor, blades and shields will slow you down. Just keep marching steady to the beat of your own drum. Drop your weapons, strip your armor, blades and shields will slow you down. Just keep marching steady to the beat of your own drum. Beat of your own drum. Ooh, keep on turning it up. Yeah, you're throwing me looks from across the room. Gotta have it, have it. Ooh, this is not what I do. Something special about you, drawing me in like a magnet, magnet. I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah, but I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, I've been trying my best to break out of your spell. Can't figure out what you're up to, up to. But ooh, as far as I feel, all your magic is real, and I couldn't escape if I want to, want to. 'Cause I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah, but I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. So give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. Give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. You give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. You give me your love, give me your time, show me your magic on the floor tonight. But I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. But I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. Baby, I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. Every second counts when your head's been all messed up. Every second chance is a blessing when you've given up, hoping. You're sick of the fighting, and you're sick of the sight of yourself. Oh, why you falling asleep at the wheel, split at the seams, and you just can't deal. Honey, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Feels putting on a brave face, babe. Oh, you're strong, but it hurts.
may not feel like you can make it through, I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you down, feel some blue. Tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and always speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. It may not feel like you gon' make it through, I promise you'll be okay. Whenever things get you done, feel so blue. Tomorrow is a new day. Step with intention and always speak your truth. Nobody should say different. If someone's in your way, then you must push through. Only you who can do this. Climb up the mountain, reach for the top. Talk yourself up, no one has what you've got. For when it's forgotten, you can say, yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can. I can, I will. It's a new day. I love how I feel. Yes I can, I'm gonna do it. Nothing's stopping me, there's nothing to it. I can, I will, I am, I believe. Yes I can.
They said we'd never get anywhere, anywhere. Standing together now, we'll make it there, make it there. Don't they know that this is our time? Don't they know that this is our time to rise? Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we'll risk it all. And in the darkest hour, we'll be counting on this miracle. Yeah, we will never fall, we will never fall, we're standing tall. And in the darkest So don't stop now, the world's in motion. It could happen sooner than you think. The table's turning over. It could happen sooner than. It could happen sooner than you think.
I saw you standing there the first night that we met. You tried to look as though you hadn't seen me yet, but I can see right through you. Your blood is cold, but mine too, yeah. You're playing games to which I rolled the rules, pretending that you were as likely to forget. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. You tell me that you don't have time to call me back, but I know your excuses hide the fact. You used up all your chances, no more playing romances, yeah. I wrote the book with which you will be screwed. You can push me, but I'll always play attack. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Come on, gamble on a spot. I was always playing, you were always taming me. But now that you're here, that's worth a maybe. We pushed each other and we came close to the edge. And now we're here, we might just build a bridge. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control. Not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on a spot. Gamble on a spot. Just play with your heart. Come on, gamble on a spot. Inside my mind, it's around the time when my day would be about to end. Now it's Friday night, you know I really tried, but I lost you in the crowd again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. feel like running wild again. The way that you behave makes it hard to say that I'm into you. You're never quite the same when it's getting late. If I had to choose, I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair. I like you better in the morning, when you don't have to act like you don't care. Why you do me so wrong when daylight is gone? It's like I haven't met you yet. I like you better in the morning. I like you when the sun shines through your hair.
Please, 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 baby, make me see. Please, 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 baby, set me free. Set me free. Make me see eternity. Make me believe. Please, 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 baby, make me see. Please, 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 baby, set me free. So free. All I see, eternity. Make me believe again. Please, 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 baby, make me see. Please, 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 baby, set me free.
I got a feeling deep in my soul. Ain't no secret, 'cause everybody knows. I got a feeling I just can't hide. Burning brightly, you see it in my eyes. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright.
heart. I got a feeling way down inside. All around me, need to let it shine. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright. Like every little thing is gonna be alright. Like every little thing is gonna be alright. Every little thing is gonna be alright, be alright. Like every little thing is gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright. I got a feeling. Come on, I got a feeling that every little thing is gonna be alright. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that every little thing is gonna be alright. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel. Now you're making me feel like every little thing is gonna be alright. Thanks for the little things you always do for me. Thanks for the little things, for all the times you help me. I thank you. Thanks for the little things. Thanks for the little things. Always there to guide me through. How did I ever live without you? Thanks for the little things. Thanks for the little things. You have got a way about you. I'm so glad that I have found you. Thanks for the little things. Thanks for the little things. Always there to guide me through. How did I ever live without you? Thanks for the little things. Thanks for the little things. You have got a way about you. I'm so glad that I have found you. Thanks for the little things you always do for me.
I don't wanna control the thoughts that I keep inside my head. I don't wanna pretend I'm so concerned if I don't care. And I don't mind if I go back down, and you don't mind if I scream out loud. No, I don't mind as long as you tell me. You tell me everything is okay. You tell me everything is alright. You tell me wait a little longer, and I promise you that it'll all be just fine. And I don't wanna pretend I see deeper meaning in everything. No, I don't mind if I get it wrong again, 'cause you tell me. You tell me everything is okay. You tell me everything is alright. You tell me wait a little longer, and I promise you that it'll all be just fine. try to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, crying for someone. If you know what I'm talking about, when you try to do your best, bringing love and music to the world, instead of fighting it again and again. I've been trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, crying for someone. You should know what it's all about. Now we need to make the biggest change. Bring back the blue sky to the world, and let the grass grow wide again and again. We all need a better place to live. Oh, I've been trying, yeah, try to be somebody, trying to be somebody. I've been crying, crying for someone, crying for someone.
One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
Someone's gonna take control of this day. Someone's gonna make the change. Someone's gonna raise their voice and say, there's gotta be a better way. Gotta find love if you wanna be loved. Gotta find hope if you wanna be hopeful. Gotta find strength if you wanna be strong, stronger. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back to the ones we love. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and a sign of the times. If I can, we all can. Gotta find love in a world away. Gotta find peace with your neighbor today. Gotta find faith in someone, somewhere. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back to the ones we love. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. 'Cause everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and a sign of the times. If I can, we all can. If I can. If I can. If I can, we can, we can. If I can, we all can. If I can, surely we can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. We all can. We all can. 'Cause everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. We all can. We all can. Everybody's talking.
什么是季后赛？
我觉得季后赛就是强者的舞台，它永远适合那些有着大心脏的明星选手。
更难吧，
能证明自己的一个机会。
我们一年的努力的结果。
为了拿冠军的一个过程。
我觉得季后赛就是各家队伍拿出真本事、真刀真枪对抗的较量。
大家都是奔着冠军去的，
要去赢就行。
季后赛就是成为冠军的第一步，就是通往世界舞台的康庄大道。
能去世界赛的唯一途径。
理想目标先打个冒泡赛吧。
希望是能够去4场，目标肯定是世界赛。
季后赛就是每项竞技体育当赛季的精华。
热血沸腾的，是时候发挥了。
有一颗回到运动线的加速，他敢加速，他不敢加速，可能这个瞬间形成一波反打，拿到了一波狂抓 Q， 我的天 ，JK 了！
希望大家好好加油，争取进到世界赛。
我的天，369！
季后赛是每个赛季最为令人期待、最重要也最精彩的时刻。
今年是最后的机会，这样的感觉。
莫奇少年穷。
这个泳双还要跟 Rookie 来进行最后的黄色 PK， 刺激图子回了一口，有这样的一个 Q 战裂过去，再刺激图子，这个也太准了！
我觉得在季后赛的赢家才是真正的赢家。
季
季后赛对我来说的话，就是一个证明的时机吧。
真空切，假子跳斩，再接闪现，运送两段，接续狂找后排，再接英雄登场，直接先要集中换你的前排，假子又一波跳斩，再去跳后排，运送了3个人，我的天，天上博主，人间太岁，有驾令 ，Scout 砍下 Triple Kill。
后面会继续努力，大家也可以期待一下嘛。
个人的守卫距离一波机会，把张方直接起点，想要先赶掉右边被分割的一个微的威慑是他们表的3个，小虎的反手进场杀。
난 진짜 상대 팀에 관심이 하나도 없기 때문에 그냥 잘했으면 좋겠다.
我对每年的季后赛期望其实都一样，就是希望看到一支超级黑马战队能够翻盘，能够战胜那些所谓的夺冠大热门，然后打破所有人的眼睛。我觉得这就是季后赛，就是 LPL 的魅力。
想告诉大家，上单这位置是天变万化的。
打下来，小奶油有个秒表，可以再拖一会儿。山鸡可能也要死，没杀掉吗？这都没杀掉，山鸡也是锁住了。这波蓝魔直接拿了一个双杀。
希望我们这一次季后赛能走得更远。
杀的 A 波，闪现过来，杀闪现一推，不会 A 波，开挂了 A 波，但最后还是被沙皇给推死了。这反应已经很夸张了，但是冷少拯救了局面。我希望这次的季后赛可以看到下位圈的队伍对上位圈的队伍发起冲击。
季后赛遇到我们的要倒霉了，我们家一场不出。
都要睡到了 Elk。
也被大招击飞，Elk已经被屌掉了。Elk 闪现没转好的这一波被抓住机会了，放 Plus 这里还要再继续追。
我觉得我们肯定能进决赛。
还是没有机会换掉阿乐，在上路完成了单杀。
不过这波骚粉来了，阿乐这波又给他吸起来了。
希望再碰到 top 让他们放马过来吧。
蛮想上去碰到京东的，然后把他们干了。
如果你们是跟我们打的话，那我只能说你们有点倒霉。
希望能走得更远吧。好好准备，请多多指教。
现在开始100都不吃，觉得我们3比0好。
你看我干不干你就完事了。
别暴杀一片，要么放假，要么以小博大。
让我们一起见证，欢迎来到季后赛。Welcome, one and all, to the LPL playoffs. We are into our second match of round number 2. I'm Oshin. I'm joined in person in my office by Dagda. We like to do this.
You said it was our office. We said it would
I
like
mean, we
make
don't want. I don't want people-
Mikase Sukasa. Where's the come on, man?
I'm sorry, man. I just, you know what? You gotta establish dominance sometimes. You gotta make sure you know your place, and your place is not in my house. So,
All right, I'll leave then.
anyway, coming back into it, we got ourselves a playoff match today. Of course, we got Weibo versus LNG coming into it, but. Honestly, it feels like our playoffs are starting pretty much hot right off the bat. You look at the bracket now in a second, and it's just going to be like, we started with a 5-game series, and we're going to be looking at a potential playoff run as well from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, we've had some real bangers coming up, but I think the big thing is seeing a lot of these teams step up and looking fantastic. Like LNG, who we're going to see here today, taking on BLG, but looking spectacular as they did so. FPX just able to eke out that series against OMG as in that 5-game banger you're talking about, but unfortunately falling to Edward Gaming, who honestly looked really strong yesterday when we saw these two teams face off. So it seems like a lot of teams have leveled up coming into playoffs, which tends to be a lot of the conversations that we have when we hit that playoff stride.
Absolutely. You think of regular split, you know, you think of teams like FPX, OMG. There was a definitive divide between, I'd say, like our 7 to 10 team and then our top 6, really. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, definitely a bit of thing. But then even then, when we, as you mentioned, EDG leveled up even further and they look kind of scary. So very curious to see how they'll do against RNG tomorrow. And of course, LNG, they're on the miracle run once again. If you do not remember, 2021 summer, they did do the miracle run. They ran the entire, I think it was the top half of the bracket that time around. And then they got themselves into regionals. They played so many best of 5s. They played so many games and they were rewarded with Worlds. So they're looking to recreate that.
Yeah, and being able to beat some of our top teams along the way, like taking down teams like Top Esports. Like this was where they really had that big say. And we'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep that up here today. But we have a very important thing that we have to do first.
We do. It's a matter of absolute importance. I want you all to join us in wishing Lyric a very happy birthday as our camera goes absolutely crazy. Dagatron right here.
Sorry.
It's all right. Keep it saying happy birthday to Lyric. We dab for you. We dab for you. But Yeah, go Twitch chat, Twitter, whatever social links you can find him. Go wish him a happy birthday. The man is an absolute monster. He is always available to step up. And even the other week, I'll always remember this. He literally was at the gym. Physically at the gym, and then they got a message saying Ox is sick, he can't actually cast right now, and he drove all the way back just to cast LPL. The man's dedicated.
I mean, he's been absolutely incredible, especially like not only as a colleague but as a friend as well over the course of the LPL. Like
I don't personally care for him.
getting to live with him for a very short stint in Shanghai, but also then working with him, he's been an absolute joy and pleasure. So happy birthday, Lyric. We love you very much, and I hope you have a fantastic day. Yeah. Well, the we minus Oshin, with the collective we, with the rest of the LPL,
Anyway, happy birthday, Lyric. Now let's get back ourselves onto track and onto talking about Weibo, because Weibo honestly are going to be looking like the favourites from this time around, and we kind of broke down this team. This team is just kind of like the heart and soul of it is the top side, and it is all about the Shy kind of coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Shy has been on an absolute tear and has become pretty much the lifeblood of Weibo when you look at the squad, right? The ability for SFM to try and get his lane rolling, for him to find these isolated 1v1s where he can try and dominate on things like the Gnar, the Kennen, the Jaces. Now, we have seen his most played are things like the Kayle, but I definitely think that these are the three picks that I'm going to be keeping an eye on for, like, Gnar and Kennen, very much staples for him. He's happy to pick them blind. Jace, he's brought out as counters to the Gwen and these kind of things, so he definitely understands how he wants to try and operate through that top side, and I think when you look at his stats, like, they kind of speak for himself here.
I mean, look, first in damage per minute for top laners, first in damage percentage, second then in gold difference of 15 and solo kills 17, and he's still only second. Shows you how crazy the top side can be, but it does feel like the top diff is very much about it. That laning phase coming into it as well just feels like it's all about kind of making sure the Shy gets that extra little bit of room.
Yeah, and it's all about trying to find that extra extended laning phase for the squad as well. They're in their lane and they're thriving. Like, they're not going to look towards early dragons. You can see the 15th in the league. When you look at the Rift Heralds, they're 13th in the league. If you look at, like, first Rift Herald, they're 15th in the league again. Like, this is not a team that really wants to try and look towards the early objectives or even finding success outside in early skirmishes. They're highly focused on, hey, we can beat you through CSD. We can find these big gold leads through our laning phases, and let's play towards that instead of these other objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, like, because they're not in any way a proactive team in the early game, they are a team that does end up kind of going towards those scaling picks. You look at here, the Gwen, the Seraphine, the Aphelios, things that can and will just take over in those team fights later on.
Yeah, and that's where they're trying to find their success. They will wait until particularly Baron fights to find these big moments where they can take the fight, rely on the individual players like the Shy, as you can see here, popping off in fights alongside Angel, who's been able to step up massively and take the game over from the Baron area. And that's why we're keeping our eyes out here today for Weibo to see if they can find that kind of success, slow the pace down for LNG, so LNG can try and play through the early stages and then have Weibo come alive in those later game team fights.
And it's funny as well, because we have seen very, very recently, their last game of the split was against LNG, which Weibo lost because it was on things, we saw the Shy on Sejuani, on Gnar, on things that just weren't really going to be able to be that big carry like the Kennens, the Jacks and such like that. So really want to see Weibo just honestly recognize it's the Shy or bust, to be perfectly honest. The guy is a monster and the guy is so highly regarded for a reason.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I think from coming into today for Weibo, it's about trying to control that early game. As you said, we saw game one with Sejuani. I don't want him on that. I want him on a carry, and I want to make sure that they're keeping the control of that bot lane and that top side, because otherwise it can be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, well, we're going to deep dive a little bit into LNG in a moment, but we do have an awards ceremony for our regular season's MVP rookie. We're going to send it over to the stage right about now, I think.
Potential.
Maybe.
Oh,
no,
we're
going to
got baited.
I counted 20 seconds in my head, and I was like, I have no idea if this is accurate or not. But we've just been told by our producer we got to keep going a little bit. But yeah, like, we can talk a little bit about our player, of our rookie, and obviously our MVP, Tien, coming into this, and Shanji. Tien still yet to play. But I think for Shanji, we can kind of talk about a little bit, because unfortunately he is out of playoffs. Man was a monster all year.
Well, he is the person that has the most amount of solo kills. Like, this is the guy, and now we're being told to send it right as I start talking again. Perfect.
Hello everyone, and hostess is Xiaoyu. 2022 LPL summer season is really fierce and competitive. We are also returned to the stage of awarding season honors. The first award is the Best Rookie Player of 2022 LPL summer regular season. Let's take a look.
没有打到的，兰博大招打得非常的不错。那一个小五，大反场勾到了小安，这边伤好男主了，去那边沈杰回了一下水，但是自己感觉还是要死。维古斯进场恐到3个人，小五还是倒地了，兰博大招撒下来，小奶又有一个秒表可以再拖一会儿。斯卡这边看几个反击风暴，但是小奶这个位置跟山鸡可能也要死，没杀掉吗？这都没杀掉，山鸡也是锁住了，结果兰博直接打了一个双杀。
再看要死了，哎，大招得交闪了吧？闪现拉开，可以靠着闪现 W 炸死了呀！哎呦，天空一声巨响，哇塞，闪亮登场，这一头直接拦腰撞到了绿毛，绿毛直接倒地，塔三感觉也难走呀。队友过来，小五已经倒地，杜云碧最终还是被这边的 Able 给杀掉。山鸡跟 Able 2个人2打4，要打闪现，想换赖的，交一个近身，山鸡哥完成了收尾。
后续深山哥也很危险，没有闪现被山鸡收下来。
我这打不过这龙女后面怎么这么猛啊？一个打2个，追着咬。有反甲的龙女，
打了，真的是一个进化。
指的狐狸，狐狸还有一段灵动毒气往后走，金角交完了一个秒表，在这个位置其实血量很差。这边的话 ，Shadow 跟 Fearless 一起切猫，猫在车下被击杀了，山鸡哥一个人顶在前面。
好的，让我们欢迎2022。
Let's welcome Shanji from OMG, the best rookie of 2022 LPL Summer Regular Season.
好的，欢迎山鸡选手，在短短的1年时间里，
Welcome. You have joined LPL for almost 1 year, and you have impressed so many spectators by your excellent performance, your amazing champion pool, and really great mechanics. How do you feel right now, and what do you want to say to us right now? Firstly, I'm pretty happy that I can get this honor. I really want to thank my teammates and my coaches. Thank this for their reliance and confidence. This is the most important reason that I can perform at here. Thank you so much. So every year we have so many rookies joining LPL, but this year you have got the best rookie. So what is the most important improvement in this year from your perspective? Actually, I'm really nervous in spring season, but I perform much better in summer season because we have better team synergy and communication. So we really think that we hope you can keep going and you can bring in more surprises for us. Now, we are honored to invite Mr. Sun Zheng, the head of LPL League Operations and Development, to award this honor to Shanji.
好的，有请，请为我们的山鸡选手颁奖。好，请看一下我们。
Please take a picture to commemorate this special moment.
好的，再次恭喜山鸡选手，也感谢孙正先
So
生。
congratulations to Shanji and thank you, Mr. Sun Zheng. Please take a break.
接下来我们即将颁发的是
Now we are going to present 2022 LPL Summer Regular Season Most Valuable Player. Let's reveal his performance in regular season together.
小天要来一波，感觉这波枪宝有点难跑，直接先啃桶，很聪明，交闪现，
这波有点难跑了。
柱子立一下，那这波。
我开
克仗着有新月护卫戳回去了，但是小天来了，海克这边交一个闪现，还是被逼动到墙上，再一个3两大招配合上小天的伤害，拿到海克这个人头，而且 Zoom 上来也直接被打残，沿途又突出了 Zoom 的一个闪现，过来给对方防守中塔压力。小天这个位置 Zoom 勾锁去找，直接被坚定风采给逼动到墙上，再接一个定点沿突。你说这是小天算好的吗？还是 Zoom 跟小天就是巧了？要先打生姜哥突回来，龙日行200血，猴子抢到了，而且那这边也很残，过了接 K， 大招给了，但是这个这边的血量保持的还可以，死高的动作就杀过来，有伤没有盯到，这个直接进场将他破败，这波曹博打的太果断了，直接打了一个0换3，瞬间爆炸，这波准。小天过来还要留一下，来跑这边有点打不太过，
打不过，
但是夹了一下，闪现也被逼了出来，找了个死亡闪现。对潘森的大招啊！
是的，而且猫咪技能也是全的。看一下这波中路，直接锁头。
这波应该是有了，海超没有任何问题。最后人头是给小天拿下1血到手。
看一下这波小天是有一个绕背的。
应该死了。
都没有大招，直接甩。
2个破冰直接给大招，小天收获这个人头没问题。
好的，让我们欢迎
Let's welcome 2022 LPL Summer Regular Season Most Valuable Player, Tian from Top Esports.
好的，欢迎小天。首先还是要恭喜你获得了我们最有价值选手
on
的
being
这
the
个
most
奖项
valuable
嘛。
player
有
in
什么心
summer
情或者
regular
对支持
season?
自己
How do you
的
feel
粉丝
right
想
now?
说呢
And what do you want to say to those fans who supporting you?
很开心吧，就
I'm pretty happy that I can get this award.
很想要拿到这个东西的时候，
I really want to get this matchup previously, but now I get it.
谢谢大家对我的支持。
Thank you so much for your support all the time. 那从2017年开始，小天进入我们的职业赛场开始，一直在砥砺前行当中。有没有什么这5年的一个心路历程，或者说觉得自己最多的进步在哪？
Looking back on the past few years, what is the greatest progress?
肯定最大的区别就是变成熟了，我感觉。
I think I really become more mature since the past few years, and I really want to do more dedication for the teams, no matter in games or the after games. So thank you so much, and we're honored to invite Mr. Gu Ying, the head of LPL Live Broadcast and Content, to award this honor to Tian.
好的，就请为我们的小天颁奖。请二位一同看向前面的
Please
摄
take a
影机，
picture
留
to
下这荣耀的
commemorate
一
this
刻。
special moment.
好的，再次恭喜天选手获得了我们的这个奖项，也谢谢
Congratulations
顾
to
颖先
Tian
生。接
once
下来即将
again,
进入我
and
们
thank
今
you
天的
so
比赛
much, Mr. Gu
，2022
Ying.
年
Today's
LPL 夏季
matchup
季
is
后赛
about to
我们
start.
一同期待。
2022 LPL Summer Playoffs. Please looking forward to it together.
Thank you so much, Christina. Great translation, and always great to see the guys getting recognition. You know, Tien's still in the playoffs, of course, but for Shanji, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. He is still very, very good, and honestly, was right up there, as you mentioned, with solo kills, just ahead of the Shy in the regular split.
Yeah, and it's hard to kind of like look at Shanji and go, this guy doesn't have an amazing career ahead of him. I mean, most solo kills in the league right now, like rookie of this split, like this guy's been absolutely phenomenal, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he is going to kind of pan out and what the future holds for such a talented player.
Yeah. Right, well, we're going to come back into our matchup today because we have talked about Weibo, but we haven't really talked about LNG. And LNG, they've kind of gone a little bit of a 180 in terms of how they've been playing from the regular split. This was a very different team, specifically in the early game for their first playoff game.
And it's something that we started to see when we looked at them playing off against Weibo in the regular split, but it really came full frontal when we were looking at the playoff split here against BLG, where in the early game, at least in the regular season, it wasn't very well coordinated in the early stages. You can see the goal difference for 15 was massive far behind. Their first blood, first terror rates were pretty abysmal. Even their kills per minute weren't great. But when you look at the playoffs, this is where it really came alive. Like 1,400 goal difference at 15. first bloods, first towers, and a huge amount of that was coming from people like Tarzan and Doomby, strong mid jungle, looking to control the early pace of the game, playing for these early skirmishes, unlocking Doomby from the mid lane on picks like the Nocturne, and it feels like that's where we're really going to start to be looking to see if LNG can try and coordinate once more in these early stages, because especially when we look at that regular season game again against Weibo, this is the level that we're seeing from them, this early plays that we're taking over in the map.
And this is the big thing as well. We looked at the regular season, a lot of us were big doubters of this team because they started, honestly, quite poorly. Yes, they went a couple of wins, but it was very much against teams lower down in the standings. And best time to get that momentum shift is at the end, is when you're going up against, the bigger teams, like we said, against Weibo and such. And like you said, even moments like this, where he's going to look at Tarzan coming in, this is a 3v2, and they still come out on top.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible to see how they were able to take the fight to BLG in a lot of situations, especially as we saw Weiwei and Icon trying to get control of the map. It was a lot about Doomby trying to respond to that, Tarzan being consistently in the right place at the right time, and then being able to answer everything that BLG were able to go for. When we looked at early Dragons, early Heralds, early Invades that BLG were trying to make, LNG were always there, and even in their final game of the series, when BLG were trying to make this play work, LNG were able to turn around magnificently and win the game out.
Yeah, it really felt like it was just LNG finally coming together as a cohesive, as a set unit, and I think the biggest conductor, if you will, of this entire thing had to be Tarzan. 100%. Tarzan was so pivotal in those early games, and looking at some of the stats he's able to pick up from that series, just things like the Poppy and the Wukong, it just fit his playstyle so well.
Tarzan looked absolutely spectacular, and I think that was, as we say, the main core component of that success. Playing towards Doomby in the mid lane, unlocking him, making sure he was safe, having phenomenal engages when it came towards these early skirmishes, especially things like the Poppy, getting into great positions so we could find the charge that would get the stun to win the team fight, and then even bringing out picks like the Wukong as well, being able to get great engages in fights in the later portions of the game. It feels like Tarzan is not only kind of taking on the role of conductor in these fights, but also very much taking on nearly a damage role at times when he's on things like the Wukong.
And the big thing as well is that something that I very much was happy to see coming out from LNG compared to the regular split was decisiveness. They were going for plays. They weren't just half-heartedly, like a lot of during the regular split, it was Tarzan committing, two other members kind of going, maybe, and then two others kind of saying, all right, what are you guys doing? Yeah. It was very, very scrappy, but here it was one call and it was made and it was went with.
Yeah, and I love the way they'd already kind of seen Tarzan like link up with Lu Mao in these early stages for these fights, where getting great vision control, allowing Allah to have these great TP wards, setting up for fights. It really felt like LNG as a whole were starting to work together, kind of rallying around Tarzan, and it feels like that's exactly what we need to see today if we're hoping to see that miracle run continue for LNG just like we saw last year.
Yeah, and I think it's a great opportunity for them to do it, because we talked about earlier how Weibo, they don't really do much in the early stages. They're happy to let things kind of go by the wayside, see what advantages they can get from the laning phase. But if LNG want to be able to try and take them out, they need to be proactive. They need to show the kind of same level of agency and just straight up, kind of aggression in those first 15 minutes that will really put them off kilter.
And especially when you look at how we've seen Weibo interact over the course of the split, they have looked a lot stronger towards the end of the split, but I definitely think where we've seen like SOFM starting up Rift Heralds without the support of his laners, where they haven't been able to help him as much as they would like, I think this is where you could see Tarzan, Doomby, especially if he's bringing out like the more kooky picks, the more like Roma oriented picks,
dark
like,
technology,
the Nocturnes, the Talias, these kind of things that can work with Tarzan. I think that's going to be where LNG will be looking to shine. If Weibo though can try and play through their lanes, work towards setting up the Shy, having On interact on the map. This guy has been such a core component for Weibo as well, and moving around the map, making sure that he's helping to slow down or at least dissuade early plays from any sort of aggressive enemies. This is what Weibo will need to try and lean into to shut down LNG.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think the thing is we got to remind ourselves of what's at stake here. It's very, very honestly and very straight. You lose this, your season is done. There's no gauntlet for you. You won't have enough points. Win, and you have at minimum gauntlet. That's the big thing coming in for both these sides. So cannot stress just how important this series, let alone the rest of playoff, is for both of these sides.
And I think as well for LNG, obviously trying to get back to what they expected that they should be, right? This is essentially a super team that was brought together. I mean, this was the team that hit Worlds last year. They brought in Doomby, and then suddenly it all started to crumble. So for this, as a squad, they're going to want to make sure that they can try and push forward into that playoff bout. But also when you look across at Weibo as well, right? Like, they they want to go up against JDG. Like, they were knocked out by JDG in spring, and now LNG and V5 stand in their way of trying to find that revenge and trying to get the Shy back towards Worlds as well would be absolutely spectacular.
Not even just the Shy, though, because if you think about it, Weibo obviously was Suning. They went to the World Finals in 2020. This roster, apart from the Shy and On, is the exact same roster they took there. Angel, SOFM, Hwanfeng, these guys have been literally at the top of their game. And now with the Shy added and On coming in to kind of like, you know, stand up or take the place or to fill the shoes, if you will, of Sword Art, they have got big shoes to fill.
And it's been really interesting to kind of see that adaptation from what was Suning at that time into Weibo. Because, I mean, they had been at the time, but now they got the Shy. Two guys that love to play very aggressive in the lane, step up to be the big carries for the squads. And On, as we talked about, kind of stepping into the role of Sword Art. Well, when you look at like kill participation at 15, like On is the only person on this squad that is not ranked in the bottom 5 of kill participation 15 in the role. On is the one that's like on picks like Pyke, on moving around the map, trying to make sure that he can keep everything in order and everything in check on Weibo's side. So again, we're going to have to keep our eyes on the support of Weibo to see how he interacts and moves around the map, because I think that's going to be a crucial part here, especially when you're trying to contend with Tarzan and Doomby.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the other casters and myself and yourself think in terms of our predictions for this one here. I think it's going to be very close. I actually went with 3-2 to Weibo, and I think the only difference, everyone went Weibo apparently, but I'm the only one who went 3-2 allegedly, and I think it is literally going to come down to the Shy diff.
Yeah, I like the way we've got like every spectrum of Weibo covered. Munch has the 3-0. I got the 3-1 with the other guys, and then you're on 3-2.
Munch had to go 3-0. It's Mojo.
That is fair. Yeah. I mean, he is the Sunni man, right?
Yeah.
If you haven't, do yourself a favor. Look back at Munch roaring for Sunni in a row
I
playoff.
love Suning. It's my favorite. It's my favorite piece of content that Munch has ever made, and he's made some incredible pieces of content. But yeah, honestly, I think a lot of people are definitely favoring Weibo. I think that's to be expected. I will say that I'm actually interested to see this. Not a lot of recency bias. Like we said, LNG just beat Weibo a week ago. Like not even like it wasn't even it was like started the split many different patches ago. It was a week ago, and it was on basically the same patch. So I'm curious to see if LNG can kind of continue that.
And I think the big thing from that was like game 1, we saw Ala bringing out the Olaf as a counter to this Sejuani. It worked out super well. And also just being able to kind of keep the Shy in check while Tarzan was playing heavily down towards his bot side, getting Light very, very far ahead in that matchup against Hwanfeng. And then in game 2, we saw actually a very similar story where Tarzan again was playing towards top side this time, starting to put the Shy behind, making sure Ala was safe, and then immediately turning his attention down towards the bottom side of the map and making sure Light was safe again. So I think for LNG, a huge amount of this again is going to be making sure that you're able to play down towards his bottom side.
Well, we will hypotheticals no longer. I was going to say hypothesize, and my brain just lagged, which is like, no more words for you. But we are jumping into picks and bans. I like the Kalista ban coming in. The Silas, a huge ban as well. Just getting rid of some of these things, and actually interesting enough, the Azir as well, because it is Angel's most played.
The big thing though is that we're kind of still seeing that like things like the Gwen for the Shy are still open, especially if you're going to be first picking the Sejuani, which was actually the trade back in game 2 of LNG versus Weibo. I think going towards something like the Gwen could work out. Did get nerfed on patch 12.15, so we have seen her kind of fall a little bit out of the meta, but a lot of teams are still respecting the Shy's Gwen just because of how good he is with positioning on the champion in team fights, using that Hollowed Mist, and then being able to churn out the damage. Because don't forget, we're seeing a lot more of this one-shot build in the LPL, which could work out well.
I will say, Tarzan has played the Sejuani display in the jungle position and has done exceptionally well with it. So still technically a flex. We'll see what the side of LNG want to kind of go for this one here. The Aphelios and the Vi. We were actually talking about Vi earlier today. The Vi just enables you to just kind of be much more flexible with your composition, and it is straight up just a point-and-click CC. So when you have short-range AD carries like a Lucian, you can sort them down.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the big one here. Again, though, LNG, I think are setting up for a great team fight composition here. Like, Lucian Nami should have good control over the Aphelios in the bot side of the map. I'm curious to see if a Renata gets picked here, but I mean, we already kind of highlighted the Gwen and how good the Shy is, how much he prefers this champion. It's actually the most banned against Weibo, and yeah, it looks like they're just going to grab that one. But it does mean Renata will slip through the ban phase. Slip through the pick phase, which means we'll probably see it banned away here by LNG.
I mean, yeah, it makes total sense. Renata's just so good at just mitigating, especially post-level 6, where you're looking at a Sejuani, a Nami, a Lucian, all things that kind of want to run at you to try and get you down. Great things to be able to kind of turn around those kind of team fights. So the Fiora being banned away, they're actually going to go with the Ahri so far. So they might be looking towards those mid-lane picks to try and say, look, Angel, we can get you in the 2v2.
On Weibo's side, they're agreeing with you, though, Wishing. For your band away, they're like, hey, we aren't convinced that this is actually going to be a Sejuani in the top side. Could be that flex into the jungle. So respecting that, banning the Fiora, banning the Jax, and making sure the Shy will have that comfortable matchup, which again, as we said, is the focal point for Weibo, trying to get the Shy ahead and having him be that big carry. Now with the Nautilus band away as well, we'll have to see exactly what Weibo want to try and go for here. Imagine it'll be the support and then leaving that counter pick for Angel as this starts to go on.
Yeah, of course, Angel's not been having the greatest of splits, if I'm being totally honest here. Definitely looking at things more like the Twisted Fate that's been, and Azir, of course, with Azir being banned. He has had a little bit of an identity crisis, it feels like, in the meta right now.
Yeah, I think overall, though, like, his carry performances in the late game fights are still great on the Azir, like an 83% win rate on the Azir. It's been absolutely fantastic. We're still seeing him pop off in things like the Sylas as well, so he is able to lean into these kind of more skirmish to late game team fight picks. But as you're already looking, Azir, Sylas banned away, Ahri gone. But Angel has always been a person that has a very wide champion pool, and this was actually a pick that I was about to talk about for Angel. The Akali for Angel was a pick that he brought out Worlds 2021, popped the hell off, and has been practiced a lot in solo queue. But Doomby kind of reading this and going, no, we're going to take this away. Could even actually be an Akali up into that top side as well against the Gwen. We'll have to see exactly what the game plan is here.
Okay, so it is going to be Sejuani into the jungle. Weibo called the bluff, and the bluff sadly was showing 2-3 or 8 high or something like that. So LNG gonna go with it. And the thing is as well, that Akali and Renekton, they can flex. They can still go top or mid. I will say that I'm more likely to see the Renekton go up towards that top side, but depending on what the side of Weibo want to go for in the mid lane, you might end up kind of saying, look, we can maybe get that early pressure with the Sejuani Renekton and make something punish in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm curious now what the plan is, though, because I would prefer something like a Lissandra. They're actually going to go back towards it. I think you need extra engage here for Weibo. Like, Vi is nice, but you would like something that can kind of help follow up on that ability to go in towards the backline. Lissandra works really well, while also providing a good amount of that peel as well, because Huan Feng, very short range against an Akali, against a Renekton. That's definitely going to be an issue, and I was actually curious to see, yeah, it is going to be the Akali going into the top side, it looks like, and Doomby taking that Renekton mid. So definitely still preferring these bruisers that we've seen from Doomby, like the Kled and that in the past as well.
I mean, I love what LNG have brought together here, because they've actually identified what we've identified. Weibo don't do anything outside of laning phase. They're kind of saying, cool, if we just win lane and get objectives, we're in a much stronger position. However, the team fight after a couple of items on the side of Weibo is terrifying.
And that's why you have to try and use this top side of the map here for LNG to get these early leads. And that has been the focal point for a large portion of LNG. You have an Akali with 2 other melee champions that can look to take over. You get this Akali ahead for Allah. He's going to be a menace for people like Huan Feng in the team fight. And as well, utilizing the fact that Doomby is going to be very strong towards these first Rift Heralds, towards these first Dragons. And LNG want that to hit the mid game in their stride.
Yeah, we'll see what way everything kind of works out. And honestly, I'm just excited to see this one get into it, because what we saw, the proactivity, decisiveness from LNG in those early game skirmishes. Will Weibo be caught off guard? Will they be prepared to sacrifice a couple of different neutral objectives in order to get them to their further goal of those late game team fights, or will they be kind of overtaken, if you will, by the power and the prowess and the pressure of LNG? I cannot overstate how important this series is. Both these sides really want to get back into Worlds, and they need to start off with a win. You want to start in the best way possible. Get yourself a W. And Dagda, it's our first playoff cast together. I'm so excited.
I'm so ready.
I'm so ready.
Yeah, and look, as you say, I mean, your opportunity to get to Worlds rides on this series. Your pride for LNG, a super team in the making that hasn't really lived up to that term, needs to now find that success. And especially for Weibo as well, like living off the back of the organization's old name, Suning, they want to get back to Worlds. They were in a World Finals in 2020 against Damwon. And since then, it just hasn't been quite the same for this team. But now, with the Shy firing all cylinders, back on comfort on the Gwen, I'm excited to see what Weibo can achieve here.
So obviously we know that Weibo don't really do much in the early game, but LNG can. And I wanted to ask you, where do you expect them to really put their focus? Where do we expect them to kind of put themselves in a position that can get those advantages?
Yeah, so if I'm Angel, I'm terrified because I'm looking at a Renekton with a flash stun, Tarzan coming in over the wall as well. Like, there is a huge amount of focus that can be put through this mid lane, and then trying to lean that in towards the top side, towards the Shy. And the Shy opting towards the Ignite, as we tend to see on Gwen, won't have that safety to try and escape. And if Angel is behind in lane or can't keep control of this lane, it becomes very difficult for the Shy to play up and aggressive in this matchup in the way that he'd want to try and get that advantage in the lane like we expect from the Shy.
I actually love this from the side of LNG because, yes, the Sejuani is an incredibly slow jungle clear. It's not going to be acceptable, but so is the Vi, to be perfectly honest. The Vi doesn't do exceptionally fast either, so you're kind of just saying, look, we don't really need a leash. We get better off just getting everyone into lane, making sure we're getting as much of a push or much of an advantage as we possibly can. I will say, though, the supportal combat at level 1 does feel a little bit better for On, as just have a little bit more trading capabilities compared to the Nami.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's just the Lucian Nami isn't that scary until you hit 3. Until you have full access to your kit, you can get all those Lightslinger procs and make sure that you're in a good opportunity to trade very quickly and effectively. Whereas for Huanfeng and On, you are just trying to poke down with the fact you got the Calibrum, get some advantage in the lane. And again, it's kind of like, hey, look, if we can like not interact with each other, at least in the early stages, LNG are happy. And a lot of people kind of get surprised to see Light starting off with the W. But if you actually look at the W damage that you can get on auto attacks when you land that, with the double shot that you get off of your passive and also then the W damage itself, it actually does more to a champion than the Q, which is why we're seeing a lot of the Lucians start W in these early levels.
Yeah, probably looking at this and thinking to yourself, you know, why would you pick Akali into the Gwen? The Gwen clearly has the pressure. Straight up, Akali's not a champion until 6, in my opinion. But then she becomes abhorrently disgusting with all her mobility, and she will be able to kind of take over that lane from there. But for the moment, for Ala, it's just about surviving, and Tarzan moving himself up here to make sure that he's covering this as, flash in onto the Shy. The Ignite comes down. He doesn't have a flash. This is literally going to be a kill coming out here because he just wasn't looking at his character.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate there, but this is what we're talking about for the Shy. He will be the focal point for LNG. It was the exact same when they played in the regular split. Now SFM trying to make a response.
It's so hard, though, with a Nami. You can't really be going underneath the turret. And you'll be able to pressure and get this wave to crash, but you're not really doing much else. It's a good bubble. It's going to force out the exhaust there from On. But all of a sudden, you can see LNG, they're raring to go.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we wanted to see for LNG. And I love that they are putting their focus into the top side because, like, touching back onto the matchup, this is where it becomes very hard for Gwen to punish the Akali in lane. Because a lot of the way that Gwen runs through the early stages is using the skip and slash, getting your auto attacks down, trying to get your Q damage built up, getting to that 4th stack and then hitting the Akali with it. But when she has that Shroud, when she's able to dash away, it becomes very difficult to try and follow up onto that damage with the Akali. Plus having access to the energy means that she can oftentimes like sustain through the Gwen's mana as well. So overall, it works out pretty early, as you can see, or easy in the early stages. You can see here for Ala, who's able to shove in this wave, reset, and keep himself nice and topped up here.
This is the big thing as well. Like we said, LNG have picked lanes that should be able to win out, that should be able to be proactive. Getting that first blood onto the Catalyst, the heart of everything that has been absolutely fantastic about Weibo on that top side, is great because we've noticed that when the Shy doesn't get ahead, SOFM and the rest of his team kind of just fall into default mode.
I will say there are definitely games though where the Shy will go 0-2, 0-3 and still come back. And
100%.
Gwen is definitely a champion that if you don't close the game out soon, you will find a lot of struggles. And that's basically the big question that I have for LNG here. I love that they are trying to be more proactive, but I need to see them trying to now focus dragons on the bottom side of the map. Use the fact that Lucian Nami have that first reset. You got the Noon Quiver picked up. Cool. They should have really good trading power on this bot side. Utilize that to turn it into an early objective.
See what they're able to kind of work towards it. Of course, early dragons, not really a thing anymore since they give them extra HP. And it takes a far longer commitment to really kind of go for that one there. You can get far better trades off on the map. And just kind of be the first real objective we definitely see being taken a lot of the time is that first Herald, which of course spawns in 2.5 minutes. So wait to see what the side of LNG wants to try and prioritize. But right now, they're listening to you right now, Dagda, because they're doing exactly what you said them to do. They're focusing towards this bot side, and Tarzan is here.
Yeah, there's a big wave pushing in though. So they can't start up the Dragon because they will just lose out massively on this bot side. But Tarzan looks like he will try and make something happen. I think Vi was spotted out though.
Ooh, very close up towards this top side. Shy Not really looking like he's going to be too long for this world, but they will have the perk execution and they have the Dominus. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to go in, but I don't think he's going to have much else to go. And he will be taken out. Really good roam from Doonby, and he is just making this Renekton early game work so well.
And it's so good to see from Doonby as well, because Doonby has been really struggling to find these early impacts at this in this split. Like when we look back at spring, he was 4th in the league for his kill participation at 15 for mid laners. Massive impact in the early stages. We come into summer, he's 16th in the league for kill participation at 15. Now, coming into playoffs, he's been far stronger in that regard. And LNG, though, with the presence of Doonby on the top side, won't be able to contest the Dragon. So at least Weibo kind of flipping the script as well a little bit here. Picking up these early objectives where traditionally they don't focus them at all.
Yeah, great response there from Weibo. It's always good to be able to try and lose something but gain something in return. It's always what we see from our top teams. It's a tit for tat. It's you get this, we get that. And now you got to try and make the dynamic of the game a little bit more interesting. So now, wait to see where they want to try and put their focus in here. As you can see, nearly level 6 here for LNG, and that's when the full-on engage of the Nami, especially with the tidal wave kind of pushing forward light, that's when it can get a bit scary. And if you can get that 6 before the wild growth can come in, that can be huge.
Yeah, Weibo, though, trying to see if they can respond on the map elsewhere. Angel did get that push in mid, but we haven't really known Angel as someone who, apart from on picks like the Twisted Fate, will be very active in the early stages, trying to find these plays. You can see them there trying to struggle a little bit to see how they can utilize Angel effectively. Because, I mean, clearing out this wave, trying to link up with the Shy when he's got big pushes on top side like he does at the moment, could be the opportunity. But you can see Doonby kind of reading this already, saying, hey, look, I need to lean topside. I need to make sure Alec can pick up this wave. And this is where we're starting to see this resurgence in the mid-jungle from LNG, just playing so smart around the map and making sure everyone can stay safe.
I mean, that's the big thing. We, at the start of the year, were looking at Doonby and Tarzan. There was some very legitimate conversations of best mid-jungle combination, best two in class combined. That's how we looked at them. And straight up in summer, it just hasn't really looked like that. It really just felt like they were just on 2 different pages, not covering their side lanes, but it feels like now in playoffs, they're making that transition back.
And for Tarzan as well, I mean, in 2019, lost in the quarterfinals at Worlds to the Shy. I definitely think he's going to be a little bit of a personal vendetta against the Shy on that top side, and already we can see LNG leaning top here for that Rift Tower. The Shy might be in trouble again.
He's in a lot of trouble. Remember, he doesn't have Flash here, so he's going to flash in. He doesn't have himself any immunity, and that's going to be another kill for Allah. A flash by Angel, and SOFM has to disengage as well. LNG just own this top half of the map. They are just bullying the Shy.
And hang on.
I mean, they're going to try and go into this. Doonby is still very scary. They're going to try and burst him out, and it looks like Allah just stayed a little bit too far forward. They're going to try and jump now on top of SOFM, who should be stunned in and traded back. So, yes, you kill down the Akali, but you've lost your jungler.
Yeah, I mean, still a big advantage for LNG. They should be able to move over towards this Rift Tower and pick this up as well, especially now that SOFM is dead, no TP on the Shy. And this is just fantastic play from LNG. Again, we talked about playing through this top side of the map. Using the fact you have 3 melee champions for a Sejuani makes you incredibly potent in these skirmishes, and LNG are just playing to that beautifully.
Have a look at the replay here, and again, look, this is just the Shy, just not really respecting that he wants to clear the wave, but it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I think the idea here was, look, let's try and bait in topside, because look at where Angel is, look at where SOFM is. They're like, okay, we can make a play happen. Just didn't expect LNG to be there first. They'd skirted around that ward the Shy actually had placed at the back of River there. You can see just off to the right-hand side of the tower. And I think that's where they're expecting the attack to come from, but just kind of caught with his pants down. And then SOFM going in way too deep here as well. Yes, as you say, gets the Akali, but I mean, a kill onto the Vi is definitely not worth the Blade of the Rune King now being completed for Doonby.
I mean, as well as that, yes, you get the Akali, but because your jungler's dead, the Rift Herald's completely uncontested. You pick up that objective now, and then the game plan from LNG, which has been this early game to get the advantages specifically in topside, is just going to be able to be accelerated even more. So right now, they are going to continue to put down the hurt onto the Shy because there's just nowhere for him to go, nowhere for him to be, and this is the problem when your Gwen's getting countered because the Gwen just can't do anything.
I mean, this has been the focal point for LNG in this regular season. Now we're seeing it again here in the playoffs, and I mean, it just has been heartbreaking to see that the Shy hasn't been able to get up to the point where he's been able to put the damage forward. Because when you look at the Shy on Weibo, like, he has been 30% of the team's damage, first in the league. His goal difference at 15 has been massive, 400, second highest in the league for a top laner, and that's what has been the lifeblood of Weibo.
I mean, they're not going to stop though on the side of LNG. The exhaust comes out, and it's very much needed. Angel was going to die had he not had that little summoner there, the summoner spellbook coming in clutch, but now you're losing that for the next fight, maybe at around Dragon in 30-40 seconds.
Yeah, and LNG trying to see if they can train on bot side to find that victory, but Huanfeng doing a great job of trading back, and I think this is where we need to see Huanfeng step up. With the Shy now in shambles, it now has to rely on Huanfeng to be that late game damage. And Tarzan's now here.
Tarzan's here. He doesn't have flash, though. He will get the knock up with the Arctic Assault, and they're going to force the flash out as the tidal wave was coming. Huanfeng held it for as long as he could, but he recognized if he didn't flash then, he was never going to flash at all.
Especially with the stun that was going to be able to come through from Tarzan. But with Dragon now up, Huanfeng low, I just don't see a way that Weibo can try and contest this.
I mean, I can't really give any more praise to the LNG right now. LNG have just turned, not even just a page, a completely different book.
It's just LNG World Buff, man. Yeah. Like we saw it in 2021.
What's that? It's the world's on the line? Let's go.
I mean, look, when you're looking at the talent that is on this squad, you expect them to be at Worlds. Like, this was always meant to be the super team, one of the super teams, I should say.
I was going to say,
in the LPL.
Plenty of them.
Yeah, but, well, they just knocked out one of the other ones in BLG, true. Right, to get here. And now looking at Weibo, Doomby moving up top side, he wants to punish the Shy again.
He wants to go for him again. The Shy does have Ignite, does have Needlework as well. So should be able to do something here if they try and look for something, but they get the immunity out of him, and then, yeah, there's nothing you can do. They got the tower aggro onto Doomby. The Renekton is just too damn strong, especially with that Blade of the Ruined King. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Bork. It's also the fact that you have, as you say, the health bar, the tankiness that comes through. Allah having a ton of damage. And it's only the Leeching Leer that was there for the Shy as well. It's not like you have a ton of that healing that can try and sustain you through a dive like that. And between the CC and the damage that offers between Akali and Renekton, just don't stand a chance. So, I mean, the Dragon, though, does go to Weibo again, which honestly I think could now become a bit of an issue for LNG, because you are an incredibly short-range composition. So for Weibo, if they just avoid fighting you at Dragons, they're able to keep control and like keep burger flipping essentially Baron. I think they could be able to slow the pace of this game down a lot when we get to the mid game.
Well, that's the big thing. Yes, LNG have the gold lead, but it is basically all focused in on that top side. It is a 4-1-2 Akali, 100% kill participation there for Allah. Allah's got a lot of pressure on him now. He has to be the one to make things happen. He has to be the one to kind of dominate in the top side. Thank you so much for bringing up the gold. It is literally a 2,000 gold difference just in top side alone. The Rift Herald going down bot side, great to give Light and Lumao some kind of resources, but in my opinion, now it's going to be on LNG to make sure that this Akali is effective. And this Akali's not doing anything outside of just killing the Gwen, which is worth probably, what, 180 gold at this point? It's not really that relevant.
Yeah, I think the big one that we're going to have to focus on is that Rift Herald in a minute and a half. Like, this is where LNG can look to crack open the game. I think you have to use a mid lane, though. Like, try and create this long lane, give the opportunity to start, like, moving around the map, getting deep vision, looking for dives, especially if Weibo just aren't going to play ball at these next couple of Dragons. Like, just get ways to continue putting pressure onto side lanes. And you see the Shy.
Oh my God, he knows
I mean,
he's there.
what, 5th bitten, twice shy?
Yeah.
Is that where we go?
I mean, he's 0-5-0. It is a Riftmaker with Sword Shoes. This is where the point, this is normally the point where the Akali kind of goes, okay, I own this matchup. There's not really a lot you can do, but you're already so far behind now as well. A tower not long for this world either. And now Weibo are kind of saying, okay, we need to try and make something happen in this top side. We need to try and save people as Light. He's going to get Gale Forced on and Moonlight Vigil. It's going to cost the culling there from Light. And honestly, I must say, Huanfeng and On have done exceptionally well at just mitigating this Lucianami pressure.
I mean, that was a big play as well, because, I mean, if you see the dive coming in on top side from Weibo, they'd love to try and make a response play for LNG in the bot side, but Light taking a good amount of damage and getting that wave pushed in means there's no real response with SOFM hovering on this top side. Doomby, though, will find Angel.
Yeah, oh, this is the Blade of the Ruined King damage, though. That Bork does so much, especially because you can proc it. Don't forget your W, the stun from Renekton, counts as auto-attacked. It will proc the passive off of the Blade of the Ruined King, so you have to be so aware of that.
And especially if it's an empowered W, it counts as 3 different procs as well. So incredibly strong on this champion. And well, like, one of the big reasons we've started to see Renekton creep back into the meta is because, well, one, his like control over early objectives, with early objectives being more valuable, but also just how strong this Blade of the Ruined King, Sunfire Aegis, or, you know, Frostfire Gauntlet build is. Just having the extra damage coming through the Bork, having the slows, having that AoE damage coming through is so good for this Renekton, and makes it very hard to deal with off of 2 items, especially as you can see for like the likes of Weibo, how quickly you can stack up these dragons. Well, Renekton then can come alive at 3rd, 4th dragon, but it has to be a bit of a quicker paced game. And for Weibo, I mean, they're the ones that actually have control of objectives, so for them, they're happy to just say, hey, hands off, we'll wait the next 15 minutes out, we'll push this game to 30 minutes before we have to contest the soul, and then look at where the Shy will be, then where will Huanfeng be.
I love that about the Renekton as well. The more things change, the more they stay the same. It's just how it is with Renekton. It's like, he's terrible, but not in the LPL. If Renekton's ever going to be valuable or viable, it's going to be in the LPL. So
I think I was talking to Emily Rand, and she was just like, the reason LPL Renektons hit different is they just hold flash for dragons.
Yeah.
That is basically it. It's like, hey, if you can just play around that dragon, like with the Renekton, you're going to be in great shape. If you have flash for dragon fights, you're far more valuable. But we'll have to see if Doomby is going to make it rock. I just don't think, honestly, for the next dragon, like in a minute's time, I'd be very surprised if we see Weibo contest this. Like at the moment, it just feels like you go, okay, hands off, we'll just move elsewhere on the map, maybe look for a player in the Shy, get this guy back into the game, because a 0-5, you know, a CS deficit as well, the Shy just isn't really relevant.
Yeah, I will say though, yes, you can wait till 15 minutes or 10 minutes after this next dragon, I suppose, for 3 dragons to go down. Then you're like, okay, now we can test for soul. Dragons are a hell of a lot more powerful, especially if you're stacking them. So if you get 3 mountain drakes, that's kind of
27% bonus armor or magic resist.
That for a Sejuani, for a Renekton, that's huge. Like, it's just a huge amount of extra stats given to you, especially the later the game goes on. So you can see now that Weibo, I feel like they're kind of aware of this right now. They're saying, look, we're going to fish, see if we can catch them out, because you still have a Lissandra and a Vi, 2 things that can do exceptionally well at just picking a target and bursting them out.
Yeah, I mean, you're still only just completing your first item here for the Shy. You got to needlessly, like nearly the Shadow Flame completed for Ala. This topside difference is so huge, and even when you look at the impact Lycan have in this fight versus Huanfeng, I don't know if this is the best idea.
We'll see. They might not believe you, though, right now, because they are stacking all 5 members. They do not have control over this river, though. And you can see just how dark it is, how hard it is for them to know what is going on. I think the Dragon is basically already dead, and with Doomby playing Bouncer, there's not really much place for you to move forward. I think your best bet's trying to move mid, but no, they're going to try and maybe look for a fight here. The Shy goes in, but he's very much by himself. Needlework comes out, and the Ignites. You've lost your ultimate and your Summoner. Not really an ideal situation. You don't really gain anything off it either.
That's why I wanted to see Weibo playing elsewhere in the map. They're just not strong enough at the moment, like compositionally, also with the state of the game, to try and fight at this moment. They had a massive wave that crashed into that top side. Like, that could have been your moment to go, right, we're not actually going to commit for Dragon. We'll commit instead towards that top side. And maybe they were worried about, hey, look, you know, Dragon goes, take Dragon, immediately a Rift Tower comes down mid or bot side for Tarzan, you can take 2 plates. But I think at this stage, like, trying to hedge your bets a little bit, get something back for yourself on the map is far more valuable, because inevitably, like, off these resets, you're going to see Tarzan go mid. I mean, you don't have the range to really contest some sort of Herald push in mid lane right now.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that it did feel like they were just waiting for something to happen, maybe a misplay to come out, because again, it's the LPL, this is LNG, again, it's Weibo versus them, so Weibo should be feeling more confident. They were definitely the far and ahead better side in the regular split, but it definitely feels like it's LNG being more proactive. It's LNG dictating the pace, and now with a Shadow Flame finished up here on top of the Akali, this Akali can pretty much one-shot everybody.
Like, Ala's terrifying. Like, a 4-kill Akali is terrifying regardless of the point of the game. And now they're going to have to find a way to try and deal with her. I think, the silver lining for Weibo is the fact that objective control hasn't been stellar for LNG on this bottom side of the map, and that could give them some sort of leeway. But I think once we start to see these Rift Towers going down, and once you actually start to, as it's going down in mid, actually get these plays coming through from LNG, it becomes so much more difficult to hold on to structures, hold on to control of the map, and then you get to lean into sides as LNG and try and take these towers down.
There you go. So LNG now 2 towers, and there's no real response, because actually we saw Angel resetting from topside, because topside tower is actually really healthy right now, and they get a second charge as well. So that tower in mid, second tower, is going to be very easy for them to take should they get a good rotation. And just LNG dictating the top side of the map, using the advantage of Ala, using it and saying, look, you don't have a Gwen right now. We have an entire item ahead of you. You have to respect it. So Weibo, they're just backing themselves away. That being said, though, they TP'd Angel down towards this bot side. They're looking to try and collapse onto Ala and Doomby, but you got to be so careful with this one. They've committed so much onto the Renekton, who's got himself an ultimate, and he's just so tanky. He won't go down. And Angel, you TP'd in for nothing. That's 2 more kills for the Akali, and the AoE slow of the Glacier glacial prison is just massive. LNG have torn Weibo apart. Weibo didn't know what they were doing.
Weibo just had to not give LNG the fight that could break open this game, and they just did it. LNG now can move over towards the Baron. The Shy can't contest. He's on his own with Wanfeng, and LNG, they are looking dominant in playoffs so far.
They are looking insane right now. This is again Weibo with the Shy, a guy who was coming out on top of the charts regardless of role in every single metric. And they're just making them look like WE. No offense to WE, but it's just how it is. And this is a play, like, they kind of go for it, but then it's Angel and SOFM. Everyone else backs away.
I mean, this is just such an overextension. They're trying to make a pick, but they have no idea where the rest of LNG are on the map, and they're able to collapse so quickly. Ala again, decimating people alongside Doomby in these early skirmishes, and then Tarzan as well. Great play here. Man, it doesn't connect with the Sejuani ult, but gets that big AoE slow that allows the chase down to happen. And from this point on, I mean, LNG now dragging in a minute and a half, Baron buff to start pushing in these waves. They've already got mid turret, they got bot tower, like, they are so drastically far ahead.
6,000 gold at 22 minutes. They even have a Baron to keep pushing on top of that as well. This is LNG looking like a completely different team. This is not the same team. If you turned off nameplates, as we all love to say, this isn't the LNG from regular split. This is such a different style, such a different focus from these guys, and it's so refreshing.
And this is the exact same conversation we had in 2021 when it was Icon in the mid lane with this squad, how they stepped up massively, having that miracle run, and it feels like once more we might be getting the inklings of that again. And I think it's just fantastic to see, especially when you look at guys like Poppy, Easy Hoon, coaching staff, they're behind the scenes to make this sort of stuff happen.
Moonlight Vigil was good. You can see now Angel looking for something on, almost taken out. The tidal wave's going to be trying to disengage there from Light, but he gets taken out. That's going to be a nice little kill here coming out here for LNG, or sorry, for Weibo, as LNG now starts to group back. They're going to jump back onto the Shy, who's just been bullied this whole time. Doomby is 1v4 on the backside and winning. It was a proactive play from Weibo, but it does not matter because LNG are just so far ahead.
I mean, they have no damage. And this is kind of the big thing that we've been seeing a lot from Weibo, is that the Shy, it's one or done. Like, Wanfeng, the AD carry that we saw step up at Worlds in 2020 that made him a name for himself on picking things like the Jhin, hasn't found his success this split at all on Weibo Gaming. Like, you look at his damage percent from Spring, 27%, not a huge amount, but significantly higher than 23% that he's doing this split. That's what we're starting to see from a lot of top laners at the moment, not AD carries that are playing things like Aphelios, Jinxes, Zeris. And you can see here, he's just not having that opportunity as Tarzan comes in over the side. They try to all in on towards the backline here again. Light gets the opportunity to flash away. And look, yes, the Shy does get it, but now Weibo spread all over the place. Doomby is chasing everyone around to that backside as LNG finish off low health members.
I mean, yes, like you said, you got Light, but look at everything that was committed. You had the cease and desist from the buy. You had the glacial prison, or the excuse me, the glacial tomb coming out here from Angel, and then the Shy puts in the Glor. That's 3 massive ultimates to kill 180 carry, who I'm going to be honest with you, isn't exactly my priority. Now you're going to try and get onto your priority. This is the person you need to try and kill, and they will shut him down. Importantly, that goes over to Wanfeng. That is 1,000 gold shutdown.
Massively as well. Look at where the Shy is. Shy's in top side pushing in. Now you can easily defend your bot side. So really good pick from Weibo, again, to try and slow down the pace of this game. Get some of these objective bounties for yourself and try and claw your way back into this game. It's just, you are so far away. I mean, look at the items between the Shy and Ala, right? You're 3 items nearly onto Ala. You've an item and a half on towards the Shy, but this, at least for Ala, just a bit of an overextension. Tries to get the pick onto Wanfeng. I mean, look, we've all been there. Your Fed is all hell on an
I'm not going to blame him for
You're
that,
like, I can get this, but not quite able to get the kill.
I'm 3 items.
Yeah, it does slow down, though, what LNG are, how quickly LNG can try and push this game forward. But I think with the control they now have, like, taking 2 tier 2s, the tier 1 or tier 2 and top side, the only one left standing, gives you so much control over top side, like for things like Baron. You can't really face check on Weibo as well, because anyone on Weibo face checks, you're going to end up being murdered immediately by Ala's damage, Tarzan, Light. Like, there's so much upfront burst that can come through. So with the control LNG have, I don't even know if they need to use dragons as this, like, forced objective to try and find fights. I think Baron is actually going to be more than capable of them either just going immediately towards it or even just bursting it down as well.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, looking at the, well, you know, the bounty objectives coming out here as well from from Weibo. Does get them within about 5,000 gold, 5.5. So definitely crawling it back a little bit. You have 2 items now onto the Shy. Much more relevant than he was a while ago. But still, look, I love the itemization that's coming out here from Doomby and Tarzan. Doomby and Tarzan going for full utility slash just straight up tank. Doomby saying, look, if I can just survive on the backside, make sure that no one's able to do damage with this Randuin's Omen, I'm doing my job. I don't have to be the carry because we did all that hard work for Allah. That's why he is it. Now, though, LNG are getting a little bit complacent, as we can see now 5 members of Weibo committing to this top side, and I love this from Weibo because there's no response.
And this is actually some of the things we saw from LNG in the middle of the split as well, where they get to this mid game, you think, okay, we can try and push sides. You've got like Renekton and the Akali. In theory, you should be able to win out in side lanes, but they wouldn't sync up their lanes. LNG had gone for a full reset. Doomby's pushing up past River, and Weibo are like, great, this is our time to strike. So another pick goes across. Now that gold lead, 5,000 gold, thanks to objective bounties and thanks to the fact they found a couple of these picks, big shutdowns from Allah on towards Wanfeng. And look, I'm not saying that they're going to be able to fight. I don't think at the next Dragon either, just with the way things are going. But, I mean, Wanfeng nearly at his 3rd item. Like, he's getting to a point where he's dangerous. The Shy as well, still a ways off of things like the Void Staff, but he's also getting kind of strong. So, you're not quite out of the woods yet, LNG. And the fact that you're making these slight mistakes and giving time to Weibo is going to start to cause issues.
I mean, that's the big thing right now. It's time, it's resources, it's a little bit of money. We can see with the IE now finished off. Ooh, Glacial Prison not going to quite land there, but commit 2 ultimates to try and pick some people off. And you can see just how much Weibo have to stay together. They can't really leave this 4-man group. Yes, Gwen can go off to a side lane, but Gwen's kind of the only one.
But that's the thing. They're basically going, hey, look, the Shy, you take your time. You go off to a side. You find all the farm you want. Get the levels that you need. Because at the moment, you're 2 levels behind Allah. But we'll deal with the rest.
So FM, he's going to be stunned up here. Does not have flash, and he gets taken out. And On tried to flash in for the wild growth. Not quite in time. And now you're out of jungler, and there's Baron on the table.
Yeah, and this is where we got to see now if Weibo can actually try and contest this, because a second Baron for LNG is going to be devastating as they start to move in towards the base. You don't have those outer structures to kind of weather the storm, so Weibo trying to see if they can move in. They need to find a ton of burst damage with the Shy.
Oh, here we go. The Shy goes straight in, but he gets stunned up before he can really do anything. Allah's jumped onto the backside onto Angel to maybe make something work. He gets the perfect execution after he's exhausted. Oh, I saw that Q coming out there from the Aphelios. Allah, though, getting chased down by the Shy, but the Shy has been shut down. A cleanse from Huanfeng, but he's still in the slow. He has to flash away, but he's been followed over by a mad woman on a pig. And now Angel's all alone in the world. As you can see, finally SOFM respawns, but I don't think it's going to be enough. That's Baron. That's several kills. LNG, they took their foot off the gas, then straight back onto Weibo's neck.
And you've got 3 dead now for Weibo. Baron buff, and look at the size of this wave. I think LNG just end here.
I mean, it's a huge wave. You have 2 cannon minions, caster minions as well, doing more damage to structures. You don't exactly have wave clear here. Yes, Angel will do a little bit, but it's all ranged minions. It's not really going to be a lot there for them to do.
Big mistake from SOFM. Might have just cost that Weibo game 1.
See what they want to go for. Nexus turret number 1 does go down. LNG are going to back up. Death timer's not quite at their longest. They're going to back themselves away, reset, and try get for this dragon. But a TP coming in mid. That's just to cover the wave. You can see it. Weibo are saying, look, we need to take this dragon. We need to take it now.
Yeah, try and stop LNG from being able to get into that position. Both TPs were burnt by LNG in that last passage of play, so they're going to be slow. But as we say, the dragon's health is up. Like, it's a lot slower to take down, but yeah, I think they should be fine here. It's just a case of trying to get out of there at the same time. But yeah, with all 5 members of Weibo here, they'll be able to escape away from this. It shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Well, almost losing the game there, but the Baron's still ticking for another minute and a half. Your top lane inhibitor turret has gone down, as has your inhibitor. And now LNG, they're not going to be too upset with that, to be perfectly honest. Yes, it does delay them their soul, but at the same time, they get so much. It's now a 10,000 gold leader just underneath it. You're on 3 items for pretty much everybody. And again, redemption coming out for Tarzan. He knows what his job is. His job is to keep his carries alive.
The thing is, though, for LNG, you're going to start running out of this Baron buff. A minute, so you got 2 more waves to work with, but you're now going to have to try and utilize fully the fact that you have super minions on the top side to try and spread Weibo thin. But again, you don't have a composition that's very good at sieging, right? Like, Light's very short range, 3 melees on the rest of your map. Like, you don't actually have someone that can safely step up and auto-attack these turrets. So for LNG, they are heavily reliant on things like the Baron to close this one out. And right now, I just don't see how LNG can push the game forward further unless they can crack open one of these turrets now.
See a huge wave there trying to be thinned out. Going to cause 3 members, which means you don't have the numbers to defend mid. So I like what's happening here from LNG. They synced up the waves fairly well and kind of said, cool, we can crack open another inhibitor. They might even get the bot lane. This could be 3 inhibitors off of this Baron push. And yes, you are getting to a 3-item of Gwen. You are getting to a 3-4-item of Felios. But it's not going to matter because you just have double super minions. We're going to go for a full fight. Here we go. Jumping straight in. Doomby wants to end the game right here, right now. Redemption comes out just to heal. Actually, to do damage, excuse me. That's a redemption offensively by Tarzan. And now they're on to the Nexus turret. There's only one left, Dagda. And they're going to try and go for this one. But it's a Hail Mary coming out now from Weibo. They need to defend for their lives. But I don't think their lives are going to be there for much longer. They cannot survive. LNG find themselves a fantastic early game. And they take the advantage in this series.
LNG are keeping that playoff buff alive, coming in looking great against BLG and a fantastic game 1 against Weibo. And look, I was trying to say they may not be able to find their footing in the mid game. They haven't played for those early dragons, but using Rift Heralds to break open the map, finding great picks in the mid game and pushing this game forward with being able to pick up those early Barons, LNG made that look easy.
I mean, what an incredible turnaround for this team so far. Look, it is only game 1 of a best of 5, but just such an incredible change of pace. It's a completely different team, and honestly, I just can't believe how just cohesive and well they looked. Like, just how greased up and honestly just well running.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there was 1 or 2 mistakes in the mid game where they were getting caught out, but overall, this was a great game from LNG. We saw them playing towards that top side in the early stages, shutting down the Shy super effectively. Doomby getting good opportunities on this Renekton as well to start leaning in towards things like the Rift Herald to set that one up for themselves. And then when we got towards that mid game, they just knew they were stronger. It was like, hey, look, if we find anybody at all, just go for the engage. Tarzan was in a great spot. They turned around a ton of these early plays as well. It was just brilliant stuff from the squad.
I mean, it comes back to what we talked about. When the Shy is focused, when the Shy isn't the carry and able to make those calls, everyone goes on default. Everyone goes a little bit too lackadaisical, I suppose, for my liking. It just feels like everyone just went a bit too on kind of autopilot. Like Huanfeng, yes, he got the 3 items, but apart from 1 or 2 Moonlight Vigils, wasn't really effective.
Well, that's the thing. It's like we talked about this composition. You just don't have damage later, right? Like you need to, or sorry, you have damage later. You don't have it at the immediacy that you need it with for Weibo. Like Huanfeng needs 3-4 items. The Shy needs 3-4 items. And look, the Shy, as you can see, definitely doing a hell of a lot of damage with this needle work, but it was just too little too late. And especially when you look at like the big health bars you're seeing on Tarzan and Doomby, they're absorbing a ton of that. And unfortunately for them, the kind of go graph speaks for itself. A nice steady climb there for LNG.
I mean, you gotta start thinking about for Weibo, what's the plan here? Because regardless of sides, blue or red, you camp the Shy and the rest of your team just seems to fall apart. The guy is just such an important and pivotal piece to how your team works and how it functions. And honestly, I got to give big props over to the side of Allah as well, because Allah, he did his job. He did what he needed to do. He got ahead, and then he became a monster where he was just jumping onto backsides. Even around that Baron fight, we saw Angel use, or sorry, On using the exhaust, Angel using the ultimate. Everyone was just focusing everything onto him, and he still got it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see people that can go 1 and 8 in a game and then have 33% of the team's damage, a huge amount. Like, even the damage to gold ratio was insanely high. He did a fantastic job of trying to find success in the mid game, but the problem was he'd already been set behind so magnificently in the early stages by LNG. So I think coming into game 2, we need to see SOFM leaning up towards that top side, trying to play more aggressive there, but even like just looking for cross maps more. Like we saw these dragons being set up and nobody on Weibo Gaming is actually trying to play for top side. You know, we never saw Angel with the push he had mid trying to lean and help out the Shy, trying to find some sort of response. So I definitely think that now this is the big test for Weibo. Can they actually start to interact on the map early? Because otherwise LNG are just going to run away with it like they did here.
The mini meta. My favorite thing about best of 5s, these little tiny little microscopes of metas that you end up having just because of the 2 teams that are playing. I absolutely love it. But yeah, great start for LNG. Weibo got a lot to think about in the break, and so do you. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we're going to have picks bans for game 2.
Who you ask? Every player has one shared desire: to lift trophies. And playoffs is your chance to make that dream into a reality.
I think top esports looks so unbelievably strong. It's hard to just kind of go against them. I don't think teams are going to be ready for top esports. I don't think they're going to be ready for the pace at which they play the game. Like, I honestly think this could be the summer of top esports.
If the meta hits that style, they can win like MSI, right?
if the meta's a little bit off from that style, they can still make that style work.
I actually feel like JDG are the team out of these three that are the most versatile in terms of who can carry. Is V5 doomed? Like, this should have been a team that we 100% saw at Worlds. And now, I mean, I see a lot of people not even putting them in their top 4.
The LPL are kings again.
Trying to get a range of that play, but in with the craft of the Inferno, in fact, on the Moonlight Vigil. Yukal onto Gala, wants a solo kill for himself, but Gala just turns it around, and Yukal has to flee. And now RNG, once again at a disadvantage, once again find the play.
V5, they have just domineered.
They get a
God.
full ignite.
Oh my God!
But your fate has been sealed, Shing, and you have nowhere to go. Flandre's just too damn big.
Playoffs is where your year culminates. You may have dominated the regular season. You may have us thinking you're the best in the region. But if you don't show up in playoffs, will anyone really remember? So whether you're looking to reclaim former glory or prove yourself on the biggest stage, show up and be remembered.
They already forced a flash out. They've already got first blood. Weibo.
Man, I'm so mind blown by Ygal's split. Like,
I was gonna say,
he's not even just being like a good role player or like good for him. He is actually carrying game.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See you later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off.
Jaculov with an insane performance on the Sipper. This is why we highlighted this guy coming into the day.
Always thought that you were safest left behind your walls. Spend your hours running circles in your empty halls. Be the friend of who can reach you. You don't hear the calls. Open up the gates, you'll keep on turning it up. Yeah, you're throwing me looks from across the room. Gotta have it, have it. Ooh, this is not what I do. Something special about you, drawing me in like a magnet, magnet. I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still try to pull myself away, yeah, but I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. I can't help it. When every single thing you do is magic, it feels like magic. Ooh, I've been trying my best to break out of your spell. Can't figure out what you're up to, up to. But ooh, as far as I feel, all your magic is real, and I couldn't escape if I want to, want to. 'Cause I see it in your eyes, it's got me. I still
우선 첫 번째로 뱀픽이 제일 중요한 것 같고, 뭐 코치가 하는 뱀픽일 수도 있겠지만 그런 걸 떠나서 선수들이 어떤 챔프풀이 되는지, 아니면 이 팀이 어떤 전략을 쓸 수 있는지, 이런 부분이 가장 중요한 것 같고, 그런 걸 통해서 이제 코치가 뱀픽을 만들었을 때 얼마나 여러 가지 경우의 수가 있는가, 아니면 또 어떤 팀 상대로 이런 뱀픽 할 수 있는가, 이런 것들이 중요한 것 같고, 그 외에는 선수들이 당연히 해야 할 일, 그 코치들이 진에서 당연히 해야 할 일로 포함이 된다고 생각해서, 물론 뭐 멘탈 문제라든지 뭐 실력 문제 이런 것도 있다고 생각은 하지만, 근데 그거는 해결하지 못하면은 바로 떨어질 거라고 생각하기 때문에, 뭐 전략을 얼마나 잘 해낼 수 있는지 약간 그런 것들이 중요한 것 같아요.
Got to figure out your picks and bans. Depends on the person, depends on the champions you have available to yourself, and of course, depends on the strategies you want to go for. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming off of LNG winning game number 1 in a very dominant fashion. I don't think we can put it any other way. Weibo got some explaining to do, but we got to talk about our MVP, because I didn't hear who it was. I'm going to make a guess. It's Allah. I'm gonna say Allah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Allah, but we'll have to see exactly who was our MVP. I think either way, LNG played a phenomenal game. Shutting down the Shy seems to be the goal plan that we've seen for a lot of people, and it's actually Doomby who picked it up. So again, kind of trying to play into that strategy of, hey, we want to try and lean towards side lanes. We want to make sure that we're able to shut down the Shy early, play towards these top side objectives, and then you could see in these fights when we got into them, Doomby doing such a good job of just commanding space, right? Like 1v4, we looked at in one of these fights, like making sure that LNG weren't able to follow up. That is a sick transition. And then also going for several of these dives on the top side to make sure Allah could get them.
I mean, that was the big thing, is that we saw Doonby. We were actually talking about it a little bit before we went on broadcast. Didn't get a chance to really talk about it here, but Doonby has moved away from his roaming champions a little bit, but he is still finding opportunities with the new champions he's picked up to make impacts around the map, be it within the lane or be it roaming as well. And the fact that they just set Allah up for success, they set him up to be the carry of the team, meant that, like you said, he was just controlling space and he just did his job exceptionally well.
Yeah, it's great to see Doomby going back towards that style that, I mean, made him a household name in League of Legends, right? Like where he is roaming, where he is playing for sides. Because when you look at like him in summer, like the champions that you expect him to be mastery of, you know, like Rises, TFs, these kind of things that can try and play towards side lanes, Gallios, things where in the past you'd be like, you cannot give this man this pick. He hasn't picked up a win on any of these champions over the course of summer, like over a course of 5-6 games on these champions. And it's just been great to see him kind of finding his stride again, both in the Weibo regular season game and definitely over the course of playoffs here as well, like playing towards Al in that top side, getting him roaming. And this was something that we expected to be the game plan for LNG. Like when we saw this team on paper, it was like, cool, like Doomby's just a better version of Icon. Let's just go for this style. Let's make sense.
It was a straight upgrade. Like as we all looked at it, this on paper was a straight up, yes, better than the other one. And obviously within playoffs, that is still holding true. But it is just nice to see, and very just refreshing to see that Doomby is still there, is still relevant in that space. And now for Weibo, honestly, your game plan has to change up something fierce because, in my opinion, like the Renekton's becoming a bit of a problem. Angel just couldn't do anything, was basically irrelevant until some of those big mistakes in the mid game coming out from LNG. So I feel like you gotta ban the Renekton. It just enables Doomby way too much.
I don't even think the problem is Renekton specifically. I think it's just a plan that Weibo came in with, right? Like you can't just leave the Shine on Island like that. Like SOFM needs to try and cover from, especially in things like the Vi that can actually try and match toe to toe in the early stages. Like we saw Angel and SOFM, 2-3 times try and get to that top side, but we're just just consistently outpaced by LNG. So we need to see them have a bit of a better time, like better vision control, better roam timers from guys like Angel. Get on out onto the map. Like, this is one of the games where we saw On and Wonfeng going for this Lulu Aphelios, and it was like, well, I mean, he didn't really do anything, right? Didn't look great in lane, didn't really have the impact that we want from On in those early stages, where he is kind of playing that like decoy on the map, trying to shut down a lot of what the opposition's trying to do.
Yeah, and I think the thing is as well is that it's kind of the quote-unquote the bait of the Vi. The Vi is fantastic at just getting that engaged. It means you have got the opportunity to say, look, we can take an Enchanter. We don't have to rely in so many historical matches. You always think of the best LPL supports. They're always hard engaged. Ming, Mako, you know, Chris, they're always hard engaged supports. But the Vi kind of enables you to go for something a little bit more different, a little bit more maybe stronger in the laning phase. But like you said, just didn't really work out for the side for On and for Weibo. So I want to see maybe a little bit more. Honestly, I would even prefer them to see. Fair enough, the Viego has definitely slipped down in terms of priority, but put SOFM back on the Viego. Put a hard engaged support down on bot side. Get those things that you know you can work with and work from there, because it just felt like they were trying to play what is quote unquote meta right now, but not meta for them.
Yeah, but I even think things like Xin Zhao can still work well for the squad, right? Like, these kind of things that can still play for the early stages. We even saw, you know, Lee Sin got buffs on this patch as well. And if we're not going to get things like the Talia, if we're not going to get things like the Poppy because they're being banned away, well, then you just are able to take things like the Lee Sin into this meta as well. So I definitely think there are options here for the squad, and I'm just curious to see what they're actually going to try and mix up. But I really do think I want to see things, because I'm looking at, like, On. I know he's been a big Pyke player. Like, I'd love to see that coming back into the mix here. Like, there's things like the Nautilus, the Rakan, I'd love to see him on as well. Like, these are things that can have great impact in late game team fights, which is realistically what Weibo are trying to play for, but also having that early game presence where he can go and roam, where he can try and play towards mid lane, where he can link up with SFM and go for plays in the top side towards the Shy. This has actually been where Weibo have found a certain amount of success, and I think just having the ability to dissuade Tarzan and Doomby from playing top lane is going to help out massively for Weibo.
I think for LNG, I think don't fix what's not broken. I think that the keeping the pressure on the Shy, having a bot lane that can go 2v2, but at the same time just mitigates that pressure. Because we saw it a couple of times, Huanfeng nearly getting damage down, nearly getting enough to put, you know, Light into lethal range and such like that, but not quite able to make anything work from there. And just kind of saying, look, we own the top side of the map, because they know, as we've all determined, Weibo don't do anything in the early game. So if you can just kind of say, cool, you can take an early dragon or two, it's not going to affect us, and it means that when you get to those late game team fights, we already have the goal to smack you back. So I think for LNG, we're going to see an awful lot more kind of priority in terms of the top side, and just keep pushing until it stops working.
Yeah, and I mean, why not? I mean, as you say, playoffs, it's been great. Regular season, it worked against Weibo, so just trying to shut down Weibo is the top side, and that's kind of where I just expect him to keep going.
Also, unfortunate for Munchables, he's lost his prediction already.
True,
yeah, he was 3-0 Weibo, so the mojo don't work for Munchables.
Here, look, I'm worried we're all going to be wrong here, because honestly, this looks great from LNG, right? Like, they look spectacular coming in, and I think a lot of us kind of were like, okay, well, Weibo should be able to right the wrongs, because I think the biggest thing that we kind of looked at from the regular season game was like, look, the Shy on a tank. The Shy has a 0% win rate across all tanks in the top side. And Mordekaiser, Ornn, like this, Sejuani, 0% across the board. So we were just like, well, you know, it's one tank game. And then you end up with LNG being able to get that snowball going in the early stages of game 2. So we're kind of like, hey, look, this is fine. They'll figure it out for playoffs. But honestly, at the moment, I mean, LNG have them has the number. Like, they know exactly how they want to try and play. Just shut down the Shy. SFM isn't able to cover for it. If On is going to go on to an Enchanter, fantastic. Well, then we don't have to worry about trying to cover anymore for On, and it just is a 3-man dive consistently topside.
Yeah, well, we're going to see that now. Weibo did lose the first game, so they put themselves back onto the red side. They were the higher seeds. They chose red side first. They are highlighting that one, which is a bit interesting to me as well, because Weibo, or not Weibo, just the general kind of feeling towards playoff has been the blue side more so than the red.
Yeah, and I think that has been seen kind of across the board, but it does give a lot of counter picks, especially towards like mid for Angel, potentially for the Shy. But Sejuani again going to be the same ban here for our pickup, for LNG. So we're seeing a very similar story. I just hope that we do get onto something that's a little bit more proactive. But the Ahri immediately picked up for Angel. Not going to let that go to the second ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, we see it already. Like, you know, the Azir, the Silence being banned away, LNG banned away the Ahri as well, and it is just highlighting a very big hole, I suppose, in the side of Weibo's kind kind of champion pools, where it's saying like Angel, yes, he has picks, but in terms of picks he can be proactive on, definitely want to get him something on the Ari, so like to see that coming out here. And LNG, again, don't fix what not broken. Keep going with what you're going, because that Sejuani is still technically a flex towards that top side.
Yeah, I am curious though, like what happens for Doomy in this next rotation, because at least you'll be able to ban away picks that could do well into the Ari, and with Silas already taken off the board as well, it makes things a lot easier for Angel to get control over that mid lane. Maybe just ban the Lissandra, these kind of things. SFM though was considering the Wukong. Looks like he will go back over towards the Vi here, so I'm wondering if Angel and SFM now can have a bit of a better time through this mid jungle again, as we talk about, like ban's more than likely going to be the mid lane here for Weibo, and then they can try and lean in towards the Shy, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see where they want to go for. Again, the Vi I don't think is a bad pick whatsoever. I just think it's how you enable it is the biggest question right there. And the Ari and the Vi, very powerful combination. You can land the Q there with the Vi, even a flash Q, get into the charm. It's a guaranteed setup. We will see the other champion pool being banned away, the Fiora, the Jax things that you want to try and take off of him, so you know that you have yourself a much better setup. And it does feel like the side of LNG, or excuse me, the side of Weibo, feel that LNG is still going to put that Sejuani into the jungle. Because again, I think Tarzan, yes, it's a top laner in most other teams' books, but Tarzan's kind of showing, look, this is my champion, I love it.
Yeah, the thing is though, like you always will end up a counter pick here for the Shy. You're not blinding the Gwen and then needing to ban away, so I'm surprised they're not just trying to set up Angel for a better time, but obviously a bit worried about the Fiora and the Gwen as well. But now we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be. LNG though, more than likely going to end up towards another support ban, but I still want to see kind of more proactive picks for on the spot side. I don't want to see him go back towards an Enchanter.
Wow, okay. So LNG recognizing, hey, look, we might not be able to take this ourselves, so we need to take it away, because an early game top laner, or even, you know, kind of something that can do damage to Ala, the Renekton fits that very, very nicely. Still yet to see the Shy play it back in the split, but definitely something within his wheelhouse. Like we said, the Renekton has just been staple in the LPL for years.
I'm just not, again, a big fan of this Lulu pick for On. On is 6th in the league right now for kills participation at 15 for supports, and he's such a massive part of Weibo's early game, and to see him then limited to the support role does suck, but that does not suck. This is a Yone pickup here for Doom in the mid lane, and the Jax coming through as well on that top side. This is exciting stuff for LNG.
I mean, this is early game personified right now for LNG. They are looking at themselves and saying, yes, we are all AD. It does not matter, because we're going to end this game before you can get your super tanks online, before you can get the unholy amount of damage that you can get with the Aphelios coming in for you. And we're going to see now Weibo. We talked about this just a little bit. The Shy has a 0% win rate on tanks. It does work if you get to the hyper late game, because he's just not going to die, but at the same time, the Shy hasn't really shown an affinity to this.
0% on Shyvana, 0% on Ornn, Mordekaiser, and that Sejuani as well. It has not been a good time for the Shy on tanks, because that has not been the game plan for Weibo. Like, Huanfeng, as we already stated, is having a pretty lackluster split, so having a composition here for Weibo that heavily relies on Huanfeng now to be that late game damage dealer just hasn't been the winning formula. And when you look at again at how LNG, a lot of backline access, a lot of opportunities to try and go for these dives on towards Huanfeng, they're going to have their work cut out for them. But even if you want to just play side lanes, right, Yone, fantastic in a side lane, Jax, fantastic in a side lane, and the opportunity again to play heavily through this top side of the map.
I mean, even think of the new Yone build. If you're looking at Yone and saying, oh cool, crit, he's going to be able to one-shot people. No, not so. You go towards the Blade of the Ruin King, you either get the Frostfire or the Sunfire Aegis, and you become this side lane tank-killing tank. You are just so difficult to kill because of your mobility, because of the extra stats you're given. It becomes a problem. So in the mid-game, LNG have their number.
Yeah, it's something we saw a lot with picks like the Aurelia, and now it's kind of been adopted by, you know, the Renektons and everyone else's. I mean, now we're even seeing the Dianas use that Sunfire Aegis in the jungle. It's just so incredibly strong at the moment. And the amount of health you get, the cost efficiency of it as well. Now, the cost efficiency did get nerfed a little bit on 12.14 or 12.13. I can't remember exactly what patch it was, but still just a very, very good item at the moment, and so many different picks are able to use it.
All right, well, we got the compositions locked and loaded here now, Dagdan. Honestly, I gotta say, I think LNG, like we said, they've picked a composition that has very good early game, has got some fantastic agency of itself. And if we see something like a Jax this time around, yes, last time the Akali got ahead of the Gwen, but it's still a Gwen. The Gwen's still going to be relevant and such like that. If the Ornn gets put behind against a split push Jax, or even a Yone against an Ahri, there's just no real response for you there. How do you actually take them down? So for LNG, I think we're going to see the same kind of topside focus from them again.
Yeah, I think it'll be a split map here. I think for LNG, playing towards that top side, just trying to get this Jax ahead is going to be your best bet. Also, because you know the Shy isn't comfortable on tanks, can fall very far behind even on picks like the Ornn. Whereas I think for Weibo, trying to play towards Wanfeng is going to be your best bet. You should have pushed in mid lane with this Ahri being able to then roam towards Wanfeng in the spot lane, trying to get the Aphelios ahead, but again, like Weibo haven't been particularly proactive in the early stages. We haven't seen them play a huge amount for things like dragons and all that kind of stuff. Now, we saw an inkling of it in the last game where they did pick up the first 2 dragons, but I mean, it's just not going to be enough here if you're not able to get the control of this game early.
I mean, we're looking at 2 teams with both having a world champion on them. They're looking at Doonby in the mid lane and, of course, the Shy up in top. Both these teams feel like they've kind of built rosters that should be contesting towards those top 4. Remember, there are only 4 seeds for the LPL going into Worlds, and this is a moment, this is a series that if you win, you at least get Gauntlet. That is the bare minimum you get. You lose, your season is done. For LNG, they are going full pedal to the metal. They are looking to try and take out Weibo and continue their fantastic playoff form. And for Weibo, they're looking to try and upset the expectations there. They need to try and find some momentum.
Yeah, the problem is necklace diff, though. The fact that you see LNG coming in, I don't know what's in these magical formulas around their
man
necks.
with the necklace.
Yeah. but you look at them, right? Like it just feels like they've stepped up a notch coming in towards the end of the split, coming in towards playoffs, and now we got to see how this is all going to come together for LNG, because right now they look undominable, and especially when you're looking at ourselves as well. Every single person on our team doubted them. Nobody believed that LNG would be
I
able
was
to
the
take
closest,
this.
and I still said
Yeah.
no.
But even then, it's like, this is LNG now, at least up in game. And as well, I think it's kind of been a step up across the board. Ala, since coming back into this roster, looks far stronger. Lumao, coming back into the roster, looking far stronger. Not getting caught out in weird places like he used to when we look towards the mid-game. Actually setting up with the team. He's looking almost like he's getting back to that form that we saw from in 2020, where not only was he one of the top supports, but he was meta-defining in some of his champion picks.
He really, really was. And I think LNG, like we've mentioned, have just leveled up that little bit more than everybody else. And from what we saw yesterday with EDG, what we might see coming forward, it feels like you have to. And that's what's so incredibly amazing about the LPL and specifically our playoffs. If you level up, if you get that little bit of an edge, you can push the momentum. You can just take teams by surprise. And honestly, looking at this, if LNG continue with this kind of form and hypothetically speaking they win, V5 got to be looking over their shoulder kind of thinking, Jesus, that's not a team we can take lightly.
I mean, we already said it, LNG, they want to date a revenge date with JDG after they were booted out unceremoniously in spring. And they'll be looking to try and beat Weibo, beat V5 to reconvene later on with JDG, but they do have to try and get through Weibo first. Right now, it is looking good for them. I feel like playing through topside is going to be their best bet again. We'll have to see if they can take it over.
We'll have to wait and see. Both these teams now have seen each other once. See what happens the second time around. LNG 1-0 up in the series. They can get themselves up to a 2-0. That would be exceptional, unheard of and unthought about between most people who watch the LPL. We'll have to see what it all ends up happening. LNG versus Weibo, game number 2. Now we can start to see it. Just a very standard 5-point setup right now. No one kind of expecting any shenanigans. Honestly, I just want to look to see what LNG could do. I want to see what Weibo could do to mitigate it as well.
Yeah, I think this game is going to get really, really bloody when it looks towards the next Rift Herald, or the first Rift Herald. Like, it just feels like for LNG, using that to crack open lanes, get advantages as the Shine Allah is still going to go at it. But just being able to get advantages for LNG for their solo laners through that Herald is going to be so incredibly important, and especially when you're looking at the ability to look for skirmishes with Doomby, with Ala, even Lighten Lumao, who should have control over the bot side. That's when I'm going to be an eye up. And LNG traditionally have been the stronger Rift Herald team, like 4th in the league for their first Rift Herald control. Like, this is even what we saw in the last game, then leaning more towards that top side of the map, and I expect it to happen again.
Yeah, like we said, Weibo did get the first 2 dragons in the last game. It didn't really matter because LNG had a very clear game plan. It wasn't about power later with the dragons. It was about money now. It was about getting those item advantages and moving that momentum forward with them. So we'll see what they end up kind of working towards this side around. Again, you have a Sejuani, you have double melee solo lanes as well. So getting that stack up as well on the W and the permafrost is just going to be so easy should you find an opportunity.
both junglers for the moment, though, are pathing down towards this bottom side. So again, I think for Weibo, playing down towards On and Huanfeng is going to be your best bet, trying to deny Lightning Lumao control, but also getting Huanfeng as accelerated as possible. Because look at the damage profile. Like, he is the main source of damage on Weibo. Angel is not going to be the carry. So if Huanfeng falls behind, Weibo will as well.
I mean, that's the big thing. When you pick an Ahri, you're not picking the Ahri to be a massive damage threat. Yeah, it's not an Azir, it's not something that, or a Victor that will just one-shot people in the late game. You're using it for your utility. We've seen this a million times now. Doonbi and Tarzan linking up in towards this mid lane. Will they get the flash out of Angel? That's going to be the question here. He will be able to slow, not quite able to get the slow down. Just a little bit of a charm on the back side of that one there. And Angel just gets moved away from the wave, but he shouldn't lose too much.
Yeah, Tarzan just going to move back in towards his own jungle. So nice attempt from Tarzan, and this is what we've seen a lot with Tarzan and Doonbi now, working through that mid jungle, very early ganks in towards the mid lane to try and make sure that Doombi's going to be safe. And even though it doesn't net the kill, it does mean that Doonbi gets the freezes wave just outside the tower. Make sure that you're not able to get Angel to have this like quick reset that Ares would love to do into these melee matchups, but it does open up for SOFM, who wants to try and get on towards Tarzan.
I mean, yeah, you push it bot side, push it mid. You've got such priority on this bottom half of the map. SOFM now feeling confident to say, look, we're not just going to let this one go to the wayside. You're not going to get all your buffs and move on forward there. They know that Weibo's bot lane are moving up towards this one here as Lumao tries to keep everything a little bit going. I've seen fairly decent bubbles coming out, but Lumao doesn't quite have that one available to him just yet. Still only level 2, and it looks like it's just going to be a red buff steal, and everyone back to the lanes.
Yeah, and I think SOFM here could even just go for a scuttle into scuttle if you really want to, but actually looks like that was taken by Ala in that top side. So just going to move back in towards his wolves, make sure that he's able to reset, move up towards Krugs, and then maybe threaten on towards this top side. But again, I think for SOFM, your best bet is to try and stay down towards this bot side of the map. Let Huanfeng and On have that help so they don't fall behind.
Yeah, well, plenty of wards here for Weibo, as they're going to have to probably immediately recognize that Tarzan is in the vicinity. So they really want to try and push this wave back, though, and Huanfeng is in a little bit of trouble. You can flash in here with the Arctic Assault and get a hell of a lot working for you. They don't know exactly where he is, but the Vi is now coming. They're going to try and pinch down on the Tarzan. Tarzan knows, yeah, he needs to get the hell out of dodge. He knows he's been spotted out, so he's just going to try and back himself away while Vi plays cover.
Yeah, Tarzan still needs to stay here, though, and play that cover, because look at where the wave state is. Like, Lightning Lumao, very low on mana, could easily fall to SOFM, and they're on a ward.
Yeah, they're trying to, you can see Weibo are maybe saying, oh, we don't know that Tarzan's here, but maybe we do. It's kind of a, do you know we know, and do we know you know? That's the big question that's kind of coming out right now. Flash forward there, and Ala's looking for a solo kill onto the Shy. Doesn't have the leap strike, though, for the moment, and needs to back himself away, but already we're seeing the Shy being contained and actually just challenged in this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you'll still get Ala, who's going to TP back in, should be able to catch this wave. Same from the Shy, so it's going to be more a case of, okay, well, what happens when we get junglers up here? And with level 6 just around the corner for both these top laners, I think that might actually hurt Ala just a little bit more if SOFM wants to try and look for a gank up in this top lane.
Oh, good push in here from the Shy means that he's able to get the wave to crash and get himself back out, so not doing too badly in that regards at all. And now LNG not having the same kind of explosive start to this game, but it definitely feels like Weibo have learned their lessons and are covering the little angles that LNG might find themselves in an opportunity.
Yeah, at least at the moment, though, Weibo are keeping this like kind of slow, so you are getting time for Huanfeng to scale. You're looking at that late game scaling with the Orin for team fights as well. Whereas for LNG, it's about trying to get these solo laners ahead. But at the moment, like Ala, basically even in this top side, I know he has this wave to push in, but Doonbi kind of in the same position. Like, it's just waiting for this first skirmish with level 6's hit come, you know, now for both solo laners, where maybe you can make these melee plays work.
Kind of come back down. It's been a bit of a slow one. This is what we expected, to be perfectly honest, as well. This is what we have seen from both these sides. We were chatting a little bit over breakfast today. We had a nice little Irish fry-up. It was beautiful. These are two teams that generally have had a little bit more, I say, you know, kind of tempered starts to the game. They're very much, as we mentioned with Weibo, but even LNG towards the regular split, we're very much looking towards opportunities later on towards those Rift Heralds and such. But it isn't going to be as explosive as game one, and we're going to be waiting to see where they end up working towards themselves. And honestly, I think Allah is going to be a big pivotal piece with this as well, especially with the way he builds. Obviously, he's going to go towards the Divine Sunderer, but have seen slightly different builds coming in here for the Jax. Does he want to go for team fight, split push? What does he want to do is going to be a big component of how LNG play this game.
Yeah, I think it will be split push, but we have seen in the past that LNG have actually struggled to make, well, I mean, we even saw in game one, split push not really working out. This is not working out for Tarzan as well, who immediately has to go over the wall, but yeah, I mean, the ability for them to sync up correctly with where they are positioned on the map, make sure that they're not in a position to get caught out, has been a big issue for LNG. So I'm curious to see if they do just directly opt in towards full split push, but as you say, like Hull Breaker and these kind of things coming through for Allah, or if we actually see them pretending more towards that team fight style. I think, at least in the for people like Doomby, because you're more than likely going to see the Blade of the Rune King, Frostfire build, you can play kind of for both. But I definitely think for Allah, like playing more towards a bit of a team fight build is going to be necessary with just how slow paced this game has been.
See now the Shy. That's the big thing with Ornn, though, is that you're wondering why we don't see Ornn as often as not. Is that in a lot of matchups he does end up in this situation where to push the wave, to get that priority, he does need to expend a hell of a lot of mana. So does end up using that resources. Does do well against something like a Jax to kind of just push him in, but no real kill pressure there available to him. And that's why we see things like the Mana Crystal being built up, because he's just kind of like, I need a little bit of extra. I need something to keep me going in this lane.
Yeah, you just don't really get to trade effectively as Allah until you get Divine Sunder. Especially with the changes to Divine Sunder, where like even the heal is based off of like the max health damage you do and everything. That's the big power spike for Allah in this matchup, where he can try and have a bit more control. But for the Shy at the moment, he's just a case of, hey, look, I'm more in a shove in. You're not really going to have too much of pressure against me. But I gotta say, like for LNG, they have been doing a lot of the things that we highlighted at the start of the day, or sorry, at the start of this game, to try and slow down. Weibo have been doing a lot of the stuff that we want to do for LNG to slow down, right? They have great vision control. Like, when you look at that bottom side with Tarzan trying to make plays, couldn't get in because of the vision control. Look at the top side around Rift Herald, trying to vision control there as well, making sure that, again, that Tarzan can't find these plays. It is Weibo kind of learning from their mistakes and now seeing if they can at least crack open this game against LNG. Again, I feel like Rift Herald now up, definitely going to be a big point of contention for LNG.
And I mean, it's working across the board as well. You've got CS leading top, CS leading jungle, mid, bot lane. It's these little advantages that are going to mean that you get your item spike a little bit quicker. You're in a stronger position to make things like this happen because you have the vision control. You know that Tarzan's in that top side, so you can give over all of this fantastic golden resources over to the side of your bot lane and get Huanfeng, your real soul damage dealer, some exceptionally good money here.
Yeah, and you can even see the CS advantage that's opening up on the spot side for Huanfeng and on as well, on top of the fact that this the plates are going to cross, and maybe a dragon as well, especially if LNG on this ward are going to be seen starting up this Herald. But keep my eyes on SOFM and Angel, because it looks like they want to contest. Yeah,
they want to go for this one here. It's going to be a 3v3, but you do have the Lulu coming up. It'll be very late here for the Lulu, but they've jumped straight in on top of the mid laner, and that's Ari dead. Yes, you will have the Call of the Forge God coming out, but can you get SOFM out? That's the real question. Now the Shy's in a lot of trouble as he's already flashed away. On will have the Wild Growth available to him should he need it. Exhaust goes down. That's onto Allah. Nice 3-man knock-up, and they've turned this one back nicely. And there's a tidal wave, though, as it floods their health bars. That is a quadra kill nearly coming out for LNG's mid laner. Doomby is huge.
I mean, the triple for Doomby. Cool, calm, and collected on your... Sorry, I love that you still see him spamming the summoner spells as in true Doomby fashion. But fantastic stuff for LNG, and this is why for Weibo, choose your fights. Either go for the bot lane plays, go for Dragon, or move everyone for the team fight at Rift Herald. But you can see there, they kind of split the mark. You get Angel, SOFM, and the Shy, who just aren't able to commit as heavily to these skirmishes as LNG are. And even when you get on coming up, maybe they can turn around. Luma's in position, but Huanfeng went straight back bot. He wasn't trying to help out there, and we have talked about this skirmishes on the top side for LNG being so strong, and we're getting the proof in the pudding.
I mean, such a weird contest. Like you said, it was like, LNG get themselves the Rift Herald. That meant the pressure for Weibo. We just expected it to be a trade of a dragon for a Rift Herald, but then Weibo don't get the dragon. They decide to kind of go for the contest, and it's just not really going to work out. Now you're looking at a 4-kill Doomby who's coming in on top of this Yone. He's going to probably have, I was going to say the Blade of the Ruin King straight off the bat, and now the Shy's in a lot of trouble because he doesn't have flash, which means the leap strikes can keep this Allah right on top of him. 2 or 3 more auto attacks will do it. And Ala with the solo bolo. You got the second most solo kills in regular split. It does not matter because there's a solo death.
LNG are running away with these playoff series. We saw it against BLG, commanding game 1, commanding game 2, and we're seeing the exact same here against Weibo. And I mean, for LNG, they've still got everything that they want still up, right? They can still go towards Rift Herald, they can still go towards Dragons, but we're actually going to get the replay of the Rift Herald here. And Tarzan, great engage on towards Angel, locks them up. There's nowhere for him to go. And again, Ala flashing forward here onto SOFM, the squishier member. So great fights, but we're back into live.
Oh my god, we're back straight into live. As you can see, they're trying to jump on the Dune Beat. You got Tarzan here trying to put down the damage on the SOFM, but the Wild Growth is good enough. And that's going to be a trade back here, but you had to commit all your resources there from Weibo just to make sure you did not die.
Yeah, Weibo, though, still eyeing up this bot side. You can see Light had pushed in that bot wave, but now going to back away. Ala starting up the Rift Herald, thinking...
Oh, SOFM! He just sat there on a ward, lazy backing right there, and all that good that you were just setting up is just not going to work out. Now the Shy in a lot of trouble. Again, this is Ala kind of saying, look, I'm a level ahead of you. I have a Divine Sunderer, that spike you're talking about. The Shy can't do anything about it. He might actually just go straight underneath the tower and take him down. 1-2 Uni flew. Ala is destroying you.
We're seeing why the Shy has a 0% win rate on tanks. This is not the way the Shy plays, because he always tries to fight, and Ala is running amok in this top side. 2 kills now for Ala, 4 kills for Doomby, who's just solo the Rift Herald. So guess who's going to get a whole heap of extra gold in this top side. Light will take a bad trade on bot lane, but I mean, SOFM could be next to go now in this top lane if he sticks around.
I mean, this is so dangerous to kind of look at this right now. And again, we were just full of praise there for a moment for Weibo, because they had done their work. They had done their little bit of homework in the break and said, how do we mitigate this? How do we slow down the game and get ourselves into those big team fights? They had done it, and then just one bad call leads to this landslide.
And we're seeing now the vision control slip back over in favor of LNG. 3 pink wards on the top side of the map. Yes, you've got some for Weibo here on the bot side as On and Wangfang are trying to clear that out, but I mean, LNG are just coming off of reset. Actually, I take that back. Ala's doing blue buff, but maybe they're looking for the play in Angel.
Angel, ooh, he ults away. But then you don't have the Spirit Rush now, and if you look for a contest, Angel needs to be very, very careful how he goes for this one here. Dragon is still being taken here by the Weibo bot side, and good proactive play from them to recognize they had an opportunity to get themselves that objective.
I love how all the objectives that have been taken on the map thus far have not had junglers involved.
Nope.
I mean, look at Ala again. Like, what is the Shy doing? Like, you just saw this play out, and then you're like, hey, here's extra gold. Now, I mean, you can just do that even worse than before.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so easy for Ala, and something like a Jax. We talked about it as well when we said that the early game goes ahead. If the Jax gets ahead, this happens. This is exactly the situation that we talked about being such a horrible situation here for Weibo, because how do you mitigate this? There's no one who can really solo go in against the Jax.
And this is the problem, right? Because Ala eventually will get to a stage where he just ignores the damage from the Horde, right? Like, once you start to get a couple of these items under your belt, you just don't have to worry about it. He can very quickly knock through these towers. He's already nearly got that tower in the top lane gone. Doomby is huge as well. Like, already, as you say, Blade of the Rune King completed 12, well, she was 11 minutes. Is absolutely insane. Plus the fact now he's working up towards that Frostfire Gauntlet as well. Like, both solo lanes for LNG, again, wow. You'll see in the player gold, massive, 7,000 gold for Doomby right now.
Yeah, it's 1,500 golds basically a piece in terms of the advantage. I will say Wangfang doing well to keep himself in tow, but again, it's an Aphelios that's not going to have that kind of same factor that you're going to really need until about 3 items, maybe even 4 at this point, because you're not really going to be able to take anyone out. And to be honest with you, the Fate Seal, the Jax Counter-Strike with the Leap Strike, there's so many things that you have to be aware of that if you get jumped on, you're probably just going to die. So LNG, fantastic from them right now, and similar to Game 1, they're in control. They are the ones that are dictating the pace. They are the ones that are saying to Weibo, come at us, you got to be innovative, you got to try and be proactive.
And again, it's this top side, right? Like, Wangfang, when you look at his stats, he's like 33% kill participation, 15. He's nothing. He's not involved in the plays in the early stages. It's Weibo trying to play more heavily through this top side of the map, like looking for individual plays. They're supposed to be in their lane and thriving, but instead, we're seeing that's not the case, and the Shy Oh, actually, Angel.
Oh, Angel, he has got the mobility, but can he get himself away? That's the real question. It's going to be a fight on the top side, though. It's 1v1 and a 3v3s. We can see them going in. SOFM is so low, and he's taken out. Angel has a flash to get himself over the wall, but he's in no man's land. He might have to use the teleport to get himself away, but no one's chasing him, so he should just be able to recall. But again, another kill, another bit of momentum, and you've lost so much in this. Look at the flashes that were burnt.
And there's no reason to even try and find these fights as Weibo. Like, Angel was getting out. They all try to bum rush into River to see if they can try and find something, but LNG are all waiting for them. So you get the kill. Now Doomby is going to get this bot terror. Top lane was already taken as well. So across the board, LNG are just picking up these massive victories for themselves. And I just don't see a way for Weibo to come back into it. And honestly, at the moment, like with Allah having the 2 solo kills, he's kind of looking at the Shy going, second team all pro. Yeah, right.
I mean, honestly, it feels like Allah's just kind of really just dumpstering the Shy right now, because yes, in the game 1 there was an awful lot of resources thrown to him. In game 2 he's just been soloing him and saying, cool, I'm in the Jax, I understand this matchup better than you do, and he's kind of proving it.
Yeah, and especially when we talked about like the Shy having the counter pick, knowing what he was going up against, and coming out with the Orin wasn't the call, and you can see why now it's just not looking good. And here, like, great play from Doomby, like catches Angel, and Angel had to go into stopwatch here, because don't forget, when you go back as Doomby here, you're going to get all that damage that comes out from the E as well. But Weibo trying to suddenly collapse onto Doomby, it makes no sense here when they have no vision, and they end up getting completely caught out of result.
Yeah, it's a 5,000 gold lead now. It's LNG basically waiting for the next Rift Herald to spawn, and honestly, they can say themselves, yeah, you can have the second dragon. You're not really on a good pace for a Dragon Soul, so we're not really bothered by that, and they've made their stance very, very clear. We want power now. You have 2 items onto your Lucian. You have 2 items onto your Yone. There's just so much power packed into everything that LNG have right now that they have got the pick of the litter. It's going to take a lot from LNG or from Weibo to really bring this one back.
I think we're going to see a very similar story to game 1 here, where Weibo will get first 2 dragons, LNG will go first 2 Rift Heralds, right?
Oh, light. Just cleanse off there. Allah came in with the counter-strike just to dissuade everybody else. 30 seconds till both the dragon and the Rift Herald spawn, and Weibo have lost the Spirit Rush from Angel already. So, and that's before, by the way, Yone has joined into the fight. So, you got to be very, very careful how you bring this. Remember, no flash on SOFM, no flash on Angel. It's going to be on Huanfeng to do the real damage, but he's already getting poked out. That rapid-fire cannon, that extra little bit of range is doing well. They're going to jump in onto Huanfeng. There's the call of the Forge God, but it completely whiffed. Tidal wave across the rest of the team, and Weibo are scattered to the winds. They don't know where they want to be. And in a 3v1 situation, it's Allah who comes out on top and forces the rest of Weibo and their damage back to their towers.
Everyone on Weibo ended up in a position that they didn't want to be in. The Shy tries to go in for the ultimate, completely whiffs on that one thanks to the stun from Allah. SOFN ends up flying way deep into the LNG backline as Doomby resets. And LNG find the fight win, they'll get the tower, and again Doomby not quite able to find SOFM as he's able to reset, but Dragon goes, Rift Herald should be theirs as well here on LNG's side, and you just don't get anything.
They won't be able to take the Rift Herald because they haven't got enough time. Okay. But at the same time, let's have a look at the replay here, because again, you can see what Weibo want to do, but the damage on the Huanfeng means that your damage dealer is gone. Everyone has to flash away from Yone.
Great flash from Doomby though, and there you can see SOFM basically being sent on his merry way as he tries to follow the Yone back, but Tarzan just able to solo out Angel here on the back end of the fight. You got Allah who's chasing off with the 2 members as well. Like, where's your frontline setup? Where is the ability to try and enable Huanfeng in these fights, even though he's only at an item and a half?
I mean, it's just going to become harder as well. Like they said, the Dragon's being changed. A single dragon can have a lot of a difference, but getting that extra out of combat move speed, even the slow resistance, to be perfectly honest, is going to be very significant in these small little skirmishes, because it means you can get around the map faster. The Lulu's not going to have as much disengage because it's not going to slow you as long. These little small things that can just add up on top of you, and Weibo have to be feeling the pressure. It's a 7,000 gold lead, Dagda. We're 21 minutes in. This is almost faster than game number 1.
And it's got to feel good for LNG. Again, like, looking back at that 2021 run, trying to see if they can get themselves back towards the World Championship again and represent the LPL. Even for Tarzan as well, like 2019 Worlds quarterfinals, he lost to the Shy on IG and now may prevent the Shy from going to Worlds as well. LNG really want to make sure that they're able to continue their walk with destiny. And even for LNG as well, a team that has never finished above 4th, for them to now potentially be pushing up, if they can get the win here, if they can take a win over V5, getting into that top 4, see if they can finally beat the curse that has been there since Snake and LNG.
I mean, a big thing for me, like he's mentioned, is that Tarzan taking down the Shy, which he lost to in the quarterfinals of 2019, to then set himself up with a rematch against Rookie, who was also on that IG team. So much history between these players right now, and you've got a Blade the Ruin King on the bot side, which means you can go for a fight here. The Vi is dead. That's Baron. There's nothing else you can do.
The Shy
Look at the picture. The Shy, he's getting solo boloed a 3rd time because it's the charm, and now everyone's trying to deal with this. Allah not quite able to do much else. On top of that, but you've used the Moonlight Vigil, the Wild Growth, your Baron is gone. Weibo had to throw all the resources bot.
And LNG, they want to get back into that top spot of playoffs. This is fantastic stuff from LNG, from a team that had so many doubts over the course of the split, unable to make split push work, unable to make their early game work. Every time they seemed to go into a game, it was some new issue, somebody not performing. But playoffs, buff is real for this team, and they will not be stopped by BLG, and they certainly don't look like they're going to let Weibo do it either.
I mean, it's just the fact they're firing on all cylinders. Like you just said, it's not just the mid lane, it's not just the jungle. Everyone is playing their role absolutely perfectly. And like I said earlier, they're being decisive. They're being the team that says, yes, we are going for this and we are committing.
I mean, again, the Shy just completely outdone by Allah in this side lane. Caught out, thought he had Huanfeng on, but nobody there in time. And yes, Huanfeng will get the return kill, but the damage has already been done.
I mean, Huanfeng got the return kill, but that costs you your exhaust, the Wild Growth, the Moonlight Vigil, which means you don't have them right now for maybe a potential push in this mid lane. And this is only 3 of the 5 members right now. You've got Doomby coming in off the backside of that one here. He's almost got himself up towards, I believe, it's going to be a Death's Dance. But Allah, he's being a bit careful. There's the rest of his team coming in on top of him. And again, similar to Game 1, we are seeing a couple of mid-game decision-makings going up against LNG. They just need to make sure they, cross their T's, dot their I's. They might not need to because the bubble lands. The tidal wave is good. And look now, picks up a kill. Now Doomby can jump back in with the fight. Goes back in with Fate sealed as against Soul Unbound, rebound to himself. The Shy goes over the wall, and they're just cleaning them up left and right. It's just the little Lulu left to look at the remnants of a fight where they're all alone.
LNG look at Weibo and say 4v5? Yeah, that seems unfair for you. Absolutely destroy them in the team fight. Now they're onto the base. 24 minutes into the game with Baron still available. They should be able to crack up in these turns. 20 seconds until Weibo are up though. So it looks like instead they will just back away. They'll look at this next dragon for themselves in 30 seconds and happily look to continue this dominance.
I mean, this isn't even close, Dagda, right now. This does not look like the 6th best team against the 7th best team, or even not even the 7th, the 8th best team.
It looks like the 0-6th best team. What are you talking about?
So here's a little fun tidbit. Here's a little fun thing, right? I have said to many people, I am not the biggest advocate of the Shy. I think he's very good. Whenever I cast the Shy, this happens. I don't know why it happens, but every time I'm casting him, he just seems to just implode or I don't know what's going on. He caves in upon himself. He has yet to get more than a kill a game in the last 4 games I've casted of him. I don't get it.
We need to sub you out so we can get a series. Because honestly, I don't know where Weibo is. Like, this is just LNG having the run of the mill. Great stuff from LNG here, like to hide in the bush. But honestly, I think you should have spotted this out from Weibo. Like, they were just mid lane. Now suddenly it's only Doomby pushing mid lane. Object permanence is a thing. But apparently not for Weibo. Now LNG pushing into the base. Baron buff will fade as, oh my god.
They just find Angel and he's dead. This is the pick they prioritized for Weibo. What happened indeed? I actually just looked over there as well. This is the game. It's over. 25.5 minutes. LNG are on match point.
Yeah, Doomby giving a happy little clap for himself there, as he should be. Brilliant game from the LNG mid laner. 4 kills found early, a lot of them coming from that early skirmish at the Rift Herald, and Weibo, I mean, you can see it, dejected faces there. They just look completely lost in the series.
I mean, they look done. I mean, look, it's 2-0 down. You still have an opportunity. It's going to require a reverse sweep. But the LNG are just making you look like, honestly, like just like kids playing for the first time. They're just it's like watching an NFL team against like a high school team. You know what I mean? It's not fun to watch because you're kind of going, oh, it's a little sad, really. It doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, well, when you're looking at like Doomby barreling over the two guys that are coming through from him, yeah. But this is it. Like honestly, when you look at LNG, right? Like again. Super strong mid jungle. Tarzan and Doomby, again, going for these early ganks for Doomby, making sure he's safe. Stopping Angel from getting this quick reset and getting his footing in this mid lane. You're not seeing SFM pretty much do anything in the early stages to stop this menace that is that mid jungle from LNG. And Ala decimating the Shy on top side.
Destroying him.
3 solo kills for him in this matchup. And this was a matchup the Shy opted into.
Yep.
Like, again, I just don't want to see the Shy on tanks. He does not look comfortable on them. We see on the Sion. Sion seems to be an alright pick for him, but I don't know.
Doesn't play it like
right
a tank,
now,
but that's probably why.
Yeah, but at the moment, this is just not it. I don't know what's happened to Weibo. It doesn't feel like we've seen them today.
No, it really doesn't. And honestly, I'm straight up, I'm going to call it, the Vibe priority needs to go. Fair enough, it's fine, but like SOFM, like similar to the Shy on tanks, SOFM does not look comfortable on this. He doesn't do anything in the early game, and he just kind of seems like he's just farming.
But that's the thing, SOFM doesn't do anything in the early game. When you look at his stats, he's like 16th in the league when it comes to jungle proximity. Like I think he's 17th in the league. He's like incredibly low on that score. So he's not actually playing for his lanes 90% of the time. And for SOFM, it's not enough anymore. When LNG are firing all cylinders, when LNG are looking this dominant in the early game, you need to respond. But on being on the Enchanter in the bot side, not being able to kind of take over from that footing that we've seen from SOFM. Now SOFM kind of getting called out essentially by LNG, going, hey, what are you going to do? Because I mean,
don't
sure,
think we're going to do anything.
Yeah, because like, look, on is 100% kill participation. Cool, it's 4 kills.
Yeah.
Like, you actually need to get on out onto the map. Help out Weibo in the early stages. SOFM needs to be playing for his lanes, because at this stage, like, we had 1 and 8 on the Gwen in the last game for the Shy. 0-6 now on the Ornn. Like 0-4 onto Angel. Where is this going to end?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to end in a 3-0 if they don't change anything right now, because it is looking very desperate. And I'm honestly just so impressed by LNG right now. The turnaround, the flip of the script they've been able to turn into this one. Because again, I'll be totally honest, we were kind of hinting and groaning a little bit. It's like, oh, LNG in playoffs, all right, whatever, we'll get to the thing. They have looked like a completely different team, and it's been so good to see, because again, these are players that we have such high expectations of, and rightfully so. It's Doomby, it's Tarzan, it's even people like Light and Ala who showed on the world stage that they can be exceptional carries.
And I think for both these teams, it's these kind of players like Doomby and the Shy trying to find success away from old legacy organizations. Like, you look at Doomby winning worlds with FPX, the Shy winning worlds with IG, now stepping away from those organizations. You want to see them succeed, but for the Shy, it hasn't quite come together now on for Weibo. And for Doomby, I mean, he's looking cracked in this game.
He is looking absolutely jacked up. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we could potentially be going into our final picks and ban of the day. Let's see what happens. We'll see you soon.
Level 3 for Caps. Yanko's already level 3.
Larson's in trouble
Larson
here.
locks in the stun card, charmed up. Maring's got the chase, though. Trippy's here as well. Larson levels up in the middle of the fight, and Yanko's just able to survive.
我觉得 Caps 吧，有狐狸选项吗？
最先阵亡的，先把那种残血的排除掉。我猜应该只能是皇子先死掉，狐狸还有闪现的。就狐狸闪现 A， 皇子不就死掉了？
哦，应该是皇子
啊，不是皇子已经死了吗？
皇子
吧。Caps 没操作失误的话，肯定是巨魔先死，难道是派克先死？就肯定是这2个其中一个，我猜皇子吧。
皇子吧。
这应该是皇子吧？
应该是皇子吧？
皇子先死。
哎，皇子，哎，查着吧。
感觉应该是皇子吧。
哦，皇子。
这应该是皇子死了。
我感觉是德玛西亚皇子先死。我觉得皇子先死。
这感觉应该是皇子先死。
派克吧。
派克。
应该是派克。
Caps。
那我选阿里啊。既然这样问了，肯定是狐狸了。
也是巨魔吧。
皇子这个有点太容易死了，感觉狐狸闪现 A 他一下就死了，这么轻易就死的话，那应该不是他，不然就不会出这个题了，应该是巨魔。
那就巨魔，啊不可能，我记得不是皇子。
Level 1, no way for him to go. Ignite taking orbital deception. No, oh, he Q smited for the vision. That was beautiful from Malrang. What a play, and 2 kills come off it.
交头给巨魔，好像不走啊，好快啊！
皇子不对，你已经说了，我就猜阿里吧，阿里也不对，那就派克。
不对吗？我为什么能抢到蓝啊？这个怎么猜啊？
可惜。
惩戒回血。
我就知道。
啊！
哇！太扯了吧！
哦，群魔，群魔啥的我都没看到。
那是谁呢？啊！你让我黑耶！哎，巨魔不是死了吗？已经。那是巨魔吗？哎呦！哎，要不就是巨魔用派克，他那卡狂拍给谁就以谁死。
皇子。巨魔，巨魔。皇子回去逞了一口，我是没想到的。
这种问题，最接近答案的就不是答案。
永恩吧？
永恩吗？是吗？是永恩吧？
这个应该是永恩吧？
永恩吧？
应该是永恩吧？
永恩。对我都不需要等你念完，这个一看就是永恩，他们这个阵容。亚索脚业，然后这个上路这个装备，就看起来都是永恩。
那肯定是永恩吧？应该那个 G2 上路是不会玩别人的。
应该是永恩。
我感觉吧，我感觉是永恩。
这个英雄是永恩。
永恩。这上路应该是永恩吧？永恩，这个是永恩。因为我看了就是。
这个技能太简单，装备已经出卖他的永恩。
刀妹。刀妹，
永恩吧，阿应该是刀妹，还有莉亚，是吧？啊，不对，文恩也有可能，不过我感觉他应该会选文恩，应该是文恩吧？
是文恩吗？
凯尔，
是吗？哦，
简单啊，破坏盾弓。
一批日历还是拿捏的啊。Nice。
永恩吗？真的假的？
是永安，你会开始就突然给我选上，没事 ，OK。
不是啊，我可以再猜吗？
不行，太难了吧？不行，太难了。对，太难，这个太难了。
开吗？三角形，方块是也是差不多的这样吗？
saw you standing there the first night that we met. You tried to look as though you hadn't seen me yet, but I can see right through you. Your blood is cold but mine too, yeah. You're playing games to which I roll the rules, pretending that you were as likely to forget. Don't it's worth a maybe. We pushed each other and we came close to the edge. And now we're here, we might just build a bridge. I'm not giving you all, not giving you everything. Just playing with your heart, not losing control, not giving you anything. Come on, gamble on us, gamble on us, not giving you everything.
我觉得第一轮季后赛打完的话，就我们队伍保持状态吧，然后再把自己做的不好的改掉就行。下一场面对 WBG 的话，我认为我们是有很大几率拿下他们吧。然后硬币说的话，就大家都跟他一样吧。
If Doomby says you're going to win, you're going to win. That's just how that one goes. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are looking at, well, I think Weibo are looking down the barrel of a gun because they are 2-0, 2 old barrels looking at them, and the third one's the trigger because they're 2-0 down, and it's just been kind of, it's not even been close.
Yeah, and the two barrels say no playoffs, no worlds for them right now. Because if they lose this, they are out of both. And that's kind of heartbreaking to see, especially for Weibo, who, I mean, again, we looked at the Shy. The Shy had this fantastic split where you really looked like you start to settle in for Weibo. Now not happening. And LNG just looked like a different beast. Again, this playoff buff is real for this squad, and Doomby has been at the focus of this, at least in this series.
I mean, he has, and he's going to be the MVP again. Can't really blame them for picking him this time as either, because again, came off of those 4 kills right off of that FL play, and he just never looked back, continuously putting down pressure. And even if he wasn't getting solo kills himself, he was burning summoners, he was burning ults.
Yeah, I mean, Doomby looking like Doseby with those 2 MVP performances picked up, and he's been fantastic. You say 7-0-5. It's absolutely incredible, and especially when you look at the presence then they're able to put onto Ala pushing inside lanes, Doomby able to put that as well, and the engages in team fights were spectacular. Like, this was just a great follow-up to Tarzan, but even when we looked at some of these late game picks as well, like getting in all the time with this was it Unsealed Fate?
Yeah, the Sealed Fate.
Sealed Fate, sorry.
Fate Sealed, excuse me.
Fate Sealed, looking spectacular. Like, Doomby had a magnificent performance. Again, we're starting to see more of these cool picks that he's bringing out, like the Nocturnes, now the Yones. I mean, he's even starting to play Azir more often, which is always a bit of a surprise. Like, yeah, I think Doomby is really starting to step up now.
He really, really is, and this is the biggest. It's why we have to have so much respect for Doomby, because it does feel like whenever he comes in and he's able to play things that not only are meta but also off meta, it's so hard to kind of set yourself up for him. It's so hard to know what he's going to do, because he doesn't, honestly, I don't even think he knows exactly what he's going to go for until he sees a couple of picks in the draft.
And that's the thing, I was even looking through like Doomby's match history in solo queue, like
there's
no Yone. There isn't a huge amount of it, and like this is again where you just start to see a lot of damage coming out from this build, especially when you're that far ahead, but like, you're not even, like, these aren't things that you expect to just randomly see brought out, but in playoffs, Doomby has been stepping up, bringing out things like the Nocturne, bringing out things like the Yone, and it does feel like he's starting to reflex on people with the dark technologies once more, which was something that we missed a lot. Like, we saw a lot of Corki, we saw a lot of Azir, where like, no, you were the chosen one, don't do this, Doomby, but
you were the great fun mid laner that we didn't know what was going to happen. Don't do the handshake. But again, it's very, like, we can praise LNG all the time, but we got to call a spade a spade. Weibo are non-existent right now. Weibo, like, game 1, fair enough, the Shy was on a carry, but it's a very much nerf Gwen and also hard focus onto it. But then as well, like, I'm gonna be totally real, the Shy in game 2, I just don't think he knew what to do. He was just kind of looking for these weird trade patterns where it's like, well, Allah's just gonna solo you every single damn time, and it just didn't work. I need to see more from them. I need to see more agency from them, because it just feels like if the Shy doesn't do anything, no one else does, and they fall to the wayside.
Well, what do you do, right? Weibo again have champ select this time because they are the higher seed, and now you're looking to go, hey, well, do you pick red side again because your counter pick for, the Ornn didn't work out. This Ahri, pretty much negligible. I mean, with the presence that she had in the early stages, and again, this Vi just not working. So I need to see SFM stepping up to the mark. I want to see On opening up onto the map. This is where Weibo can at least find their way to the late game, because it feels like by the time they get to like 20 minutes, the game's already over.
Yeah, it really, really does. And honestly, they are going to be going over to the blue side this time around, so they will have first pick, but it is going to be a bit of a weird one now because you're at first pick, but what do you first pick? Because it feels like your priorities just are a little bit skewed. You've gone with the Aphelios. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You can pick your AD carry early and kind of still get that one, but the Aphelios isn't getting the advantages you need, and the jungle's just not working. So where do you kind of see this draft going? Where do you want to see them put it?
I mean, honestly, that's the problem that I'm seeing. Like, the problem so much for me isn't the picks. It's apart from like what I want to see on. It's just the fact that they're not utilizing them. Like, Vi is actually very strong at getting into lane and looking for early plays. Like, she's great when you've got already good gang setup. You know what's great gang setup? Ahri.
Yeah.
Playing against the Yone, you can play through that mid lane. But what we're seeing is Tarzan consistently getting access to that mid lane first, getting control over that lane, and then blending that with Doomby in towards these early Rift Heralds. If you can shut down Doomby, you can shut down these early Rift Herald plays, you can start to contest the map and maybe get to that late stage. But right now, I mean, lanes aren't going their way. We talked about the big CSD, 21 CSD on average for the entirety of Weibo coming through from that laning phase at the 15-minute mark, but that's not what we're getting anymore. They're being beaten in lane. They're having solo kills against their top laner. They're giving triple, quadra kills over towards Doomby in the early stages. Like, nothing is working for them.
Well, they are changing up one thing for sure. That's the Sejuani band away here as you see Weibo on the blue with LNG on the red. So curious to see where the next kind of few picks go. I would imagine we are going to see maybe a Zeri ban coming out here from LNG, but that does leave open things like the Poppy. So this is where the dynamic kind of changes a little bit here because we've seen 2 games of effectively the same compositions run back to back. This is where the game goes, but no, Weibo don't want to play it, so they ban it away. Zeri probably going to be banned away by LNG here, and then we'll see what they want to go for.
I think they're going to first pick the Nara. Oh, okay, not Zeri. So Azir banned away from Angel. It is Angel's best chance, 83% win rate at the moment. His most played as well. He's been very strong. Not surprising when Izzy Hoon is the coach that Angel's here is pretty good, but we're going to have to see exactly now what the game plan is. Zeri going to be the first pick. We'll be curious to see now what happens to things like the Nar, the Ala, and the Shire, both very, very strong on. Like things like the Gwen as well could also be answers. Jaxes, these kind of things suddenly start to rise up, but no. Very scared of giving this Renekton over.
I mean, Renekton's kind of become a little bit of a priority pick now, which means you could Zeri Yuumi very, very easily here on LNG, giving you such great kind of safety in that lane.
I definitely agree. The only thing I will say is that we're more likely to go towards things like the Nautilus and that kind of stuff for on, which has been left open. Does cause some issues for the Zeri, and especially if you're short range now with the Renekton able to follow up. I think this is where you could see like an instant Nautilus pickup on here, and finally you're kind of giving not only a good matchup in that bot lane, but giving him agency in these early stages as well, which is something that I feel like has been severely lacking for on. Huanfeng as well, big driving player. So maybe we've only seen it once so far this split, but just to keep in the back of our minds that is something we'll have to watch out for.
Well, we're only going to get, I think, one of the bot laners as the Ahri gets locked in for Angel. They are very afraid of kind of seeing the Sylas and the Ahri banned away from him where he's just not really there. And they're not going to go bot lane at all. They're going to go for the Wukong this time around. So you could very easily go for your jungle here as LNG, or even like a top laner or something like that, or kind of a counter to try and make sure you get a good matchup. So now you already know that Renekton's going topside, you know the Ahri's going mid. It feels like all those kind of different moves that LNG were using with those picks are just not available for Weibo.
I love this for Tarzan. Like, he has an 80% win rate on the Trundle at the moment. Only lost a single game out of the 5 games that he's played. He has been spectacular on this pick. It's a great matchup into the Wukong as well. And now you've actually got the opportunity to try and slow and interrupt parts of Weibo's engage. I think you ban Nautilus. I think you get rid of these champions that can set up for really good engages like the Rakan, and then make sure that you're able to keep Zeri safe and then play through this this strong team fight that LNG look like they're setting up.
I mean, the Rakan, the Nautilus, I think I'm almost certain it is On's 2 most played champions of the split. I think it's like 6 and 6 each, so they are just going to be taking it. But no, they're not going to go with the Nautilus time around. They're very confident with letting that one go through because they're saying, look, the Pike is more of an issue. We need to get that one off the board because that can just drag the cat out of the bag and go for that. But we're going to see the Jax and the Gwen banned away, the Fiora ban. All is getting a hell of a lot of priority in these bans right now, but it doesn't seem to be stopping him.
Yeah, I mean, he's been looking absolutely spectacular, but I will say, now you're getting into a weird point where you're like, okay, well, what does Allah have? Like, Nar maybe is the answer, but apart from that, like, excuse me, sorry, Fiora gone, Sejuani, Gwen, Jax, that's a lot, so gonna go back towards the Scion, so Allah gonna say, hey, look, you know what, I'm actually more comfortable in these tank matchups, but
whoa! Okay, there we go.
That is not what I was expecting to see. Okay, so that's going to be On taking the Senna support and Huanfeng going for the Yasuo. We have seen this a little bit over in LCK, where Kerry's been willing to bring this out, but I'm curious to see now how Huanfeng and On are going to do, because this definitely feels like desperation a little bit from Weibo. They're like, look, we need to bring out all these cool things that we're working on in the back pocket because we are down. We need to find this reverse sweep, and I mean, if this doesn't work, this is going to go disaster. Is On actually one piloting Yasuo?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to wait. 20 seconds is the cutoff point, if you will, where things need to be swapped out. So we'll wait and see where everything kind of goes. But you've got the Akali locked in now for Doonby. Doonby has shown exceptional proficiency on this. And Dagda, right now, it is looking like it is going to be Huanfeng on the Senna, on the Yasuo. So we're going to have a little bit of a swap up in terms of the actual carries. We do expect it to be the fasting Senna and, of course, the farming Yasuo. I will say that is going to be so painful in the first few levels of the game because you're going to say Yuumi, Zeri. That is going to be so hard. If you can survive that, though, you've got yourself a shot, but you're so reliant on that level 6.
Yeah, the biggest problem that I have as well is that there's no definitive easy way to deal with this Zeri. Like, you are reliant on Wukong getting the knock-up on Zeri.
Or a charm.
Or a charm, yeah. Well, it's like to get the initial CC chain going for Wukong into Yasuo into the Shy on this Renekton. If that doesn't work, Zeri very easily able to take over for this game. So Light, if he can position well, is going to be set up so wonderfully to try and take over this game.
I mean, it feels like Weibo are throwing everything they possibly can think of at the wall and saying, please, for the love of God, let's hope it sticks, because if this Renekton can't get an advantage, if this Ahri gets pushed back by the Akali, and straight up, if this Zeri just gets ahead of this Yasuo Senna combination, this game is all on LNG's favor. It feels like all they have to do is just wait for 2 items, maybe 3 if you really kind of want to play it safe, and they should have just a straight up range advantage.
So in his last 50 games of solo queue, On has played Yasuo 3 times. Ooh. So this is going to be a big old test for On to see how he does, but obviously something that Weibo have been looking to get sorted in this bot side. Won't be good if he starts off with a kill, but we'll just back away from Light and Lumao. But again, I think you're looking at, okay, push now for Light and Lumao in this bot side. You can lean in towards early dragons as LNG, move them up towards the top side if you want to look towards Rift Heralds, which has been the focal point of LNG, not only in this series, but all split long.
Here we are, game number 3, LNG 2-0 up. Just a reminder to absolutely everybody. Oh, decimating smash, almost there. But the loser of this series is done for the year. The way our championship points are working, it meant that LNG and Weibo will have more than anyone else in terms of the top 6 for going into Gauntlet, so they will at minimum have themselves an opportunity to make this one go for a little bit further, even if they lose the next round.
Yeah, it also feels like a little bit of our tiebreak from Spring, right? Both these teams finishing joint 5th and 6th. Feels like we're kind of getting the response from Spring to see who will actually win out on that one. Doonby, a nice trade in the mid lane as well, thanks to the pathing from Angel. But look at like Angel's decision here. First strike in this mid lane, wants to try and accelerate himself. So I'm curious to see as we get some T-Tours if we'll actually get more of a damage oriented build coming out from Angel in this one, maybe looking to try and help out in one-shotting people like Light when they get CC.
I do love in those angles you get to see, like, you know, obviously it looks all very clean right now. You see the gold popping up, but then you notice when you go down to like that level, the minions just like die and explode into gold. And speaking of exploding, oh no, Dagda, they put down the exhaust on the Huanfeng. They want to try and slow him down. The heal comes out to try and speed up Light. They're going to jump down on top of Huanfeng. He's got nowhere to go, nowhere to be. First blood LNG, and oh my lord, it's not going to end well, is it?
Now, this is something you need to be prepared for when up against the Trundle, especially Tarzan's Trundle. He does this so often on this pick, and Huanfeng and On already off to a bit of a miserable start with Huanfeng falling.
I mean, look at the pathing as well. He literally went red, beeline straight down into bot side and said, cool, we can make this one work, and they did just that. Very unfortunate start there for the side of Weibo, but SOFM looking to try and be aggressive. He does have some decent skirmishing power, but level 3 not here for Tarzan just yet, so we'll see if Light and Luma want to try and move themselves back into this one. They're not quite able to get the knock up there from On. And you can see now Tarzan going to get jumped on here by SOFM. Yeah, I was going to say, you've got the bot lane helping you out right now. It's not going to be an easy one to try and invade On.
Still though, Huanfeng now moving over, so it looks like Tarzan will have to give up his Gromp here. I mean, it's not the end of the world. He can still go like onto this top side of the map, get scuttled back into Raptors and Krugs, and be in a reasonably okay spot. But it's a nice response from SOFM just to go like, hey, look, if you're going to play this early play into bot side, I now have the level advantage to try and punish you.
Yeah. Gromp's name is Nomsy, by the way, in case you weren't aware. But
Wait,
yeah,
I thought it was Kevin.
No, it's Nomsy. Like, canonically, it's Nomsy, because he's in TFT.
Anyway, I think hang on, I'm gonna double check.
You're gonna double check
Sir Kevin of Grumpington or something.
Sir Kevin of
Yeah, genuine.
That sounds like LS made that name. It's just like such a genuine like kind of like setup there from LS. He's very. I will say about LS, he's very good at naming things. He has a lot of good, like Boris the shopkeeper.
Lord Grumpulus Kevin Ribbiton of Croaksworth is the name of Grump.
Right.
There you go. Told you.
I thought it was Nomsy because it's in TFT, but.
No.
There
But
you
he's
go.
home alone, so it kind of works out as well.
There you go. You know what? I literally stand corrected. So we'll see what they're going to go in. The Shy did lose his flash up in top side, and this is the power of the Trundle. This is something that Tarzan, as you mentioned, has been doing all split long. The Pillar of Ice is such an incredibly powerful tool because, yes, it's not technically a hard CC, but it might as well be because the actual slow is about, I think it's 90%, and it ends up being just lasting for so long. So you just can't really do anything once it hits you.
Yeah, it's so difficult to get away with them. Why the Trundle is so strong in these early stages, but I also think it's just great in the hands of Tarzan because a lot of the way that Tarzan likes to play is, hey, I'm going to play more for my lanes, right? He's always behind in CS. He's more about trying to make sure that he can shadow his laners, put them into good spots. Even you can see with that level 2 gank, he has set himself behind, but it's given this massive advantage over towards Light, which is what the real goal here is with this LNG composition. So we'll have to see now if he can continue to make these pillars worthwhile as he moves back down to bot lane.
Yeah, I will say, though, for Weibo, as we come back into reality right now, they have got a massive CS lead in both mid and in top. They are making those, very good laning phases work out very well for them right now, and it does feel like that's where they're going to have to try and go for something here. I need to see Angel now very close to level 6. I need to see him move up towards top side. I need to see him make moves around where they can just start facilitating the Shy because, again, like we've been harping on all game and series long, it's about the Shy, and he needs to be the carry.
Yeah, I think he definitely can step up on this Renekton, but I personally think with on this Yasuo, like this Yasuo now has become crucial. As we said, like SOFM are going to be the two that define this game for Weibo. It'll be like follow-up from Angel, follow-up from the Shy, but SOFM getting good engages, getting good flank on towards the Light, having the ability to one-shot. That's where it becomes super important. And the fact you're only running a single exhaust here on Lumel does make it kind of scary for LNG as well, because, well, who do you exhaust? Like, SOFM is going to be able to one-shot Light if he gets onto one-shot Light. The Shy and Angel following up will also be major threats. So I definitely think for LNG, Light's going to have his work cut out for him to make sure that he's going to be safe.
Yeah, he's got to make sure he's in the right position at the right time. Doonby thinking about maybe going on top of Angel, but Spirit Rush available, so the perfect execution going to be answered with the amount of mobility available to the Ahri, and we do see resets coming in. A Cole being picked up there by the Shy because he recognizes, look, probably not a lot of time I'm going to be able to have kill pressure onto the Scion. That's why you pick the Scion as such, but I can get gold, I can push myself forward in this matchup, maybe get my first item a little bit sooner. And we'll see what way they want to try and work this one here. LNG did go back, and a lot of boots down on that bot side. Everyone kind of saying, look, we need mobility, we need to make sure we're not getting caught out.
Except for the cat.
Except for the cat. Cat don't need boots. Why would cat need boots? It's not Puss in Boots.
But it could be.
Could be, but he's not cool enough to be Puss in Boots. That's the way I see it. Puss in Boots was deadly.
I mean, at
Banderas.
least from my my interactions with crowds and Yumi, it would be more like Boo and Boots, because every time Uni gets locked in, that's the only sound you hear. But I think looking at LNG, it does make sense, right? Light wants to try and play it back. We've seen him play very well with the dash to make sure he's not getting caught out by On, who wants to try and go in aggressive, see if he can get that knock up, find some quick trades and dash back out. So at least at the moment, things all kind of going a bit slower paced here. LNG has a kill, but the gold lead is in fact with Weibo, thanks to that massive CS lead we've seen top, the medium one in mid, and just the extra little bit of damage that's been fought in that jungle as well.
Yeah, a little bit more across the top side of the map. It does feel like, ooh, if that Shuriken flip lands.
Wait a sec.
Angel might be in a little bit of trouble. He does land the charm, though, and that forces the perfect execution. The second half of it from Doonby on the other side. I will say, just smart from Doonby to recognize, hey, look, I'm probably not in the best position. I don't have great wave ward control around my jungle, so I need to make sure that this is not going to kind of bite me in the butt. But now with both junglers finding themselves in this mid lane, they're going to try and see if they can look for something a little bit more, suppose, a little bit more solid in these objectives right now. Both the Rift Herald and the Dragon, well, actually the first Dragon was taken. Rift Herald is on the board. Next Dragon off for another 3 minutes. And now Weibo moving themselves up. Tarzan, though, might be able to try and catch him between a rock and a hard place. He flashes over the CC, and they're going to jump down on top of On, who has nowhere to go, nowhere to be. And On, you may have played 3 games of Yasuo, but you're going to be dead after this one here. Tarzan will get him down with the Subjugate, and that just comes from the proactivity of the LNG jungler.
And again, as we say, Tarzan making the difference in these early stages. Getting into this bot side, another kill going their way. Ala, yes, he's struggling this top side to the Shy, but realistically, it's a Scion. That's not going to matter when all is said and done. As long as Doomby is keeping up this pressure mid lane, and Lumao and Light are able to continue getting this presence on the bot lane, that's all that matters. And we'll see it here in the replay, right? To get spot on the ward, you have no control over mid lane. You've already, look at the reset. Like, your mid laner's reset, and Wanfeng and On are wandering towards that lane. It doesn't make any sense, and Tarzan just in a really good spot there to pinch them and make sure On can't get out.
Yeah, and again, it's just really, really intelligent play from Tarzan. He just puts himself, as you said, they see them on the ward. He puts himself in a position to say, look, I'm going to be here in case they walk up, but even if they don't, I don't lose anything. Gets himself there, flashes over the CC, and just puts himself in such a smart position. Now, Wanfeng has no flash, but they do land the CC on top of him. The last chapter will root him in place, and he will be taken out. Tarzan with another kill to his Talia. Flash in, though, from SOFM. The Cyclone comes out. They do get the last breath. That's a good wind wall, though, to try and stop any of the damage from turning back onto this. Tarzan almost survives. Eventually he does go down, so it's another 3v3 in the bot side. The Yasuo has fallen. Light trying to jump down on top of SOFM as he falls. Now Angel with one last Spirit Rush is still doing work. Angel versus the world. The Angel of Death has finally arrived, and a triple kill for the Weibo mid laner.
Finally, Weibo finds some response to LNG's early game, and it comes from Angel. A triple kill to respond to Doombies in the last game. Now Weibo finally wake up.
Finally, we get ourselves a little bit of life out of these guys, and Angel really capitalizing on top of that one. I will say it was a very close trade at the end of it all, but let's see how this one works, because it's Tarzan just trying to make sure he can capitalize on a flashless Wanfeng.
Yeah, and does a really good job of it, right? Like, this should be pretty clean. It's just a case of not being able to find their way back out of this fast enough. They think they can take the fight, especially with Doomby on the way, but On not being able, or getting that damage onto Tarzan. Great wind wall coming through from On to separate out LNG as well. And Angel from this position, look at how often this Orb of Deception is hitting across multiple members, finishing off everyone. Again, that's the second one that's hit onto 2 people, if not 3 people for the first one. And he's getting so much damage, so much worth out of every ability that's thrown.
I mean, he just got the front and back of it as well. Really nicely done there by Angel, and it means a Leandri's Torment for him. So very, very much accelerated in this game, and it's going to make it this Dragon fight very much a kind of thing that LNG can't go for.
And this is what we're talking about with that first strike build as well that Angel's going for, trying to step up and be more of a damage-orientated carry. Had the Dark Seal already picked up, so he's got a ton of stacks on that. Now the Leandri's Anguish, he wants to be a damage threat here, especially against things like Ala on the super tank and the Scion. Threat for Light on that backline as well, and this is where it can become a little bit dangerous for the LNG AD card.
This Ari's doing damage right now. We do see the smite coming out from Tarzan. We'll have another one in about 15 seconds, but here comes the Cyclone back out onto the map, and they're just kind of running straight down the throat of LNG because they know that their mid laner is so damn strong, they can make everything and anything work.
Light, though, trying to respond onto On, who does have his flash back up.
He does have it. Ooh, not quite able to get the root. Needed one more page of that final chapter to really make that one work. And now you don't actually have that available to you. So this Dragon fight isn't going to be a fight, and that's going to be a second Drake here for Weibo.
And that's going to be massive for Weibo. Again, being able to find these ways to push towards team fights, find opportunities for flanks for SOFM and set up On could be magnificent. I mean, overall, far better game from Weibo. And I mean, for the first time in this series, we're pushing towards 15 minutes, and Weibo have a gold lead.
LNG said, look, we don't believe you're going to do anything in the early game. 2 games in a row, that's exactly what happened. Nothing happened for the side of LNG, or sorry, for Weibo, so LNG just ran amok. LNG made the priorities, and we're starting to see Weibo finally have a bit of a response.
And the thing is, you're getting like individual advantages again coming from the Shy, looking great in this top side. 2 turret plates already taken. Big CS lead for himself. Blade of the Rune King just completed. Ala now going to have to be very respectful of the damage that can come out from this. We already hyped on about Angel, but also 3 turret plates gone thanks to that Rift Herald in the mid lane as well. So Angel accelerated. SOFM just finished his Divine Sunder. He's in a great spot. Like, this top side for Weibo is incredibly strong right now, and as long as they can play around that, it gives time for On to become even more relevant in this game.
And what I love as well, we talked about in the draft, we wanted to see SOFM be more proactive. That's exactly what he's done. Even in the triple kill coming in for Angel, it was his knockup, his Cyclone that stopped the Yuumi from going back into Tarzan, stopped the healing from coming out, and that was end up being pivotal because it was the first kill that goes over, gives those resets, gets more Spirit Rushes going, and now SOFM in a fantastic position to be able to kind of force the issue here in mid lane. Tarzan, they're going to run straight in on top of him. We'll be able to try and trade this one back as he, fails the flash. He does get it over the wall, though, as we can see the Senna just finally finishing that one off with the Dawning Shadow. And this is really good play from Weibo. They're just putting themselves in positions to stop LNG capitalizing on what they think is a numbers advantage.
And it's just trying to use, like, support mid and jungle here to push in because they have On, who's great in a split push and side lanes. He's going to get more levels for himself. He can then get more gold that can get him into a good spot. And there's no one who can really respond right now, although Light will have found him.
No, he will have found him. On will get slowed up by that W. The exhaust comes out. He flashes away, but he's going to be chased over the wall. Light will pick up that kill. While that's happening, though, Doonby looking like he can maybe go for a fight here. And that 3-man W means that SOFM is almost taken out. And that was very, very close. A lot of summoners burned here by LNG, but they're not out of this one just yet, Dagda.
Yeah, forced to burn the flash as SOFM needs to get away from Doomby with the perfect execution. So at least a nice pick coming back. And I mean, again, we're kind of seeing just Weibo wandering in places that they shouldn't be on this bottom side and getting caught out. Flash burnt by On, but easily followed by Light. And now LNG at least getting something back for themselves. Dragon in 2.5 minutes, though, and Rift Herald up at the moment means that you imagine Weibo will start to lean in towards topside once more, though.
Yeah, we will see now that the Shy just trying to be a little bit more of a nuisance, like you said. Just having that Blade of the Rune King puts so much more kill pressure onto Allah, who's yet to really start building his first item, to be perfectly honest. Has gone towards his boots and Bramble Vest, very much par for the course. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's just Light kind of saying, look, there he is. We know we can kill him even if he has flash.
An Ultra Shock Laser goes through wind wall, so On trying to put it down to block it, but ends up getting caught out. And then Light just able to follow over the wall with the Yuumi's, the speed up, the ultimate as well, giving him the extra movement speed. And now the Shy finally will get this tower on the top side. You've got On who's able to push in the spot side, but maybe in trouble.
Oh no, On, your final chapter here. Doesn't quite stun him up just yet. He's going to put out the last breath. The final chapter, the last breath. He's doing a decent job, but he's actually not doing any damage. He just survived for a little bit while because he hasn't got any kind of items right now. So he's going to have to sacrifice that. The Rift Herald does go over in favor of Weibo, but LNG very smartly getting themselves an answer on the other side of the map.
Yeah, with Zoomies, you do 0. Making sure that you just can't really get any sort of damage down. On, again, 0-4. Not exactly the best of times for this Yasuo. We talked about how he hasn't exactly been playing this a huge amount in solo queue, but I mean, it's something that definitely scrims Weibo have been bringing out, but unfortunately, not quite working out. At least the rest of the map still going well for them, but only 2k gold now separates these two teams. You got Dragon up in 50 seconds, and you know, you're getting Light into a position with 2 items where he's kind of terrifying. Doomby as well, not exactly a pushover as well. We saw the damage he could get onto SOFM, so if Light is able to avoid the engage from Weibo, he's in a good spot, but with no Ghost, no Flash, that can be a little bit of an issue.
That's the big thing I'm looking at right now. The Shy has flash, Angel has flash. You flash in, get a Call the Meek off, you get a Charm off. So many things that can work for you in favor of Weibo, and Light will have to respect it. It is a Cloud Soul, so not going to be the most impactful right now, but definitely when you're looking towards moving around the map, it can have a huge impact with that Soul, especially for something like a Renekton with that extra little bit of move speed, and even the Wukong, to be perfectly honest. So we'll see what they're able to kind of work from there. Both teams now hovering around actually towards this top side right now. It actually looks like maybe they're looking to try and maybe catch somebody out like the Shy. And they're saying, look, we don't care about the Dragon right now. The Shy going to walk himself away. And yeah, they're just going to give up this objective, get some more gold onto the side of Light, onto the Zeri, get her up to a 3rd item spike.
Yeah, at least Weibo starting to keep this game in their control, right? With this 3rd Dragon, it means that then they're able to force fights up forward. They've got at least good control over this bot side as well, with how far ahead Angel is, he can continuously press in against Ala on this bottom side. So they have ways to push the game forward. And for Weibo, you need to. Like, again, like, your playoff hopes on the line here in this game. Your world's hopes on the line. They need to start a reverse sweep. And they need to start it in this game. Rift Herald, I don't think they want to get the Charger. I think they'd prefer if it was just able to make its way down bot side, as you will get a lot of members of LNG trying to make plays in this top.
And it's traded for the moment, 1-for-1. The Shy, though, is up in this top side. Tarzan there, though, makes it very difficult for them to kind of work with this one here. And they know already they're not really going to be able to dive on top of him. He's already nearly built up towards his Sunfire Aegis, so he's just going to be able to sit himself there. And that's 2 towers for 1. A trade up for Weibo. And again, we're starting to see them really make a difference in this game, really make a difference in this series, all off the back of Angel getting a couple of kills in this Ari. It's why they had such a high priority on it, because they know that he can do stuff with it now that he's got the resources.
Well, we'll have to see it, because we're getting into teamfight territory now. Baron going to be up. I know it's only resting 20 minutes, but this is going to be another objective now that Weibo can look to force for LNG. You got Dragon Soul as well coming up, which is going to be massive for Weibo, especially when you look at like the slow resistance as well. Against someone like Tarzan with those pillars, against like an Ultra Shock Laser as well from Light, that can be such a massive difference maker. So we're going to have to see how LNG are going to try and respond, because at least, well, you have the QSS coming through from Light, so definitely aware that he wants to be able to get out of these knockups, and also trying to make sure that you can keep like exhaust on Lumel for this next engage.
It looks like Light just has 5 summoners, basically. He's got a cleanse with the QSS, Ghost, Flash, Exhaust, and Heal. Speaking of being healed, Ala gonna have a lot of trouble here on this bot side.
Yeah, he'll be able to get away. But I also don't forget QSS. Well, at least the build-ons from QSS far more worthwhile.
On flashes away, gonna force a TP out of Rookie, or not Rookie, the Shy. They're just so they're always together. I always mix them up, but you know, we're gonna see them moving in. So that's a good little move here from LNG, getting that global off of Weibo.
Yeah, nice job. Especially as you can kind of like push people back. You only get the Ghost out of Light, so it's not the end of the world, but we'll have to see how Weibo can try and push forward. Just want to hit again on QSS, because Shadowmere, Dawn, and Quicksilver Sash now have extra magic resist. It's going to be really rough for people like Angel. Like, actually building this is quite valuable now with how far ahead Angel is, so I like that Light has kind of done this quick pit stop to get that little bit of extra magic resist, just based on the fact that you have, you know, a 2-item Ari, a 3rd if you really count that Magi Soul Stealer as well, which at least in the for the Leandri's passive will count as the extra legendary item.
And that's the big thing. It's a bit of a risk for Angel right now going for a 3rd item, not Leandri's, Magi Soul Stealer. Yes, it can lead to exceptional resources coming back into you, but you die once, you've delayed your build. You've delayed yourself getting to that full Zonyas. You've delayed your damage coming out from that, especially when you're kind of relying on something that might work out, might not. It can have great, you know, high risk, high reward, definitely from the side of Weibo. And I'll be totally honest, I still think they needed to do it, because this is the kind of game, again, they are 0-2 down. They need to make sure that if they find any kind of advantage, it's just exploded into something bigger.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one, I will say, for Weibo, because, again, like, they have great opportunities to flank, and that's why you can see already, like, they're trying to push in these waves on bot side, establish vision control in this bot side jungle for the Dragon in a minute and a half, make sure that they can have opportunities for SOFM to sneak in behind. Actually, sure about this.
That was one Shuriken flip, by the way. That took a huge chunk out of Wanfong. He is a very squishy boy, going for the full lethality, the Umbral Glaive, and just a serrated Dirk on the backside. Actually went for the Executioner's Calling as well, just to try and mitigate some of that healing coming out from the side of the Yuumi. And honestly, even things like the Akali and the Trundle do have it as well. But with a minute till Dragon, both teams trying to look for something.
Oh, SFM was looking.
Oh, Ala might have to flash here. He does get charmed. He's a very tanky boy, but doesn't have a huge amount of magic resistance that Leandri's still burning.
These fights where LNG can try and force a front to back are going to be great for them, though. If everyone jumps onto Ala, that's a win for LNG, because then Light's untouched. Doomby can get access to the back line. And that's what they'll be looking to do with this Dragon in 45 seconds as well. They're going to try and push mid here so they can group up front to back, but they'll have to make sure they're warding their flanks as they go through, because River is very dark for LNG right now.
Yeah, LNG trying to force their way in. Tarzan kind of walking forward here with Ala, the two big tanks, making sure they've got some kind of control here. But with the reset coming in here for Angel, he wanted to go back and get a little bit more damage with that Blighted Crystal, so he's going to have to try and re-establish control. Doonby off to the right, making sure that he is in a position to be able to flank and get on the backside.
He's not been spotted as well. No wards over that side, so Doonby going to start to sneak in. Light is here as well, and this could be the front to back we were talking about.
Here we go. You're going to have that damage go down onto Ala, but with the Yuumi, you could heal it back up. You've got so much sustain here. No Ghost for Light just yet, and you're still waiting on Flash for On. Apart from that, everyone's got summoners across the board. This is Soul Point now. This is Weibo looking to get themselves a big advantage and maybe back into this series. Remember, they are 0-2 down. They have to look for a big fight. They have to look for a big engage.
I mean, this is the front to back that LNG want, though. As long as Ala's able to play forward and Light stays safe, you need to keep your eyes on SOFM. Can he get access to the LNG AD carry?
Shy pops the Dominus. They go in. They're going to try and maybe 50-50 this. And there's Soul going over to the side of Weibo. Now, do you look for the fight? Yes, you absolutely do. The Dawning Shadow, the Cyclone, the final chapter, though, from Light means that he's still untouched, but he's not quite able to get the consistent damage. And Weibo are not dead yet, Dagda. They pick up the kills, and they pick up the Dragon Soul as well.
Everyone except for the bot lane falls in LNG side, and Weibo, they're keeping themselves alive. It's a long road to get the clean sweep back, but one win here is one step on that path for Weibo.
And again, we go back to the Medjai's. It was a huge risk. It was on 9. It's now on 19. It is a very much win-win here for Weibo. They get absolutely everything. And Dagda, there's life in this series yet.
I mean, there has to be for Weibo. This is exactly what we need to see from them. SOFM controlling the early game against Tarzan, keeping his team in check. Angel having a bigger impact from the mid lane. The Shy not falling to the wayside against Ala. And just having this control on the top side of the map has made things so much easier for Weibo. Soul, Baron, and now the ability to push into the base of LNG.
Let alone that, a 7,000 gold lead. Let's have a look at this one here, because again, it comes off of the Shy kind of finding an opportunity, and everyone commits.
Yeah, and I love the way the Shy is kind of forcing Doonby to play honest here, right? Then flashing in immediately, you get the slice and dice cross Doonby. Doonby falls, and look at the win wall as well. Denies the last chapter, or final chapter I should say, across several people, and it means that you don't get the CC. Light can't try and follow up. The front line's already been disintegrated, and it ends up being very, very messy for LNG. Now, Weibo with this Baron buff, looking to try and push in. They've got Angel topside. He should be totally fine to just chip away at these turrets, especially with that Spirit Rush. It's very hard for anyone in LNG to lock him down.
Again, yes, Light was untouched in that fight. He was able to do it, but again, because, like you said, he went for that pit stop with the Quicksilver Sash, it means he wasn't quite at his Infinity Edge. He's not quite at that big 3-item Zeri that we have seen have so many pentakills throughout every region of the world. And now LNG, they're still not quite out of this one just yet, but they have to try and find opportunities outside of this one. As I say that, they're going to look for one right here. Doonby going to go straight in onto the Shy. Still has access to the Shroud should he need it, but there's going to be the TP coming on the backside of this one here. The final chapter doesn't really do a lot. They're going to jump in on top of the Renekton. They need to try and kill him off as soon as they can. Shut down over to the Zeri, and that's going to slow down a little bit this one. I love the fact that Ala was in topside to try and stop that TP.
You can't stop Angel, though. He's gone to Liandry's Anguish. This is what we're talking about. He has the ability to beat Sion in a side lane, and maybe Tarzan as well. Spirit Rush was available to Angel, not wanting to dive too deep. And this is the power of this 19 stack Ahri. It's taking over side lanes.
It really, really is. You aren't nearly quite, you're not quite there with Ala. He's almost got the pieces together to make them into full items to become that super tank that can deal with everyone. But for the moment, it's just not quite there. I will say the kill going over to Light puts him dangerously close to an IE. And that's when this game gets a little bit more funky for Weibo. So I feel like Weibo, they need to push the issue just a little bit more.
Yeah, they haven't been able to crack the base with this Baron, thanks to this play from Doonby. From again, look at like where the waves are set up, right? You don't have the wave hitting on towards that mid turret. Ala actually gets to stop the TP from Ala, which makes this a little bit of an easier time for LNG. So mid tower will stay standing. They get the pick. Now Baron is just going to fade off. No more pushing for LNG. That Infinity Edge we're talking about is completed for Light. And with 2 minutes until this Elder, one steal of this from Tarzan could change the outcome of the game. but one mistake will net Weibo their first win in this series.
This is the thing as well. This is Weibo looking to try and keep themselves alive. This isn't even them winning the series. This isn't even them coming back and making their way towards, as I say, a guaranteed gauntlet position. This is just to keep them alive in this series. And don't forget, they chose side selection in game 1. They chose red. They lost in game 1, then they chose again. They chose red again. It's showing the power of blue side, the flexibility it gives you and your team. As we can see now, Doonby and Angel trying to go toe-to-toe on this top side, but you can't really do a lot here as the Shy gets caught out as well. They're just trying to hit him over the wall. The Zeri's in a great position. SWFM is there, and the W lands. That's going to be another kill going over to Light, and the Zeri is starting to take over, Dagda.
Zeri's looking real good, and we said that this was going to be an issue. If you cannot get onto Light, now he can start to take over. We've seen it over in the LEC. We've seen it in the LPL, and Light now looking very strong. The question, though, is what happens in a minute's time? When we get towards this outer dragon, can SOFM find access to the backline? Because the one-shot potential is there. Like, with Angel, with the Spirit Rush, SOFM's damage, and On's damage, you are going to be terrifying if you can get on towards Light.
I mean, you're looking at Angel right now, effectively full build. The Medjai's is there, so he has got nowhere else to go. He's got a couple of levels, that's about it. You've 3 items now onto On, so he's got himself his Infinity Edge and moving kind of closer and closer towards being a monster in those big AoE team fights. But like we said, you're still getting bigger, you're still getting badder as this Zeri.
And for Angel, a man who kind of gets overlooked a lot on Weibo, has had a pretty strong split this time as well, being able to provide the a lot of that late game damage on things like the Azir, stepping up with some really great performances, some great mechanics as well in these later stages. And once more, he's the one trying to step up, send LNG away from the Dragon, and keep LNG out of River.
That's a 5-level difference between Tarzan and Angel. Yes, he has got a little bit of extra magic resistance coming out from his Mythic, but not really significant enough to kind of keep him there. The Elder has spawned, and there's no real vision control here for the side of LNG. They need to try and walk in blind. You can see they're a little bit desperate to go for this because they don't know what's happening, and then it's going to be a fight on 2 fronts. Ala tries to use his ultimate to get away, but he's got nowhere to go, and he's taken out. Your big, beefy front line is no longer here. Angel flashes forward, jumping on a Doonby as he goes into stasis. The Zeri still looking very, very strong right now. The Dawning Shadow not quite to finish off Doonby as he flashes away. Light still keeping himself relevant, but the Weibo are the ones pushing forward.
There's no engage left for Weibo, though, to actually deal with Light if he could get into position, but LNG, they don't feel like they can do it. I mean, Doonby on the reset.
They're going to look to Tarzan, though. They don't want to flip this one. Tarzan is dead. It will no longer be a flip. Huanfeng gets out, and he does have a QSS. Doonby tries the TP in, but without a jungler, you cannot contest. And Weibo, they are still pushing forward to a first win.
Angel refuses to let Weibo die. The talk has been about the Shy. The talk has been about Huanfeng not being able to find his success, and even on this Yasuo wants to try and take the limelight, but Angel will not let it go quietly. 7-0, full build on this Ahri. Angel is a carry machine in this game.
I mean, we said he's the Angel of Death, but honestly, he's feeling more like a Guardian Angel for Weibo right now. He is protecting them. He is keeping them alive in this series, which honestly looks so dead and done. And LNG, they're going to have to try and maybe look for something, a miracle, to be perfectly honest. They're looking for their own Guardian Angel.
Yeah, and again, like, the reason we're hyping him up is these kind of plays. Like, he already got onto Tarzan, denied LNG the initial setup, then getting all that damage onto Light means that he's not capable of following up onto the pick onto Ala, and as he called, the flash forward on towards Doonby, making sure they're able to keep this Akali in check. And even here as well, as you get Tarzan trying to move back into River, Angel's the one that gets the pick as well. So again, phenomenal stuff from the Weibo mid lane.
I mean, you've got to think now Weibo have to have it. You have Baron, you have Elder, you have everything you could possibly need, and they're still just going to try and take down those inhibitor turrets. They will get the wave and bot side dealt with, and top lane is a ways away. So yes, you do lose a middle inhibitor, but for the moment, gold doesn't really make a difference. Structures don't really make that much of a damn, because right now it's all about defending your base. It's LNG, they're pinned right up against their nexus.
How about Baron there with Elder there? It's going to make it so difficult for for you to try and fight this. 50 seconds, and Weibo know it. They want to try and close out this game.
Yeah, they got to do it now. They got to do it within the next minute because they know they have the Elder. You can see those little lines, the execution bar, if you will, coming in here. The minions are doing their work, as is this Senna, who's finally getting up to that absolutely insane level of stacks. Here we go. Ala tries to jump in on the backside. It's a bit of a last-ditch effort as Light jumps onto the Shy, but Shy says, no, I jump onto you, as they end up disengaging the fight. You got Zeri lanked up, but not able to do anything else. Weibo find an opportunity. They get all the buffs they could possibly need, and they keep themselves alive in playoffs.
Weibo wake up in Game 3. They will march forward to a 2-1. A long road ahead of them. You can see it on the Shy's face that Weibo know it, but they're one step closer to finding this win over LNG.
They had to work for it. Let's not forget how much they had to work for it. That Zeri was getting scary. They got the Dragon Soul, and it was looking like maybe if they didn't get that, the LNG were going to start scaling back into this game, finding fights for themselves. But thankfully for Weibo and Weibo fans, wasn't to be. They got themselves the win. But as you just mentioned, it's a hell of a long road. It's not even just a road. It's a hike right now, because that's a big mountain. You got to win 2 more games back to back.
And that's the thing here. We have to get this again from Weibo. We need to get SOFM controlling the early stages of the game. We need to make sure that you're actually keeping the Shy in a good spot on this top side. I mean, the first pick, Renekton, working out wonderfully for them. But I don't know if you can rely on, like, hey, look, you know, Angel coming in, getting these 3 kills very quickly. But, I mean, once he did, he looked spectacular in this game. Phenomenal stuff from the Weibo gaming mid laner.
Oh, it really was. Like you said, we always highlight the likes of SOFM and the Shy, but it was Angel. This entire game rested on him, and the fact that he went to Medjai's, he was confident enough to say, look, I can get in and out of fights, and just how fearless he was. Even that last fight, flashing in to make sure he got the point-blank charm and said, look, even if I don't kill Doonby, I'm getting everything off the table for him so he can't be a threat.
Yeah, and that was the difference maker there as well. I mean, the fact that you're looking at, hey, look, Doomby's trying to TP back in, Tarzan's looking to try and contest on towards this dragon. He wasn't able to. Again, Angel in position. This was a great understanding from Angel. I mean, look at the damage. In a position to go, hey, look, no, I'm going to step up here. I mean, called it from the early stages, right? First strike on Angel, knowing, hey, look, I can get this big influx of gold. I can then accelerate myself and be a difference maker here. Because usually, we're like, you know, Ari can't carry fights. It's Everfrost. She just doesn't have the damage profile to do it. But if you can get accelerated like this, suddenly you're doing so much more damage and being able to take on that role with nearly 40% of the team's damage to carry this game.
Yeah, literally just doing everything within their power to make sure they came out on top. And honestly, there was a lot of question marks from the side of Weibo. You're picking up this Yasuo and Senna, which we definitely highlighted, but it wasn't the highlight. There was honestly no need for us to even look at it after a certain point, because it didn't matter. Yes, you end up having the ultimate. If you get the Cyclone off, you get the last breath in, that's a fantastic situation for you. But it didn't matter because it was all about Angel. It was all about him kind of setting himself up. And I think that it's going to be very difficult to, again, this is similar to what we always say, like if a player needs to have that level of a pop-off performance to maintain that over 3 games, that's a big ask.
Yeah, and it did get a little bit scary, especially as we look towards the later portion of the game, but I think they did a fantastic job. I'm so sorry, folks. I'll make it stop now. It's like hiccups. I just gotta get it out of the way.
I was about to say, it's like a hiccup. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry.
But no, I think phenomenal stuff from Weibo, and we're going to have to see now if they can keep it going for game number 4, if they can push us to that game 5.
I mean, the big thing now is that LNG gets side selection, and we have seen 3 wins from 3 on the blue side, so Weibo are going to have to find something within them to kind of say, okay, we can win off this red, force it to a game 5, and then maybe give a couple of more question marks. And for LNG, look, yes, it didn't work out in this particular game, but I do think that a lot of what they had done in the first 2 was taken off the board. The Sejuani was taken away. They weren't able to get the early laning phases or early winning laning phase that we've seen them so far in this series, and that showed in this game because they weren't able to kind of transition anything really after that. Yes, they got a kill on bot, but after that, Tarzan just felt like he couldn't find an opportunity afterwards.
Yeah, and I do like to see Doomby kind of bringing in things like the Akali, but I'd love to see him kind of fall back towards things like the Lissandra. I think if you have the Lissandra here to match up against the Akali, against the Ari, I think you're able to control that a little bit easier, and then you can kind of set up for these team fights a little bit easier with Light being that big carry.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 4. You do not want to miss it.
Such a good setup. Finally getting some gold, but do they care? I mean, IG might even 4v5. The all-in, Mole over the wall, and Chrono Trigger Part 2. It's a time crisis for IG's AD carry. Genji now joins in. I'm just waiting for the brink of this fight. And he's still so cheeky with his bone skewers. But Xiao flashing forward, gets stunned up. The RNG mid laner with a massive whoopsie as he's now in the middle, but it could be a bait with the shock down from Gala. Breeze joins in. It was a bait, but X marking the spot as Invigorous Shadow comes through. And yeah, G as well. Look at this Pike support. Reset, reset, reset. Another onto Ming. Reset. Jin Jiao onto Gala. Reset, no! The Immortal Shield Bow comes in clutch. And Gala again. Stop giving this man Zeri. It's too shocking.
Here in the sniper of what you're looking to do, but with the amount of vision control they had on that side of the map, is Allah needs to be careful.
He needs to be very careful. I think he might be going down if he's not, but he can turn this one around. He's got to tough it out, so he's regenning back. He's looking to do it, and there's the solo kill.
Temperature to be able to bring it home. SOFM looking to bring another challenge.
He doesn't want to go too crazy into this one, though. He does know that Allah could maybe try and turn this one around. Look at the attack speed. He's got the tower with him as well. He gets the knock-up, but the shield is good. And now he's going to try and go into the tower. No way! No way! No! Welcome back, Allah!
And it's on Doggo again. As much as he survives, and it's someone else who goes,
Oh my god. Bin just goes in 1v5 and in comes Wei to follow it up. Bin is an absolute monster. He's unstoppable. And now turning it into more as well. Doggo here to sweep up some kills. But Bin, take a bow. He dominates WE. Playing the aggressive stance there. Tian goes straight for Betty. Betty has nothing to say at this point, but Tian might have overextended. Shadow Surge gets Jackie Love. Harder shuts him down. Shadow Surge reset, but the rest of his team is getting picked up. He goes back in. He's trying to get the damage on the back line. This is actually working out for anyone's legend, but here comes Tian. He's going ham with the World Ender, but he gets caught under tower. He takes down Betty. It's a quick fight back and forth. AL Knight shows true in the end, and Knight will take them down.
gonna take control of this day. Someone's gonna make the change. Someone's gonna raise their voice and say, there's gotta be a better way. Gotta find love if you wanna be loved. Gotta find hope if you wanna be hopeful. Gotta find strength if you wanna be strong, stronger. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back to the ones we love. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a riddle and a sign of the times. If I can, we all can. Gotta find love in a world away. Gotta find peace with your neighbor today. Gotta find faith in someone, somewhere. We all come home. We all get through. We all get back to the ones we love. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. If I can, we all can. 'Cause everybody's talking in a riddle and a rhyme, a symbol and a rhythm and a sign of the times. If I can, we all can. If I can. If I can, we can. If I can, we can. We can. If I can, we all can. If I can, surely we can. If I can, we all can. Everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. We all can. We all can. 'Cause everybody's talking about we can, I can, if he can, she can, they can. We all can. We all can.
我觉得我和我队伍主要我的发挥很不稳定，然后我队伍发挥就会有一种就会上下起伏的感觉。我觉得季后赛和常规赛的区别就在于心态要放平一点，然后要做好打满 BO5 的打算。我觉得我们队伍能走得很远，只要每个人做好自己该做的事情，然后心态保持稳定的话，至于我们队伍的目标肯定是世界赛。
Keep yourself stable mentally. And honestly, I love that little bit what he said about like preparing for full 5 games. And that's exactly what they're going to need because they are still in the series, but only just by a fingernail holding onto the side of the wall. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming in after Weibo kept themselves alive in this series. Now 2-1 is the scoreline to LNG. We got to talk about the man in the mid lane. We've talked about it so much. Angel, MVP. It was always going to be him. I mean, it's a bit of a kind of a bittersweet moment as well because it's like, yes, he had an exceptional pop-off performance, but if he needs to do that for 3 games in a row, that's going to be tough.
You're definitely going to need more members to step up on Weibo, but Angel did his due diligence in game number 3, picking up that triple kill in the early stages on this bottom side, matching the roams that Doomby was going for, and making sure that he's keeping the game in check. Nearly 40% of the team's damage on Ari is absolutely insane.
Again, a champion that we talk about as not really being the primary damage dealer for your composition. That was a lie, because right now you can see he knew what he had to do as well. Going for the Medjai is recognizing, look, I need to be the one to carry this game, and not that he doesn't have faith in his team, but more so that he knew he had the resources that needed to be used correctly in this series.
Yeah, and again, I think it was such a good opportunity to see him like getting the first strike, getting early kills, getting that early gold, and then turning that into Leandri's Anguish. Getting the fact that you have that upgraded Magi Soul Stealer as well was phenomenal. So great job coming through from Weibo here to make sure that they're going to be able to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, it really was. And now we're going to waste none of your time. We're not going to try and build narratives or talk about what this means for the teams, because we got to jump into pick bans straight away. Now LNG on the blue with Weibo back on the red. Remember, we've played 3 games so far. All 3 have been won from the blue side, because it affords you things like banning the Renekton, banning the Kennen, things that you would normally be allowed to ban on the side of the red.
So no Renekton first pick this game, but Zeri going to be left open and immediately locked up by Light. I actually like this, especially. I think Zeri just incredibly strong at the moment, and kind of means that you have to change up the game plan a lot of the times in your draft to respond entirely to a Zeri, and something that has that much power is going to be absolutely incredible. Lucian with the Wukong, though, looks like we'll be getting Lucian Nami on this bottom side and see if you can bully out the Zeri in these early stages.
Yeah, you could go with the Lulu on the side of LNG. The Yuumi is obviously the natural point, because it just works so well at keeping you both safe and getting you both in and out of fights, but not to be picked up just yet. LNG now looking towards their jungle pick. The Trundle was fine in the early game, but it didn't really have that same level of impact that, the Wukong just has in those team fights. Getting in with that, decoy into the Cyclone is just so much more powerful than anything a Trundle can really do. And LNG, they're going to lock in their bot lane. They say, look, we're going to get ourselves the Zeri and the Yuumi, and now we're going to look towards, I imagine it has to be something like the jungle right now. Or actually, technically, you could leave the jungle open, because Tarzan has a champion Ocean. Go for some of the solo lines, because you kind of have to pick the Nami here.
Yeah, I still just like taking the Trundle. I think Tarzan's Trundle is so incredibly strong. We saw it, like, how prevalent it could be. And even though they lost the last game, Tarzan was still very much making a name for himself in the bot side, making sure that he's able to find these early ganks. So I think the Trundle will just work well here, especially if you can try and get down towards this bot lane, where On going to be very vulnerable on things like this now.
Well, bot side and jungle is going to be locked in here now for both these teams. We will see Lucian Nami coming back into fruition. Was something that LNG played twice in this series so far. They picked it up in the first 2 games. Now Weibo going to try and take up that matchup themselves. And for Weibo, it's about what you want to try to put the Shy on. You will have counter pick technically, but again, I'm going to say it right now, I don't want to see him on Ornn. I don't want to see him try and go for those solo kills or anything like that. I think that the best matchup we've seen has been when either Ala or the Shy has been on carries.
Yeah, and I think that's where I want to see this matchup go towards again. Now, I think for Ala, he is more willing, and from a team perspective is more able to go towards things like those tanks, like the Scion, where you don't have to rely on Ala to be a big damage dealer, because Light has been phenomenal in that regard. Doomby has been stepping up as well, so I think you got more flexibility here with LNG, whereas for Weibo, because we're not seeing Guanfeng really step up to the mark over the course of the split, they have been heavily reliant on the Shy being on some sort of carry, but should have counter pick coming through here. I mean, the Ari still open, which I imagine will be banned here by LNG, but still got a lot of options here for Angel in that mid lane.
Yeah, maybe the Silas as well. Perhaps the Azir. Azir has been perma-banned by the side of LNG. They actually left it open this time around on the rotations. We'll see what they want to go for here. The Ari gets banned away there from Angel. Not going to let him have that champion once again. And now we'll see what they want to kind of go for. Because again, I feel like Weibo are kind of happy with the way the pick bans have gone this time around, because they should get either the Azir or the Silas. And honestly, I think if they're hoping for anything, they're hoping for the Silas.
Yeah, I think the Silas will probably be banned away, but it does leave open things like the Akali, though Doomby has been playing a lot. Angel, we already kind of said, look, he's had great performances on Akali in the past, even if it's not his highest win rate champion over the course of his career. Like, I think you still have a lot of threats here on Weibo you can go for on this next rotation for Angel.
Yeah, Camille going to be banned away there from Ala. Haven't seen it at all this series, but definitely a pick that Ala can take over a side lane with, even to something like a Gwen. So Weibo just want to try and get something for the Shy as quick as they possibly can.
So I think the downside here is either Azir or Silas will be left open, which is going to be great for Angel, right? He's been a big fan of the Azir. We've seen it banned every single game, and it looks like this could be the one where they let that Azir sneak through and Angel gets that for himself.
Technically speaking, it is a flex. We have been,
Oh,
we have seen the Shy Shy play the Azir so far this split. I believe he played it once, but also he's also been spamming it right now in solo queue. You were looking at the solo queue records earlier today, but maybe not to be the one right now. It is going to be the Gwen locked in here for the Shy. So again, another good carry coming out here for the side of Weibo. But if it's hard focused like we saw in game 1, this thing does become a little bit of a liability.
Yeah, and especially when Allah will have the counter pick here. With the Fiora, Jax, Camille all gone, he looks like he will just default back to the Nara, but honestly I think that works out pretty well with what LNG have here. You've got good engage that can come through from the Yuumi. She can attach very well to Nara, set up for a lot of these big Nara ultimates, and as well Doomby. I'm curious to see what he goes for here. Could always go towards something like a Lissandra if he really wants to. Corki has kind of been his game plan. You're looking at a lot of late game scaling on Weibo, so maybe you want to try and match, but it looks like he's happy to just go back towards this Akali. I'm curious now, will we get this Azir for Angel or not?
Yeah, we'll see if the Azir comes out here. I will say the Azir fairly decent, obviously, into the Akali. The Akali not really got much kill pressure onto him until post level 6, and even then his Azir soldiers and his general range should be able to keep him safe. And it would fit very nicely into what Weibo want to go for, but maybe they throw all that out and go for something a little bit different. But yeah, I think the Azir, how much priority's been on it, it has to be the pick coming out here.
Yeah, it just works so well in the team fight that Weibo have. The ability to try and keep Wanfeng safe, reset fights for people like Ala and Doomby. You want to try and get in onto this backline. I think it just works out too well. So two big ultimates now that you have to contend with on LNG, with the Emperor's Divide, the tidal wave coming through from Nami as well, is going to cause major issues for LNG. But I mean, if they are able to close the gap on towards Weibo between the Zeri, the Akali, this Nara as well, there is a lot of wiggle room that they can have in these fights.
Absolutely. And again, we saw Gwen for the Shy in game number 1. He got bullied. He got downright beat down. And it's going to be on Ala and Tarzan to try and make that one happen again. I will say with the Akali into the Azir, you're going to struggle for the first few levels at least to try and open up that mid lane, maybe until we get to the mid game, where that Akali can really start to open up and move to the side lanes. But for the moment, it feels like both teams very happy with what they've got. And honestly, I like what Weibo have brought to the table. They've got good engage, they've got good scaling as well. And honestly, the bot lane pressure with the Lucian Nami should give them good bot lane control as well.
Yeah, I think the best thing here for LNG is trying to again play through this top side. Like, if you can get Ala ahead, this Nara can massively take over games. You just want to let Light and Lumao try and scale into this and see if you can try and help out Doomby to a certain extent. Whereas for Weibo, I feel like we're probably going to see a step back here once more, where they are trying to play 4 lanes, let this Gwen scale, Azir scale, and will be on SOFM to try and lighten the load for his laners with the pressure that LNG are putting down.
Well, it's still do or die right now for Weibo. They are 2-1 down in this best of 5. LNG on match point, but the pressure starts to mount when you lose a couple of games. The pressure starts to get a bit more serious, if we will, a bit more kind of hard to deal with once you start to drop one or two games in this series. And for Weibo, that just builds the momentum. The reason why reverse sweeps are so sought after is because not only does it help you completely demoralize your opponent, but it builds you up so effectively well. So we're going to jump onto the Rift. Weibo going to be a little bit more aggressive here onto their pathing, trying to make sure there's no aggressive wards coming out from LNG, and they pin them back into their jungle.
So Tarzan starting off with the press the attack, not the lethal tempo. Wants to try and make sure that he can have some good smacks here if he can find SOFM on his jungle clear, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the case. A little burst damage as well for when he can try and get in onto these ganks. So we'll be keeping our eyes on Tarzan to see what he can find and if SOFM can try and help out in making sure that he stays safe.
Yeah, they're going to clear away this ward for the moment, just kind of putting Ala in experience range. Fun fact I learned is that the experience range is huge for a ward. It's actually really, really large. So Ala goes down, picks that one up, so he should be able to get level 2 a little bit earlier, and that's going to be very nice there for the LNG top side. So both junglers going to be starting on their red sides of the jungle, going to be starting solo. So again, want to see now what Weibo do to try and maybe mitigate a potential trundle coming in this bot side, and so far it's just the ward in the river.
I mean, both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, though, so we will have a bit of a split opportunity here if Tarzan wants to try and make some sort of early play. We've seen him consistently go for these level 2, level 3 ganks, and even on the last game, he went for the level 2, which was then responded well by SOFM, but maybe we'll see him go for this level 3, especially if the Shy is playing this aggressively in top side, only has the Ghost available. Maybe there's an opportunity for Tarzan to make something happen here.
it's well, the little nerfs that came in for Gnar a couple of patches ago definitely start to feel a bit more. If you're not sure, they basically reduced his tankiness, shall we say, or his survivability in his mini Gnar forms. So you can get much more aggressive trades like this, but like I said, once he gets into Mega, he gets that extra little bit of steroid of health, he gets himself more resistances and can just kind of clear the wave a little bit better. So the Shy, very aware of this, going to pop down a ward, make sure he's not getting caught out by any, as you mentioned, level 2, level 3 ganks.
Yeah, there is a ward at the Raptors of Weibo as well, so making sure there is no way for Trundle to try and sneak in without being spotted onto that top side of the map. But looks like Trundle is actually going to try and sneak past that ward. I don't think there's enough space now. He will be spotted there, and we'll have to see if Angel responds accordingly.
Yeah, Angel's just going to have to try and run away with this one here. Should be fine. Oh, the Shuriken flip does land, and that's going to be a nice little bit of damage now traded back for Doomby. And as much as Angel knew this was coming, he's still taking a fair chunk of damage. SOFM is now here. Doomby thought about maybe going for this one here, and he's still feeling very confident because the bot lane is in the ascendancy for LNG, so they're the ones that feel like they can go for this aggressive move, and that means blue buff is basically forfeit.
Yeah, if LNG can stick around. I will say for Doomby, though, it looks like the wave is pushing in towards him, so we'll lose out.
Pillar of Ice comes down. That just slows everyone out. You can see how labored everyone is, and this is all of a sudden a bit of a skirmish. 4v4 on this bot side. The blue buff going to be the 5th man trying to do damage. Light takes a huge chunk there over the wall. Just gets bursted out by the Azir and Lucian combination. And that means that he needs to back himself away. Shuriken flip was cheeky, but let's be real, it was never really going to land.
Yeah, I think Doomby, though, did lose a good amount of CS in this mid lane. Because look at where the wave is at the moment. Pushed in just underneath this tower. I have to double check actually exactly how that... I'm not sure if it bounced. No, actually, okay. No, it didn't lose out as much as I thought it was. I thought it had bounced off that bot lane turret, but actually hadn't. So, yeah, Doomby going to be relatively okay as Angel TPs back in and gets met with a little bit of damage.
Yeah, absolutely does. Of course, went back, picked up boots and a refillable potion, so a refillable pot, but... Again, nothing too untoward there. A lot of posturing around that dragon, but you can tell just how close and how tight it is between these two teams because the fact that they didn't want to go for this because one small mistake could mean the end of your series. Lumao flashes in. He gets himself back into the Zeri. Now On has nowhere to go. He's going to be slowed down by the prowling projectile, but weaving himself between the minions keeps him safe. And oh, it's getting very tense.
It's getting very tense, and Tarzan is here. Wave is going to be pushing out, and they're going for it.
They land the W. You can see Huanfeng with very little mana to get in. The flash forward. One more auto attack. It's not enough. The Aqua Prison was absolutely perfect because Dagdead had to be.
And where's the response? Look at SOFM. He's moving up topside. Ala low and overextended. This is so dangerous.
It's so dangerous. He will have a hop and a flash. He might be able to get himself away. The little bit of a slow. The flash forward. One more auto attack, but no, SOFM. He can't get it. The range of the Minimar means that Gnar gets a kill. And oh, Weibo, it could have been fantastic, but it's a disaster.
The speed up on the Hyper keeps Ala safe. You can't get the range on SOFM. Didn't have the extended range on the Q, just up off a cooldown to try and finish off Ala. So he will fall. So all is said and done, it only ends up hindering the Shy in that top side. We'll just catch it here on the replay. It's a nice call from SOFM, right? Like he goes up, he uses the auto attack here to get the jump. He then uses the range from the W to close the gap, holding on to this E, but just about getting that Hyper off means that Ala's able to stay alive.
I think he cancelled an auto attack as well, I'm pretty sure, right in the last minute there. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference, but again, this is those are the margins you're looking at. Those are the smallest little things you're looking at to be the difference makers here. And that means that Ala gets himself a kill in that top side. Not only that, but he burnt off the Ghost and the Flash here from the Shy and SOFM respectfully. And now Ala, he's feeling confident because he's got level 6. He can get the ult off. And now the Shy hasn't really got many places to go. The chunk crunch down means that the Shy takes a hell of a lot of damage. SOFM just needs to be here on the backside. He needs to know where everyone is because he needs to make sure the Shy doesn't fall behind.
Yeah, Tarzan moving up here just to spot out where SOFM is, and especially with the Shy kind of close to hitting that level 6, they weren't sure if there's going to be some kind of turnaround play, but now both junglers going to meet again in this mid lane. SOFM's just matching Tarzan so well here.
He really, really is. Angel, though, going to be hit by the Pillar of Ice. SOFM kind of saying, look, I know this is going to happen, going to cover you right now, and they trade back much more effectively.
Yeah, I think they were hoping that Angel could hit 6 quick enough that maybe they could bump Tarzan back towards the turret. No flash, they could make a play, but with the amount of minions that were lost on that early level 3 play, the invade onto blue side, you don't hit level 6 as quickly as you should here for both mid laners, so they don't actually have access to those those ultimates. So at the moment, both junglers trying to match tip for tat, and again, this is where Weibo are trying to shine. Late game with the Azir, the Wukong, the Gwen, they should be in a good spot.
And Doobie taking a hell of a lot of punishment right now. It's going to force Tarzan to kind of sit in this mid lane. This is what we were talking about as well, but between the Akali and the Azir is just going to be able to bully you. You're not really going to have the same kind of freedom that you had in games 1 and 2 here as Doonby. It's going to take a little bit more creativity to make that one work. And speaking of creativity, going to look at bot lane and see what they can do here. You're going to have level 6s coming in, about half a wave or so here for Huanfeng and On. So lots to be doing here, and those big level 6 power spikes from across the board on both sides. We're going to see more action before the night's done.
I mean, I hope so. If this game ends at 1-0 and like LNG just
That'd be
that's
impressive.
it.
I'd
Yeah.
be impressed that no one else dies and we still get an end game. I don't even know who would win in that
I'm not going to
regards.
lie. I cast FPX and JDG, which was a 33-minute first blood. I would not
Yeah.
like to repeat that, but we'll have to see exactly.
Poor Chronicler. That's his
I know.
life every week. You know,
Yeah.
it's LCK.
I mean, they took the record from us. I can't remember
They
what
did. I think it was like 38 minutes or
Yeah,
something.
it's
It was
insane.
insane.
And then it ended. But-
yeah, and then it was the game over because it was like first blood, team fight done. But yeah, now we can see a little bit of cheekiness coming out here from Tarzan. He's snuck himself here into this middle brush, but it's all about whether or not Weibo feel comfortable moving forward.
Yeah, I think in this point, it's a case of, hey, look, we've got this big slow push. Let's use this to our advantage. Let's start to bit by bit, crash this wave, we can reset, move towards Rift Herald. And that's where you're seeing Doonby going, okay, I've got push mid. If I can get a kill onto the Shy, well then maybe I can actually set up for something here so we don't have that problem for bot lane.
Here we go. The transform will come in, but the Shy very well aware that the last time he played Gwen, he was just targeted. So backs himself up. No need for him to walk on top of that, so keeps himself safe. Very nicely done by him.
He has no mana though. He actually won't be a big factor if a skirmish is to kick off around Rift Herald, which is why you saw him consider the reset, but instead wants to try and clear it this big wave before he goes for it. But here's that slow push we're talking about. So On and Huanfeng going to start marching orders up towards topside, but actually may just be looking at the no. Yeah, they will continue up towards the Rift Herald and see if they can try and contest it.
And it looks like it's not going to look to contest at all. I think he just wanted it to get the honey fruit so he could continue harassing in that bot side. He could get the mana down there, but the Wukong is top side. Allah might be in a lot of trouble here. You don't have a lot of mana here for the Shy. And you can see that's very difficult for them to make things work here. As Allah then gets flashed down, the Cyclone is good. They're going to use the last of the mana from the Shy to get the needle work, and very, very well done here by Weibo. Once bitten, twice shy. They're getting the Shy on the board.
And the SOFM has been doing such a good job across game 3 and 4 of making sure he's matching Tarzan. Tarzan can't have the same impact. We highlighted Tarzan at the start of the day saying the difference maker for this squad was the jungler. But with SOFM now keeping the Shy safe, finding these ganks topside, matching Tarzan where he goes, suddenly LNG are running away with these games as much as they were. And Weibo, that slow increase from the lanes, is starting to play through every lane with a CS advantage and the gold lead in their favor.
We can start to feel the momentum turning back in favor of Weibo. We're starting to feel like this is our 6th team from the regular split. This is the team that should be coming in on top of LNG, looking far more comfortable. And it's exactly like we saw in the interview. It is about keeping your mentality for those 5 games. You win 2 of them, great. Well done to you, LNG. You need to win a 3rd, and if you can't, then there's no point.
And for Weibo, it's not only just overcoming the fact that you're down in this series, it's overcoming the fact that you just recently lost a series to LNG in a 2-0 fashion as well. So for Weibo, it feels like it's definitely a massive hill they have to climb, but they're slowly but steadily getting their feet in front of each other. And now if they're moving over towards this dragon as well, getting some of these early objectives could really stand them, especially in a Inferno Dragon, like 6% extra damage, or at least ability power and attack damage is going to be really nice.
It's going to be very, very nice to kind of have, especially as a singular Drake. It just feels very, very nice to get. It hasn't been started up just yet, as we do have more pressure coming out from the spot side of LNG as they try and just kind of push this wave in. SOFM trying to see if he can juke people out there with the decoy, but not quite able to be done just yet. Allah going to just push the Shy back into the wall. It's the power of the Mega Gnar. You just get him in, you jump back out, you get yourself a plate. You're not doing too badly. There's only a 300 gold lead here for Weibo as they try to make this one work. You get over the wall here, but the culling's still fantastic from Huanfeng. Brings light all the way down, which means they can't contest for this dragon.
I think a bit of miscommunication though. SOFM maybe could have got in with the Sheen
Tarzan.
proc, and that damage from Huanfeng might have been able to finish him off, or at least force a barrier. But Tarzan will find Angel.
He will find Angel, but he's actually putting himself away because he knows the rest of Weibo are coming up from the Dragon Pit. So just going to say, very sorry, sir, tips the hat, and off he goes. But now, Allah recognizes that he might be in a 1v1 here on the top side. And You can see now, ooh, the ult doesn't quite hit anybody. You can see Light trying to get stacked up here. They're going to go for his flip, and it's LNG who secure it. Now SOFM has to get himself over the wall. There's going to be the Azir Emperor's Divide as a perfect execution puts himself back into a decent position. SOFM running as far as he possibly can, but the W lands, which means that he's slowed down, he's taken out, and LNG over one play over the Dragon have flipped this game back in their favor.
Yeah, you might have gotten Light low, but you didn't take Light down, and that's a Yuumi that's attached. The Zoomies healing up Light so well, and now Huanfeng might be in trouble. The final chapter is still there if Lumao wants to toss it out, but looks like they will just back and make sure they can get the damage from this Rift Herald.
And that's the big thing as well. Not only do you steal away the Dragon, but you also took the Rift Herald earlier. This is going to, here's something we're going to use later in the day. You know, it's a special tool for us to kind of make a most out of our plays. So Huanfeng with very little mana can't really sit here underneath the tower, and 2 plates, yes, only going over, but that's a kill, that's 2 plates, that's Dragon, and all of a sudden you can see LNG starting to pick up the gold lead.
Yes, the bot lane now kind of being in a better spot. The CS has been evened up, the damage on the tower and the plate's going to help out Light. Just see here, just about able to smite that away is Tarzan, then will not be able to stop SOFM from getting out of the pit, but everyone else on Weibo has to run for the hills. They're so separated as Angel had tried to go back towards mid lane, and then SOFM has no friends, no place to go, and Tarzan will finish him off.
Sorry, he's a moo with the lack of friends he has, as just not really anything going. Like, I love how you said it there as well. Everyone was scattered. It felt like the play was either just very lackadaisical or just not quite the same one as everyone was thinking, because it felt like, as you said, Angel was moving back to mid, bot lane was moving back up towards blue buff. Everyone except SOFM was committed to the Dragon, so it felt like they kind of almost expected to get the Dragon and then walk out scot-free. Didn't really work out for the side of Weibo, but LNG capitalized beautifully, and yes, it's only a 200 gold lead, not exactly, well, a couple of hundred, not exactly super relevant at the moment, but that Dragon just stopped the stacking, means that Weibo need to have a little bit more in mind when they're looking for those objective fights.
I think if they'd gotten the kill on Tazeri, that would have been a lot easier, but the fact they didn't, you get the heal up from Light, and then he's able to come back in. Ala, though.
Ala looking for something here, as he does have Flash available to him. He already used the Mega Gnar ultimate, so SOFM recognizing it's not really worth it for him to go for that one there. Huanfeng puts down a culling, but this time around, not really getting the same kind of purchase on it. Gonna force his cleanse out of him because the ult came out from Light. So you're losing summoners across the board on this bot side, and you can see why the Zeri and Yuumi is so powerful. It's so hard to keep this damage to stick.
Yeah, and Light can just continue to poke here. Zap won't be, or the Ultra Shock Laser won't be able to hit, but you're still getting these Qs, the Priding Projectiles coming out from Lumao that can do damage as well. You're getting push in mid lane for Angel. Weibo still very much struggling in this bot side, but at least Angel will maybe be able to lean down bot side to try and help out, because at the moment Light and Lumao pretty far overextended, and SOFM's here.
SOFM is here, but he has been spotted, so Light should be able to keep his dash over the wall to himself. Now Angel trying to see if he can run away, but ooh, the Shuriken flip does not land, which means that Angel is able to kind of turn this one around, but he puts himself between a rock and a hard place. The subjugate should be good enough, and in a 2v1, Angel still comes out with a counter kill.
Well played by Angel to get it, but a little bit unfortunate for Doom. He ends up flashing into the small gap between the wall and can't go anywhere, so nice pickup by Angel to get one back as he was still pushing in that bot, or in that mid lane.
Well, we're going to see the bot lane of Weibo trying to be more aggressive with this Lucian-Nami combination. Not a huge amount of mana here on Light, but skirmishes across the board right now, Dagda. You can see it's kind of almost personal between these two teams all of a sudden. Doonby having a little bit of 2v1. Ala now trying to see if he can take out SOFM, who's going to have to be first to burn the Cyclone. He don't quite get the flash over. Ala thought about maybe making a play there with the ultimate, but wasn't able to connect.
Yeah, he got hit by the Cyclone as he flashed in, so wasn't able to actually get the ultimate out as the Gnar. So mistimed there by Ala, and SOFM will just about manage to escape. We'll get this replay now of this mid lane play. So Doomby very, very low. Does a good job to get over the wall here. Well, get onto Angel and then get sent over the wall. But you can see there, he just gets himself trapped. Gets caught in between the two, which means he can't really move away. You get the shield coming through from Angel at the last second as well off his E to allow him to get one more auto attack in, but will fall himself.
Yeah, well, while that was all happening, bot lane does go down as Light with the Immortal Shield Bow now just able to kind of brute force in this bot lane. I will say you're at a very powerful spike here for the Lucian-Nami. You've got the Gale Force and the Imperial Mandate, so if they can find skirmishes around Dragon potentially in 30 seconds, it should be a bit more of a bigger kind of setup here for Weibo. As we can see in the picture-in-picture, they just look for the full engage because they know they can bully it out.
Yeah. But we'll have to see, as you say. I mean, Huanfeng should be able to get that reset in. He's just managed to get back to base. Now, LNG, while Huanfeng's off the map, going to take this Rift Herald, and Now you're caught in a weird spot here as Weibo, because if you try and commit them for the Dragon, well, suddenly you lose your mid lane tower to a Rift Herald. And this has kind of been the story here for Weibo, is like, yes, they're getting some sort of control in this early stages, but this lack of objective control is making it harder for them to keep pushing this game forward.
You would have loved if this was your second Dragon here as Weibo. It would have been absolutely fantastic. But, you know, nice little pace there for the Soul. But now with Tarzan taking that Rift Herald, he's going to say, cool, we're going to keep funneling money into Light and keep him going. The Zeri still very relevant. Dunby with the Shroud keeps himself alive. As you can see, Huan Fong and On trying to make that big power spike work for them.
And this is something we see a lot from LNG. Like, they're not willing to play heavily around this bot side traditionally. Like, you look at the kill participation of 15 for Light, and it's, less than 48%. Like, not a huge amount. He's 9th in the league. But his kill participation in total goes up to 73%, 4th in the league. All of that kill participation is between the 15 to 30 minute mark. Like, this is where he will start to come alive, and you can see immediately they're putting presence there.
So close there. Literally just gets past him on the last soldier of the Emperor's Divide as Angel tries to make a play, was hoping to get SOFM on top of Allah and maybe just get the Cyclone going from there, but was not to be. And LNG keep themselves in the ascendancy. So let's have a bit of a take of stock as we look towards the 18-minute mark. It's a 2,000 gold lead, just under it for LNG. Angel, yeah, I was going to say, he's going to have to back himself away right now because he has not got control or support in this bot side. And with the rest of the waves being pushed in by LNG, Weibo, ooh, good little catch here onto Doonby. Going to put him down to half health, but no real objectives from this bot side, so I don't expect Weibo to really hard force this.
No, it's going to be a bit of a tough one to try and brute force. So, LNG now, we're looking to see what they can try and do as to be hops forward. I think the big issue for them here is, like, you need to get push on top, push on bot, and then try and collapse on mid lane where you've got a numbers advantage, or make a pick in the enemy jungle. It just becomes incredibly hard to try and brute force your way into mid-turn with how short range your composition is.
Yeah, he needs to start backing up. The Shy doesn't have a huge amount of mana, and there was a hell of a lot of members of LNG working up towards that top side. But like you said, trying to see use the numbers you have to try and maybe mitigate some of the pressure points of LNG, but for Weibo, but for LNG, it's all about pushing forward, looking to try and maybe catch people out. You have a Trundle, he can disrupt, he can move into positions that you maybe don't expect him to be. He can, again, create terrain that you have to then traverse. It's very, very difficult to actually work around this guy, and it's why Tarzan puts a high priority on him. I was like, cool, can't get Poppy, I'll take the Trundle, because it does very similar things in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, create terrain is nice. I need them to create pockets of vision. That's what I want here for LNG. Like, getting this vision control in the jungle so you can actually look to as to where exactly Weibo are positioning members, when you can try and make plays happen, and how you can try and make those happen. Like, okay, if they end up over-forcing a ton of people mid, right, we'll look for a tier 2 on side lanes. We'll look to try and maneuver around where Weibo are located, which is why they're trying to push in towards the jungle, but they're just not getting this opportunity with where Weibo are right now.
I will say, it's probably been the most tempered of the games so far. We're looking at only 5 kills, no massive triple, quadra kills for any of the mid laners as of yet. And, you know, 20 minutes into the game, the scaling Azir has got 2 items. You're going towards your second item now on top of Gwen. And yes, the Huan Fong Lucian hasn't had the most explosive of bot lanes, but it's still a Lucian. Lucian getting his, you know, kind of in range of a Zeri with a piercing light and 3 or 4 items will still do extreme damage. Same can be said on the other side. You're relying on the engage, I feel like, coming out from Allah to really set up this LNG mid lane and bot lane duo to make sure that they can put down the damage. So both teams happy to let the scaling go, and with both having a dragon apiece, no one really close to any kind of soul anytime soon.
Yeah, I think a large portion of this has just been how tense it has been between the two junglers. Like, in Game 1 and Game 2, we saw Tarzan run away with it. Game 3 and now Game 4, SOFM has been doing a much better job of keeping Tarzan in check. And it has led to this bit of a stalemate. But again, this is kind of where Weibo have leaned in towards. Like, they're not a team that has been very high when it comes towards kills. Something that we didn't really get to talk about. Like, the kills that they have at the 15-minute mark is only 3. They're like 15th in the league. But when you actually, 13th in the league. When you actually see them shoot up then into the later portion of the game, they suddenly end up at 8th in the league for the amount of kills per game. A huge amount of that comes from consistent team fighting, round objectives, and specifically looking at that Baron to finish out games for them as well. Like, they have the 7th highest Baron rate in the league, and they rely heavily on that to help them finish out these games.
Well, we wait. Baron is on the map. This is the past 20-minute mark, so Baron has joined us in this fight as the Shy. Yeah, sadly for him, he's not really going to have that bot lane pressure or even the side lane pressure against Ala, because Ala in that mini-nar form just at the moment is just stronger. The Triforce gives you such a great spike right now. It's very difficult to deal with. Tarzan needs to be very careful, has to pop the Subjugate, and that's just before Dragon.
Yeah, good Ultra Shock Laser as well to slow the assault there. Doomby now going to be on the receiving end, a bit of damage off the love taps from Huanfeng, but I mean, they still own River here as LNG. They've still got decent poke from Light, healing coming through from Lumao. I think you're still struggling here a little bit as Weibo. You don't want to just run into Tarzan.
No, you don't want to run into Tarzan. There's two great flank wards here for Ala, but he doesn't even need the wards if he doesn't want it, so might just be looking to try and make his way around the side of the blue buff. Hasn't been spotted just yet. Now will be spotted by the Shy. The Shy now needs to back away. Dragon is live, and you feel like that's just going to have to be forfeited now by the side of Weibo to LNG. That being said, though, they've got priority in this mid lane, so not really giving it up just yet.
And Ala got baited a little bit there by the Shy. The Shy getting the mini-nar into the mega-nar meant that you just don't have this big ultimate now available for Ala, which is why Weibo, they send Shy back, he's going to TP in, and then Weibo now get control over River. So actually a nice call from the Shy there. It looked a bit funky, but actually a really good call to get the mega-nar form out of Ala.
Yeah, Ala goes back, he TPs back into the lane, he's going to have a wit's end, but a Void Staff was finished up for the Shy, and we're just having this dance right now, a little bit of a waltz, step 1, step 2, going towards this Dragon's Den, and this is where Weibo need to really kind of put their foot down. If they can keep delaying this, they can keep getting items.
And this is where the Shy can be very threatening with this Void Staff completed. Having access to this back line with the shots coming through from the needlework could be devastating because they bypass that front line, but looks like LNG get enough control over the lanes that they can get the second Dragon, and it will be Angel just moving back up to top side to try and push in onto this tier 1.
I will say, you are 10 more minutes away, so the minimum at the earliest, 33.5 minutes is when we're going to have that Dragon Soul. So yes, nobody dies, but Weibo, they're just delaying, they're giving themselves time.
But over the 3 games we've had so far, only once has Dragons really been relevant to it, and that was in this last game where Weibo were able to find the victory by forcing Elder Dragon, by forcing Baron, and I think it's going to be a case of, well, might be decided before we get to that point. Doomby will be spotted by SOFM off the sweeper.
Oh, I see Angel going in, does have the Crown of the Shattered Queen, so feeling confident to go in on top of that one there. On the bot side, you do see that the 1v1 is actually happening as the Shy now jumping in. Ala's going to have to go into Mega as he keeps himself alive, but no flash now onto Ala. Ghost was burned by the Shy, and it's a bit of a strange trade-off here as Weibo just going to keep all 4 members of LNG here while Ala's actually slowly losing the 1v1.
Yeah, the Shy couldn't quite get that final needlework to connect, so couldn't get the kill, but there's the engage onto Light.
Jumping onto Light, who flashes away. He didn't have the Yumi, but now the final chapter comes out. It's going to force a flash out of SOFM. Angel has the flash away as well. He's getting jumped on the tidal wave, trying to use the disengage. Doonby has arrived. SOFM, though, keeps himself alive on the side of this one here. Doonby only had eyes for 1 man. Never mind, he had him for 2. He got greedy and ate all of his cake as well. So Weibo lose 2 out of nowhere, and the TP from the Shy. That's Baron.
Doomby's the fellow with the roving eye in this one, catching both members of Weibo and now eyeing up that Baron. He's a greedy old lad, but he's going to be happy as Larry with what has just occurred.
You don't have a needlework here for the Shy, and you don't have a jungler either, so Doomby's going to be able to play keep away right now. There's no one you can really kind of go into this, and yeah, Weibo, you have to give this up.
I mean, great job from LNG to turn around the over-aggression from Weibo. Weibo tried to make that pick happen onto Light, but they're just not really coordinated enough to follow up. You can see they're like, okay, SOFM gets the knock up on towards Light, but too many creeps in the way. Huanfeng not in a position to try and follow up. Angel tries to get onto Light, but ends up running into Tarzan. And look at the sidestep as well. Tarzan gets just away from the Emperor's Divide, which means he's still threatening enough to follow up onto Angel with Doomby. And then from here, follow up from the perfect execution. Great Ultra Shock Laser. And just the auto attack to snipe down SOFM.
Again, great target priority from Doonby there as well. He recognized, look, the SOFM's, he's done it. He's used all of his ultimate, his flash, everything's down. He's not really a threat. The Azir, however, is. The Azir had teleport, could go back, reset onto the fight, knew who he needed to take out there, and great work here from LNG as they start to take control of this game. 5,000 gold lead.
And this is exactly what we were just saying. It doesn't feel like dragons are the things deciding these games. Even objective fights are things deciding these games. If these brawls that are happening off of these objective timers, and LNG, at least now, have found a good advancement through that last fight. Ala now putting pressure onto the bot side here. Won't be able to get the demolish proc that he was hoping for, but LNG, they've got push in mid as well with this Baron, so pressure across the map.
Huanfeng does get the final chapter and the ultimate out of Zeri, so oh my lord! It's so much damage, Doctor. How is that allowed?
Yeah, I mean, look, you're even going towards the wit's end here. You're not going towards full crit build here for Light, so definitely feeling himself when it comes towards the damage he can churn out with this Ultra Shock Laser. Now, LNG just playing Protect the Cannon, making sure that nobody from Weibo can finish this off as the next wave comes through.
And that's going to be 2 tier 2s going down. It's a successful Baron push. You do have another minute or so on it, but you really do want to reset, get yourself back onto the map, be ready for this Dragon in a minute 20's time. And LNG, they are looking comfortable again. It's going to come down to a moment of brilliance. It's going to come down to Weibo having a shy moment, having a moment from Angel like in the last game. Where we talked about, yes, Angel was exceptional, probably the best we've seen him all split in that last game. But he's got to keep it going. He's got to try and push it forward. It needs more help.
And you have to try and beat this Weibo, or sorry, this LNG roster that honestly just seems to have this buff when it comes to playoffs, have this buff, or at least when it comes towards Worlds, I should say, where they're always trying to make sure that they can get themselves towards that. We saw it in 2021, now here in 2022, suddenly coming out swinging, a win over BLG, a potential win over Weibo as well, would knock Weibo out of that Worlds contention, stop the Shy from hitting Worlds, stop Weibo from trying to match that run they had in 2020, where they went all the way to the World Finals.
On just loses half his health off of that W. That's so upsetting. I'm sorry. It gets into me. It gets into my mind. Well, we'll say Weibo, they're probably going to be happy to let this Dragon go because they don't really have any kind of control over their any side of their jungle really around this Dragon pit. So they're going to have to just let that one go. Let that one just go. Bring the side of LNG to a soul point and then look to try and get onto a third item onto your Azir, a third item onto the Shy's Gwen. And that's when you're really going to try and look for a fight because, again, you do have significant damage, but whether or not you can make it stick is the big question.
Tarzan just going to be able to solo this one out. The rest of LNG just making sure Weibo can't try and push forward. The poke from the Ultra Shock Laser and also with Doomby threatened on a side lane means you just can't do anything. Like Doomby going to come across here just to help Tarzan. So third Dragon will go across. And it's not, as we say, like it gets particularly easy for Weibo. Yes, the Shy in the late game will get very, very strong. Same when you look at Angel going for this attack damage build, or attack speed, sorry, build on the Azir. But I mean, Doomby going to be great. Ala's still going to be wonderful. Light and Lumel are going to be so threatening in this late game, especially if SOFM isn't able to close that distance onto them.
And you look at the items that Lumel has picked up as well. He's got the Ardent Sensor, so he goes onto anybody. He's going to be just a steroid buff for anybody. You put extra attack speed onto Gnar, even Akali as such. You just are able to be buffing up the entire team, and it really is going to help you out so much.
Yeah, I think the only thing that LNG are really missing now is that IE on towards Light. Because he stopped off for the Wit's End, wanting that extra magic resist against the two AP solo laners.
Oh no, Huanfeng. He's thinking about maybe getting caught out here. He does have a cleanse, but he hasn't used it just yet. They haven't got the Pillar of Ice just yet. It actually lands on top of On, and now they jump onto Tarzan. The dash forward, a little bit of a mixed call there from the Weibo jungler and AD carry. They thought they were going in for it, but they don't pull the trigger fully.
Yeah, we've seen it kind of been a bit messy when it comes towards communication here from Weibo, but LNG not quite able to find what they're looking for. Ultra Shock Laser, though, doing a lot of work here.
Doing a hell of a lot. SOFM does decoy over the wall as Azir is just kind of covering him on that top side. I think Angel should have his third item now as he runs back to the fountain. Baron up in a minute. Next Dragon up for 3 minutes 40. Remember, that will be soul for the side of LNG as they keep the pressure on.
And from this point, how do you try and commit towards these objectives as Weibo? Now all outer turrets are down. LNG are continuously pushing in these waves, demanding the vision and commanding the vision in your jungle, making sure that you actually can't contest anything outside of the walls of your base. So for LNG, you can see they just sit here, wait and see who face checks, and pick them off.
And it looks like it might be On. On, you are not very tanky, but thankfully for him, a little Scryer's Bloom does mean that he knows exactly where everyone is. Huanfeng takes the W to the face from the Zeri, and the rest of Weibo now start to move themselves back into control of their own jungle. But it's hard. It's very difficult right now because, like you mentioned, 3 items onto your Akali, 4 items onto your Gnar. I will say 16 seconds until that Baron spawns. This is going to be the moment here for Weibo. I feel like they're finally at a moment where they can fight, but can they fight?
Yeah, that's why Doomby's off on this bot side, trying to create pressure on this other side of the map. The Shy has to respond to. The Shy, though, getting to a point where he's pretty terrifying. Morellonomicon now completed as well. That's going to help out a lot against Lumel and Light. Now, again, Grievous Wounds nerfed significantly over the last couple of patches, but still, every little helps. against how much healing is on LNG's side.
Tarzan going to take a little bit of poke here from SOFM. Light is there though as Ala. Let me look to try and transform, but he hasn't done it just yet. And he gets bubbled. Ala with a massive mistake actually costs him his life and maybe the fight. Tarzan has to use the subjugate, but that's just so much damage from Doonby. He will go into stasis. They're trying to keep the Shy away. He flashes in. Azon's underneath the tower. It's a double kill here for Doonby. It's going to be the Shy going down. And despite Ala going over, it is going to be an equal trade of sorts right now. Weibo need to stay alive. They're trying to get the auto attacks in. And that's Tarzan with enough damage on the subjugate to take him out. It ends up being a 4-for-2 trade, and it looks like LNG are getting themselves a second Baron.
If you don't get Light, you can't take the fight. LNG don't get the Zeri, and she's able to run amok afterwards. The Shy tried desperately to finish off Light, but wasn't quite able to do it. And now LNG will get the Baron. We'll see it in this fight here. Great bubble from On, stops Ala's engage. Huanfeng actually like the fact he went in heavily here because he knows Ala isn't really in position. We'll say Huanfeng, that was not the ultimate that you wanted at all. And here though, Light, look at his ability to kite back, right? Trying to poke from afar, making sure that he's able to stay safe from the Shy. Doomby as well on the backside, buying so much time so Light can deal with the isolated Gwen, and then Doomby tearing people apart on this backside, buying so much time until the rest of LNG can show up.
Yeah, the Angel just kind of puts himself in harm's way. Really thought he had a little bit more time to put up soldiers, maybe kind of defend himself in his tower, but it was not to be. Now you have Baron on the side of LNG. You have a Dragon Soul in 50 seconds, and not any soul, it's an Ocean Soul. You're thinking it was hard to kill off these carries before? Add in extra healing in every third or fourth auto attack. That is going to become impossible.
Tarzan immediately jumping on
They're trying to kill Ala. They need to do this. They need to force this. They need a hard go for this one right now. But Ala, he's just too far away. Angel did survive on the back end of this, but now you're caught between a rock and a hard place. That rock is Doomby. That hard place might be the gray screen as we can come in straight away. Doomby, though, has been deleted. They traded back for the Lucian. It's the Lucian Nami for the Akali. And look at Light. Like you said, if you don't take out Light, you cannot fight. The Shy is now put himself in harm's way to make sure he can make a little bit of an impact. He's still staying alive, but only for so long. And Light is carrying these fights.
LNG will look towards the base. The Dragon is there in 3 seconds, but they know with the death timers they have, Weibo are done for. LNG keep their steady miracle run alive, and they will lock themselves at least the gauntlet for regional playoffs.
Weibo, it's all on Angel. We talked about it in game number 3. Can he do anything? I just don't think he can. The Pillar of Ice is down. Angel shall be joining his namesake up in heaven. The gray screen is all he has. LNG continue their miracle run, and they've got a date with V5.
Doomby's excitement says it all on your screens. Happy as can be. LNG look like a different team coming into playoffs, beating Weibo, locking their game against V5. Tarzan has taken down one half of the solo laners that beat him in the quarterfinal in 2019's Worlds, and now he'll have a date with the next one.
And what a series from LNG. Just so good from them, pretty much consistently throughout the entirety of today. Games 1 and 2, exceptional. Game 3, we did see a little bit of a bounce back coming in here from Weibo, but it was hard fought. It wasn't easy. And in Game 4, LNG kept their cool. There was definitely opportunities for Weibo to capitalize on, but they just overwhelmed them.
Yeah, I think it's just the miscoordination between the members of Weibo on a lot of these fights that really caused them to run astray. You look at like when SOFM was trying to go in, Huanfeng not quite being in position to follow up, not quite getting Angel into position to be able to get in on the Azir. Like it just looked very, very messy. And LNG capitalized well. Again, I think their team fighting has really taken a step up. Their early game certainly looks a hell of a lot better. And here Doomby on this Akali looking spectacular again in these fights.
I mean, this is the thing we always talked about for Doomby for years now. From the time basically he was on Rogue Warriors in 2017. This is a guy that you just cannot write off. You cannot just turn around and say, oh, it's whatever, he's having a bad split, because he can turn it on. He can find picks that you just can't deal with. So do you throw bans at the Akali? It's not exactly ideal. So like you're kind of putting people into a really bad situation, and it's the power of what he does as a person.
But it's also, it feels like he's had a pocket pick for each of these series. It feels like like everything has been a well-laid plan from LNG. We saw the Nocturne coming out against BLG where they're like, hey, look, what we need to do to beat BLG is to play through this early game. Make sure that we're able to control the map at this early point. Then we come up here and we're like, hey, look, we know Weibo aren't going to be very proactive in the early game, so let's take something that can scale well and then be a threat in team fights, making sure they have that access to the backline. So just a really good understanding from LNG of how to face each of these opponents, and a lot of that is coming through Doombee's champion.
And I mean, it just feels like they just, as you mentioned, they just did their homework. They knew how to attack because it was these are two incredibly different styles that we've seen from LNG in Series 1 against BLG, and now in this series against Weibo, where, like, as you mentioned, the Nocturne, it was all about attacking the jungle, making sure you're getting those skirmishes. This time around, it's like, cool, we focus topside. Let's get everything into Ala. Let's make sure that the Shy is not having a good time. And even mid-series, we saw them kind of change their development, change their style a little bit, and kind of go, cool, it's no longer about Ala. We're not going to shove everything in this game. We're going to put it down into Light because we figured out that Light is actually someone who can also carry.
Yeah, Light has been traditionally the carry for LNG. I mean, 29% of the team's damage. You can see him coming up clutch here again, trying to make sure that he could step up to be that carry once more. And on things like this Zeri, you can definitely do so. Having the Yuumi in his back pocket to make sure that these guys stay safe. Doombee as well, though, not to be understated. Like, his damage may not be as high, but where that damage was located was far more important.
Yeah, it really was. We can see a little bit of the behind the scenes there. I'm not quite sure if that went out on live, but hopefully it was just to us. But nothing incriminating. It's just always funny when those little things pop up. But yeah, it does feel like it was just LNG stepping up. I will be honest, massive disappointment for Weibo. I think the team that, honestly, for a while broke V5 after taking down their first loss against them was the team that we were very excited to see. Maybe even having the Shy versus Rookie again in the next round would have been exceptional. I'll be real, they didn't step up. I think Angel looked good in a game, and after that didn't really have that kind of same performance, and I can't really blame him. If you're going to have to play at that level consistently, you're probably going to be considered like Faker levels of good. That's how good you'd have to be at all times. So really not the result they wanted, and honestly, it just felt like it just didn't come together. It felt like SOFM was a little bit muted.
It felt like, especially in this game, where you're looking at like the composition that they've taken. Like Gwen wants to try and scale up for lane. Angel wants to try and scale up for lane. Juan Feng and On want to try and beat you in lane with this. It felt very much like they were again leaning in towards what is classic Weibo versus what they need to do to respond to what LNG were capable of. Now, SFM, I think, did a reasonably good job of trying to track Tarzan in the early stages, make sure Tarzan couldn't have these big moments, but it just, when you got towards the team fights again, you could see just how strong this composition, this team from LNG was in those team fights.
Yeah, apologies for my weird face right there. My door just randomly opened, so I was like, who the hell is that? I'm home alone. Like, no one else is here, so I got a little scared. We might have to check out for some stuff there. Probably just the wind coming in and out. But anyway, yeah, absolutely. And I think for Weibo, it's anything, they're out. That's just basically it. Their season is done. In case you're just joining us here now, Weibo cannot make it to Gauntlet because of the way our championship points make up. They didn't make up enough in spring, and it's just going to be less than LNG and EDG now in the second half. So our top 6, 4 of those are going to Worlds. So we got a top esports, RNG, V5, JDG, EDG, and LNG. 2 of those are not going. That is a terrifying roster. Like, you put all 6 of those in Worlds, and I still give them all a chance.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary one for anyone who has to go up against the LPL for
good years. Good years.
Yeah, and look, when LNG, I wouldn't have put them up there. I wouldn't have said, hey, look, they are in contention. But with the way that they've stepped up coming into towards playoffs, even as we say, like beating Weibo right at the end of the split, this team has really leveled up a significant amount. And exciting to see what they can now do, because the homework seems on point. The ability to play through the games. Tarzan has been a monster in these early games, especially game 1 and game 2, and now we're going to see LNG go up against Victory 5 and see if again they can try and contest against these, because I mean, Xiaolong Bao, Rookie, a very strong mid jungle that they now have to try and contend with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the V5 are still towards the end of the split. We saw how good they were. They took down top esports. There was a lot of different kind of things like, were they as good as we thought they were? Because of course they lost a couple of series after Weibo. They are. That's just straight up. They are still disgustingly good, and Rookie is still considered in my books one of the best mid laners ever to play the game. It's just an absolute fact. But I have a lot more hope for LNG. I think I look at Goldberg on Twitter, kind of calling us out for our predictions. None of us voted for LNG, and he was like, "We are non-believers."
This is how LNG works. When we're all against them, like that upper bracket run that they had for Worlds last year. Well, this was top side of the bracket run.
Yep.
Like that was what it was as well. Was all of us downing them every step of the way. No, they can't beat V5. No, they can't beat top esports. No, they can't beat RNG. What are you talking about? But that was what netted them that run. And now again, they get that opportunity in this gauntlet to run away with it once more.
And you know what the funny thing is? I'm going to vote against them again. I'm still going to vote against them. That's the weird thing. If you want a little insight of our predictions, I'm still going to say V5 because I think you'd be crazy to vote against Rookie. But yeah, I still think it's incredible for LNG. I'm very excited to see what they can do in our gauntlet as well. And we're going to have our MVP. I didn't quite hear who it was. I think it was Allah was the MVP, just kind of containing the shy, doing very well. And if it wasn't Allah, still did very well.
Yeah. I want to see. I think there was a kind of
Tarzan. There
we
go.
Tarzan
still did it right.
Yeah, I was gonna say would have been slightly surprised if it was Allah, but I think Tarzan phenomenal over the course of this. You can see this is his third MVP count in 6 games. He's been spectacular for LNG. Been so strong in getting these early leads, putting presence on the map. His Trundle, I think, one of his best champions, and the fact he was able to get it twice in this series as well, really stepped up massively for LNG. Bit sad we're showing Doomby's dead here, but overall, I mean, Tarzan's impact cannot be understated.
No, and again, we came into this year saying that Tarzan and Doomby, on paper, should be one of the best mid-jungle combinations we have in the league. It didn't happen at the start of Summer Split. It is happening now. These two seem to be on the same page. And the funny thing is that we're seeing Tarzan do very similar gank patterns, but in different manners, in different pathing. So it's not always the same way he's going for. Like, for example, in Game 3, he put down the Trundle down the bot side. No, in Game 4, he's now going to put it mid lane. These little adaptations where he's still doing roughly the same thing, but changing it to make sure it fits the mold.
And I think it helps as well that LNG have 3 lanes that they can carry through. Allah can look spectacular in carries. You've got Doomby stepping up magnificently in this series as a whole, and then Light as well. This was his time to shine in the Zeri, thanks to that help that you've got coming through from Tarzan. So overall, like, LNG seem to be firing all cylinders. A lot of the problems that we saw with them where they weren't sure, you know, every single game, like, there seemed to be something that was going wrong, where one person would have a bad game or another person would have a bad series. And now it feels like everyone's working together. Communication's on point. The early game looks spectacular, and we'll have to see just how far it is going to carry them, because again, this is where you're now getting into our top 4 up against V5 next. Are the V5 that look revitalized as well? That's going to be a struggle.
I mean, every single matchup is going to get even harder than the last one. BLG, still a difficult matchup. They came on top of that. Next one was Weibo. They won today. It kind of levels you up. And if you can keep leveling up with that, it's just going to be a pretty big thing. But we're going to send it over to Christina, who's sitting with Allah for a winner's interview.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Ale, the top laner for LNG. Congratulations on taking down your opponent, but also making the regional qualification. That is really important. How do you feel right now? 好的，让我们恭喜 LNG 拿下本局比赛的胜利。我们邀请到上单阿乐选手接受访问。首先也是这场比赛的重要性确实是不言而喻嘛，不仅可以使你们挺进下一轮，同样呢也是有了一个参加地区选拔赛的资格。感觉怎么样？
首先我们赢下了微博很重要，就是可以拿到冒泡赛的门票。然后我觉得这个很关键，因为去年我们就是从冒泡赛去的世界赛嘛，然后就挺开心的，就心里就没有那么大的压力了。
So actually, I feel pretty happy that because we beat WBG, in that case, we can make the regional qualifications. And looking back on the last year, we made the worlds by the regional qualifications as well. And I'm really think this matchup is very, very crucial. Yeah, we did it. So second question, I have to start with the game 1. I think you guys really focused on top lane. Did you ask your teammates for help, or is that your special strategies into WBG, into their top laner? 那么接下来我们从今天的第一局开始说起嘛，可以看到今天在第一局的时候，就是上路是一个穿线，而且你们的上中野节奏组合协作都非常好。哎，是你有叫队友们过来帮自己嘛？这是不是你们队伍会提前准备到的一个针对到微博 gaming 的一个决策呢？
首先泽夏是一名线上进攻性十分强的选手，然后前期跟我换血也比较凶，然后看到机会我就叫我们中野上来。
So I think that the Shy is really dominant on top lane, and he always performed aggressively in early game. So if we get this opportunity, we can punish them. I asked my teammates for help. So second question, I also want to touch on the game 4. I think game 4 is really close in early game, but you guys managed the mid game better than your opponent, especially that team fight in mid lane, and then you guys secure the Baron and take down this game. So share us more your mid game macros, general macros in Game 4。那么最后我们说到今天刚刚结束的第4局，虽然前期呢还是双方这是互有换血嘛，然后也是比较军事，但是你们中期大概在23分钟中路那一波团，而且后来马上去转向大龙的一个选择，可以说是为这局比赛胜利奠定了基础。所以你们在第4局的一个中期大致策略是什么样的呢？或者你们大致的关注点是什么？
因为他们边线一直被推，所以他们很着急的想推掉我们的中医塔，然后就是他们有点太急了，就被我们找到了机会。
So that is because we were pushing waves on this side lane and they really want to destroy our mid lane turret. So we can punish their mistake or find this opportunity to do this. I also want to talk about something about the top lane environment, because a lot of players thinking about the playoff is contest of champion pool. So what's your take on this part, especially on top lane? 那么接下来也是聊到最近看很多赛前采访嘛，几乎说是很多选手都提到了说，季后赛其实是一个英雄池的较量。那么你觉得在季后赛当中，对于上单的生态环境，那么包括上单的英雄池会是一个什么样的情况呢？
我觉得这个版本上单就是鳄鱼和凯能有点影响上路的生态链，然后其他都差不多。
So I think much pretty similar. Expect for the Renekton and Kennen, these two champions. So final question for you: You are going to play against the Victory 5. Any predictions? 最后一个问题，在下一场你们即将要面对到 V5战队，有没有什么期待、预言、比分啊，或者自己的想法什么的？
我们好像是春季赛和夏季赛常规赛的时候都输给了 V5，就我们打 V5会好好准备去赢下他们。
Yeah, we lost to Victory 5 both in spring regular season and summer regular season. So this time, we definitely will prepare for this matchup. So thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢阿乐选手来到我们的赛后采访，也期待 LNG 在接下来的后续的比赛中展现出更好的表现。拜拜。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and of course, thank you to Ala. Ala was quick. He was like, "I need to celebrate. I have prep to do. I got hot pot. Yeah, I got hot pot, and then I got homework. I gotta leave right now." Thank you so much for the interview, of course, Christina. Absolutely smurfing it like all of our interviews do in so many different languages. But yeah. Again, LNG, they're guaranteed at least a gauntlet at the bare minimum right now. So a lot of that pressure, I'm sure they're going to be aiming for higher, but a lot of that pressure is kind of off their shoulders now. They can still make it to Worlds. They just need to make sure that they, as I always say, cross their T's, dot their I's.
Yeah. And I'd look for LNG, it definitely does feel like, again, 2021 run on the cards. Can they try and do it? Goldberg, apparently the only one who actually believes in it. But I'm excited to see what they can do. I think the next big check is V5. If they can beat V5, well, then it suddenly becomes a very different conversation, especially when our top 4 teams go to Worlds.
Yeah, well, I think we can check out our bracket right now because we are going to be looking at our top 6 teams now in our playoffs. And you know what the funny thing is, Dagda? We've lost 4 and we still have so much more to give you guys. Tomorrow, it is a battle between our MSI champions and our world champions, RNG versus EDG. That one is always a banger. And then on Sunday, we've got V5 versus LNG. The winners of those going over against Top Esports and JDG, respectfully.
Unbelievable set of games left for ourselves, and especially as we talked about, like LNG V5 firing back on all cylinders, RNG versus EDG, Worlds versus MSI, to then go up against what feels like the 2020 special in Top Esports and JDG waiting there in our double elimination bracket. It is set to be unbelievable in our summer playoffs.
It really, really is. I am so excited. I can't believe we're just flying through this right now. The end of the split is nigh, you know. It's just coming at us so damn quickly.
That's what one day off does.
Yeah, I know, right? One day off, it's done. We're done. We're over now. It's just like, again, we have 4 more days in a row. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, that's going to be the days. Then we got 1 or 2 days off trickled in between the double elimination. We'll kind of keep you guys updated on that as such. But yeah, I mean, I came into this playoffs being like, I have a definitive winner or like definitive kind of like favorite for the split. And for me, it was RNG. But then after the last game against LGD, Top Esports looking great, LNG popping up. It's so hard to call.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, when you still have to see Top Esports and
Yep.
JDG, like one of the big benefits you get of being those later in the tournament is that you get to see, hey, you know, what are strong? Is Akali with the new buffs now worth it? What's our cannon like? You know,
Yep.
there's a lot of stuff there, and I think Top Esports and JDG could watching every single one of these kind of going, oh, these teams look strong.
Yeah, true. We got to do a little bit more work. Well, no more work for us, though, Dagda. We are finished. Thank you so much for joining us today. Of course, we will be back here at the same time on the same channel, and we'll see you guys very, very soon.